Chapter 51-55. The 5 desolate beasts had been living in the heart of the universe. They didn't have quasi-immortal weapons, so they naturally couldn't unleash their full combat strength. Those 7 quasi-immortal weapons were at least quasi-immortal weapons that had transcended at least 3 immortal tribulations. When a cultivator transcended the immortal tribulation, he could choose a weapon to transcend the tribulation with him. After transcending the immortal tribulation, that weapon would also transcend the tribulation and complete a transformation, becoming stronger and stronger. After transcending one immortal tribulation, it would complete a transformation. The more immortal tribulations one transcended, the stronger it would be. Of course, not all weapons could transcend the tribulation together. Only treasures made of peerless materials could transcend the tribulation together. Otherwise, the cultivator would transcend the immortal tribulation, but the immortal weapon would be destroyed by the immortal tribulation. This was very normal and would happen from time to time. A quasi-immortal weapon that could transcend 3 immortal tribulations contained astonishing power. After being fully activated, even if it wasn't as strong as a true quasi-immortal, it wouldn't be too far off. The 5 quasi-immortal desolate beasts were completely suppressed. Lu Ming knew that it was only a matter of time before the 5 desolate beasts were defeated. Sure enough, not long after, a white tiger was beheaded by a sword-shaped quasi-immortal weapon. Its soul was also killed. Following that, the giant python was also killed. With the death of the quasi-immortal desolate beast, the outcome was already decided. Not long after, all 5 quasi-immortal desolate beasts were killed. However, this wasn't the end. The 7 quasi-immortal weapons charged into the depths of the heart of the universe and attacked the other desolate beasts. A casual attack would kill a large number of desolate beasts. Even the origin realm desolate beasts couldn't withstand a single blow and were easily killed. The 7 quasi-immortal weapons swept through the sky above the heart of the universe as if they were looking for other quasi-immortal desolate beasts. Suddenly, one of the spears smashed down at a mountain. Boom! The mountain exploded, and a huge creature rushed out. It was a pangolin. It was hundreds of meters long and had a shocking aura. It was a quasi-immortal desolate beast. There were indeed quasi-immortal desolate beasts hidden in the heart of the universe. Moreover, this pangolin was extremely strong, stronger than any of the 5 desolate beasts from before. It was covered in scales that were invulnerable. Boom! Boom! After a few consecutive collisions, 2 of the quasi-immortal weapons were actually sent flying. All of you must die. The pangolin went berserk. It didn't care about its injuries as it charged forward, knocking away a few more pseudo-immortal weapons. Then, it charged out of the heart of the universe. Its huge body pounced toward the experts of the various universes. Before the pangolin arrived, a terrifying force squeezed the void. Some people who couldn't dodge in time were directly crushed into meat paste. "Bastard, you're courting death!" A young man shouted from the crowd. He wasn't afraid at all as he waved his hand and shot out a talisman. The talisman rapidly expanded and emitted a dazzling radiance. A supreme and eternal aura emanated from it. Then, an illusory figure stepped out of the talisman. The figure was extremely hazy and illusory. It was surrounded by a layer of multicolored light, making it impossible to see its appearance clearly. "Kill!" The illusory figure shouted and pointed a finger. A huge finger pointed at the pangolin. The pangolin seemed to have sensed great danger and let out a loud roar. The scales on its body actually fell off, transforming into incomparably sharp blades that charged towards the finger. Boom! 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 With a series of explosions, the finger was blocked, but many of the pangolin's scales exploded. The pangolin's huge body retreated rapidly as it bled continuously. "That's a true immortal seal," someone exclaimed as they stared at the talisman. "It's a true immortal seal. It contains a trace of a true immortal's imprint. Who is it that can possess a true immortal seal? You have to know that ordinary true immortals won't give out a true immortal seal. Once the imprint is damaged, it will affect the true immortal's body." Someone exclaimed. "It's Su Liangfu of the Clear Spring Great Cosmos. He's known as the strongest origin realm expert of the Clear Spring Great Cosmos. He's a peerless genius. It's him. He's ranked 897 on the origin list. That's right. The Clear Spring Great Cosmos is ranked 96th in the Yang realm. It's extremely powerful and has more than one true immortal. A genius like him would receive special treatment from a true immortal. It's normal for him to be bestowed with a true immortal's seal. Many people discussed. Origin list? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was very curious. This was the first time he had heard of the origin list. As the name implied, it should be a list of origin realm experts. However, Lu Ming had no idea what the origin list was. He did not know how powerful someone ranked 897 was. The illusory figure condensed from the true immortal's seal struck again after its first attack was blocked. Another finger condensed and pointed at the pangolin. At the same time, the 7 pseudo-immortal armaments flew over and attacked the pangolin together. The pangolin was very powerful. It was suspected to have undergone 3 immortal tribulations. However, it was no match for such a powerful attack. It barely lasted for a few minutes before it was killed. Swish! The true immortal's seal flew back to Su Liangfu's hand. Su Liangfu showed a pained expression and carefully put it away. The true immortal's seal could not be used indefinitely. If it was used for too long, the true immortal's seal on it would dissipate. Afterward, the 7 pseudo-immortal armaments patrolled the sky above the universe core. They did not discover any new pseudo-immortal desolate beasts. Then, the 7 pseudo-immortal armaments flew back. The experts who had used the pseudo-immortal armaments all let out a long sigh. Their faces were pale. Clearly, their vitality had been damaged. Even though over 100 experts had used a secret technique to activate the pseudo-immortal armaments, it was still very strenuous. They had paid quite a price. The desolate beast has been dealt with. Charge. Many people charged toward the universe core with burning eyes. However, with a flash of light, at least a dozen experts' bodies exploded and died on the spot. What are you doing? It's the sacred light great cosmos. Many people roared and retreated. The ones who had attacked earlier were actually experts from the sacred light great cosmos. You were just watching from the side when dealing with the pseudo-immortal desolate beast. Now that the desolate beast has been dealt with, you want to take advantage of it? How can it be so easy? A young man from the sacred light great cosmos sneered. That's right. Apart from the great cosmos that attacked earlier, no one from the other cosmos can enter. The sage-like elder from the jade clear great cosmos said coldly. The figures of the experts from the jade clear great cosmos and the sacred light great cosmos flashed and blocked a part of the void. On the side of the underworld, the experts from the skeleton great cosmos, the Styx river great cosmos, and the hellfire great cosmos also sealed off the void, preventing others from entering the universe core. Aren't you guys too overbearing? That's right. There are so many of us, yet you guys won't let us enter. Don't incur everyone's anger. Many people shouted. I have to go in. Su Liangfu from the Clear Spring Great Cosmos was very strong. Even when facing the experts from the Sacred Light Great Cosmos and the Jade Clear Great Cosmos, he did not want to back down. Chapter 51-56. The experts of the Jade Clear Great Cosmos and the Sacred Light Great Cosmos stared at Su Liangfu without saying anything. Then, many more people stepped forward. They were all extremely powerful experts, and there was no lack of existences like Su Liangfu who had entered the origin list. This attracted the attention of the experts of the Sacred Light Great Cosmos, the Jade Clear Great Cosmos, and the Nether River Great Cosmos. This was because these people had extraordinary origins. Although they weren't from the top 10 great cosmoses of the Yin world, they were still ranked in the top 100. The great cosmoses that could rank in the top 100 of the Yin world and the Yang world were extremely powerful. They had powerful immortal Dao existences overseeing them and had deep foundations. Even the Jade Clear Great Cosmos didn't dare to underestimate them. After a final discussion, they decided to let the top 100 great cosmoses of the Yin world and the Yang world enter the heart of the universe together. These people from the great cosmoses obtained the right to enter. They immediately followed the example of the previous great cosmoses and sealed off all directions, forbidding others from entering. Even the 8 races of the forbidden area were blocked outside and couldn't enter. Damn it, these people from the great cosmoses are too overbearing. We have so many experts on our side. Why don't we join forces and charge in? Although they are strong, the strongest is only at the peak of origin. We might not be weak. Someone suggested. The overall strength of those great cosmoses was terrifying. They had countless experts and were much stronger than the great cosmoses below them. However, that was referring to the peak experts, the experts above the subimmortal level. Now, those experts couldn't enter. The strongest was only at the peak of origin. Those weak great cosmoses also had many peak of origin. If they joined forces, they might not be afraid of those powerful great cosmoses. You dare to attack the people of the Jade Clear Great Cosmos and the Sacred Light Great Cosmos? Aren't you afraid of their revenge? Someone spoke and the others shut up. Indeed, although they weren't afraid of the people of the Jade Clear Great Cosmos and the Sacred Light Great Cosmos in the primitive universe, what if they left the primitive universe in the future? Similarly, the Een world wouldn't dare to attack the people of the Bone Great Cosmos and the Nether River Great Cosmos. Isn't that simple? Let's discuss with the people of the Een world and let them deal with the great cosmoses of the Yang world and the great cosmoses of the Een world. At that moment, a voice came from the crowd. This voice was sometimes close and sometimes far, sometimes light and sometimes heavy, making it impossible to tell who was speaking. The person who spoke was Lu Ming. He had changed his appearance and spread his origin source power in different directions as he spoke. He was mainly afraid of being targeted by the people from the Jade Clear Great Cosmos and the Sacred Light Great Cosmos. After all, it was his idea. As expected, many people's eyes lit up when they heard Lu Ming's words. That was indeed the case. Wouldn't it be fine as long as he discussed with the people of the underworld and exchanged the direction of attack? If they attacked the people of the Een world, the people of the Jade Clear Great Cosmos and the Sacred Light Great Cosmos would have nothing to say. Were they not allowed to attack the people of the Een world? After all, the Jade Clear Great Cosmos and the Sacred Light Great Cosmos couldn't cover the sky with one hand. In the Yang realm, there were always powers that could keep them in check. It was the same in the Netherworld. Immediately, the Yang realm sent out a representative to discuss with the representatives of the underworld, and both sides hit it off. There was no such thing as an eternal enemy. In the face of benefits, even enemies could temporarily join forces. Weaker universes like the Yang realm and the Een realm had joined forces and gathered a large number of experts. Charge! With a loud roar, a large number of experts gathered into a torrent and rushed toward the heart of the universe. The difference was that the living beings of the Yang realm rushed toward the Styx River Great Cosmos and the Skeleton Great Cosmos, while the living beings of the Een world rushed toward the Jade Clear Great Cosmos and the Sacred Light Great Cosmos. Damn it! Those powerful living beings of the Great Cosmos naturally knew that it was intentional, but there was nothing they could do. The living beings of the Een world were not afraid of them. Both sides collided, and blood splattered everywhere. Many people died directly. Let them in. In the end, those powerful living beings of the Great Cosmos had no choice but to give way to the blockade. Those weak Great Cosmos might not have that many experts individually, but when they joined forces, they had more experts than them. They could not stop them at all. Immediately, a large number of living beings rushed into the heart of the universe. Lu Ming also blended into the crowd and entered the heart of the universe. This was his second time entering this continent. The last time was when he was fighting for the human monarch's body. After more than 10,000 years, Lu Ming still felt that the aura of this continent was very similar to the Chaos Ring. At the same time, Lu Ming thought of the Azure Divine Realm. The auras of these 3 places were somewhat similar. Was it a coincidence, or was there an internal reason? It was a pity that Lu Ming had not been to the first heart of the universe. Otherwise, he could make a comparison. A large number of living beings rushed toward the center of the heart of the universe. According to the previous experience of fighting for the heart of the universe, if one wanted to obtain the heart of the universe, they had to fuse with the soul of the heart of the universe and refine the soul. Only then would they be considered to have gained initial control of the heart of the universe. After that, They could set up an array and shrink the heart of the universe, refining it into a spatial treasure that could be carried around. The soul of the heart of the universe was deep underground. In the center of the heart of the universe, there should be a passage that led directly to the Earth's core. The powerful desolate beasts on the heart of the universe had mostly been dealt with. The remaining desolate beasts were at the origin source realm, so how could they resist the experts of the outerverse? A large number of living beings rushed past, leaving behind a large number of desolate beast corpses and a river of blood. Soon, the group arrived at the center of the heart of the universe. This place was not very far from where the human king's body was sealed. However, over 10,000 years ago, Lu Ming and the others' main goal had been the human king's body. They had not carefully investigated this place, so they did not know that there was a huge abyss here. Yes, it was an abyss. It was like a huge well that was pitch black. No one knew how deep it was. This abyss led directly to the depths of the earth. The heart of the universe was not to be underestimated. It was sturdy and indestructible. If it were not for this natural abyss, the group would not have been able to reach the depths of the earth, break through the earth's crust, and penetrate the underground rock layer. No one hesitated. As soon as they arrived near the abyss, they immediately rushed in. There were at least 100,000 origin realm experts here. However, the abyss was incomparably huge. With 100,000 people rushing in at the same time, it was not crowded at all. After descending for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, a trace of red light gradually seeped out from below. They were almost at the bottom. Soon they reached the end of the abyss. The space below suddenly opened up. A surging wave of liveliness washed over them. Below them was a sea of lava that stretched as far as the eye could see. No, it was not lava. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed as he carefully observed the sea of flames that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was not lava, but flames that had turned into liquid. Liquid flames. They were all liquid flames, and their temperature was tens of thousands of times higher than ordinary lava. Chapter 51-57. The liquid flames formed an ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was terrifyingly hot. Even reciprocity existences needed to focus and circulate their origin energy to resist. If existences below reciprocity entered this place, they would probably be burnt to a crisp by the terrifying heat. This sea of fire is only the surface. Only by passing through this layer of fire can we truly reach the depths. Let's go! Plop, plop. Many experts plunged into the sea of fire, kicking up waves of fire. But in the next moment, many people charged out of the sea of fire. Their faces were filled with panic. Gaga! A few shrieks rang out from the sea of fire. Several large birds charged out of the sea of fire, lunging at the experts. Phoenixes. No, they're not phoenixes. A gleam of light flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. The large birds seemed extremely similar to fire phoenixes, but at a closer glance, there were some differences. They were not true fire phoenixes, only somewhat similar. The large birds were covered in flames, as if they were condensed from fire. They radiated with shocking heat as they flapped their wings, lunging at the creatures that had just entered the sea of fire. Spurt! One of the creatures that resembled a tiger was grabbed by a bird and directly killed. That was a late reciprocity existence, but he had been slain in a single move. Peak reciprocity birds. I never thought that there would be desolate beasts in the depths of the earth. Just kill them. A few peak reciprocity experts took action, but the birds knew when to stop. They dove into the sea of fire and vanished. What happened? How many of these birds are there in the sea of fire? Someone asked the people who had just escaped from the sea of fire. There are a lot. With just a quick glance, there are at least 100 of them. They're extremely powerful too, especially in the sea of fire, a person explained. Rumble. Suddenly, a great rumble erupted from the sea of fire. The sea of fire began to churn violently as waves surged into the sky. The liquid flames swept through the sky as if they wanted to pull everyone into the sea of fire. Many experts took action at the same time, unleashing terrifying energy to block the sea of fire. A sharp cry rang out as a gigantic flaming bird rushed out. Its terrifying aura was intimidating. This bird of fire was several times larger than the ones from before. It moved with shocking speed, charging into the crowd like a streak of red light. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of more than a dozen experts exploded, and then turned into ashes under the terrifying heat, leaving nothing behind. Screams continued to ring out. With a flash of red light, another dozen or so experts died tragically. These were all reciprocity experts, and there were even peak reciprocity experts among them. However, they could not even withstand a single blow, having been slain instantly. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The surrounding living beings retreated frantically. The giant bird chased after them madly, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of people fell. It's a subimmortal desolate beast. What a terrifying aura. He's at least a second tribulation subimmortal. There's actually a subimmortal desolate beast hidden here. Damn it. Many people cried out in alarm and fled in a sorry state. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Previously, the surface of the heart of the universe had been searched, and all the powerful desolate beasts had been killed. However, he never expected that there would be a large number of desolate beasts living in the depths of the Sea of Flames. These desolate beasts were very likely born from the Sea of Fire. In this Sea of Flames, he was like a fish in water. His strength was terrifying. Caw, caw, caw. The subimmortal level birds cried out continuously. Their eyes were filled with resentment as they pounced towards the numerous living beings. In fact, Lu Ming could understand this fire crow. Compared to this fire crow, they were invaders who wanted to deprive them of their place of survival. Naturally, it was filled with hatred and wanted to kill everyone. Set up the formation and block it. Someone yelled. It was too hasty. It was impossible to take out another subimmortal artifact in such a short time. Even if many experts worked together, they would need time to prepare if they wanted to take out a powerful subimmortal artifact. It was unrealistic to be in such a hurry. Now, they could only rely on the combination formation to block it. Those powerful great cosmoses had no lack of combination formations. Immediately, one combination formation after another was set up. 6 combined array formations had appeared in the sacred light great cosmos. Each of these combined array formations had 18 people. Moreover, the people who set up the formations were all peak reciprocity experts. This was a combined formation of reciprocity experts, and there were actually 18 of them. The origin realm combination formations that Lu Ming had seen before were 3 to 5 people. Even so, their power was still very shocking. Who knew how powerful the combination formations of 18 people were? Moreover, the people who set up the formations were all peak reciprocity experts. There were a total of 6 of them. In addition, the Jade Clear Great Cosmos, the Skeletal Great Cosmos, and the Nether River Great Cosmos were not weak either. They set up one combination formation after another. Boom, boom, boom. When the subimmortal bird arrived, these combination formations were activated and clashed with the subimmortal bird. Violent energy swept out in all directions, stirring up a monstrous wave. Fortunately, this was the interior of the heart of the universe. It was sturdy and indestructible. Even if such a great battle erupted, it would not cause much damage. There were a total of over a dozen powerful formations. They worked together to resist the subimmortal bird, but they were still not its match. They were suppressed. The fire crow was extremely powerful and had the geographical advantage. When it attacked, the sea of flames surged. Endless flames accompanied the fire crow's attack and charged at the combination formations. Kakaka. At this moment, shrieks rang out from below the sea of flames. Along with the waves of flames, huge firebirds charged out one after another, charging at everyone. Although these firebirds were not subimmortals, they were all existences at reciprocity. As they flew, endless flames permeated the surroundings. The liquid flames below attacked them as well. Immediately, many people cried out miserably. They were defeated by the flames and died there. Lu Ming was also attacked by a firebird. However, it was only at mid-reciprocity. With a sweep of his spear, Lu Ming blew the firebird apart. However, the firebird actually did not die. It actually reformed in the endless liquid flames. It was like rebirth. It really is similar to the fire phoenix. It has a similar technique. Lu Ming murmured. If it were any other mid-reciprocity expert, they would have died after being blown apart by Lu Ming's spear no matter how great their vitality was. However, this firebird was actually fine. As if it had discovered that Lu Ming was very strong, an even stronger firebird charged at Lu Ming. With a flap of its wings, it drove the liquid flames below towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming brandished his war god spear, sending the liquid flames flying with a violent force. At the same time, he stabbed out with his spear. A resplendent spear light pierced through the firebird, causing it to fall into the sea of flames. However, the firebird's wounds immediately healed. As if nothing had happened, it continued to charge at Lu Ming. Chapter 51-58. Lu Ming frowned. These flaming birds were really difficult to deal with. These flaming birds might really have been nurtured by the Sea of Flames. As long as they were near the Sea of Flames, their vitality would be very tenacious. They could borrow the flames of the Sea of Flames to continuously undergo nirvana. There are no undying creatures in the world. The reason they can undergo nirvana is because they didn't suffer enough damage. Lu Ming muttered as his body rapidly swelled to a height of 5 meters. Then he pressed down with his spear. After using the Genesis technique, Lu Ming's combat power increased greatly. With a thrust of the spear, the body of the peak origin flaming bird exploded. This wasn't the end. The battle god's spear continued to press down. The destructive power continuously suppressed and crushed the particles formed by the flaming bird's explosion. It wanted to completely obliterate these particles. In the end, the flaming bird didn't condense again. It was completely obliterated by Lu Ming. At this time, a sharp bird cry rang out, penetrating metal and splitting stone. That half-immortal level flame bird went crazy, unleashing its most powerful attack, directly blasting apart an 18-person joint attack formation. Of the 18 people who set it up, 9 of them instantly died miserably. The other combination formations were frightened and couldn't help but retreat. The flaming bird went crazy and wanted to continue attacking. Evil creature, you're courting death. With a loud shout, Lu Ming saw a young creature walk out of the sacred light great cosmos. With a wave of his hand, a talisman rushed out, emitting an eternal aura. True immortal dermic seal. This young creature from the sacred light great cosmos was clearly a monstrous genius with a great background. He had a talisman bestowed by a true immortal. The talisman glowed and a hazy figure appeared. It slapped a palm at the subimmortal flaming bird. The true immortal dermic seal that the young creature from the sacred light great cosmos took out was even more terrifying. It seemed to be even stronger than the true immortal dermic seal that Su Liangfu from the clear spring great cosmos had taken out. The palm slapped out and directly repelled the subimmortal flaming bird, causing the flames on its body to dim. The shriek of the subimmortal flaming bird set off monstrous waves. Vast liquid flames frantically converged towards the subimmortal flaming bird, causing its body to grow larger and larger. Attack together with the true immortal dermic seal and completely kill this evil creature. Someone shouted. Those powerful combination formations continued to attack the subimmortal flaming birds. At the same time, the other flaming birds also rushed towards the subimmortal flaming bird, intending to help it. This is a good chance. Let's go. Plop. A large number of figures charged into the sea of flames. Lu Ming's mind raced. In the end, he also plunged into the sea of flames. The temperature of the flame sea was shockingly high, but Lu Ming operated the taboo origin power and separated the flames of the flame sea without any difficulty. He rushed towards the bottom of the sea of flames. Soon they had plunged down several thousand meters. Now, while the creatures of the universe were busy dealing with the flaming birds, Han Sen had to go deep underground. Perhaps he could find something there. Once the powerful beings of the universe were free, things would get troublesome. No one doubted the strength of those powerful great cosmoses. Although the subimmortal flaming bird was strong, they firmly believed that it would eventually be killed by those great cosmoses. Those powerful great universes had many trump cards. More than 1 or 2 geniuses had come, and more than one of them had a true immortal spell mark. As long as these people attacked and used their true immortal spell marks, the subimmortal flaming bird would definitely die. Even if they didn't have enough true immortal spell marks, as long as they temporarily delayed the subimmortal flaming bird and gave the others time to prepare, they could still kill the subimmortal flaming bird with their subimmortal weapons. In other words, the subimmortal flaming bird would be killed sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. Lu Ming kept rushing down, but not long after, the flames surged. A flaming bird shuttled through the flames and charged towards Lu Ming. However, it wasn't strong. It was only at the mid-stage of the origin realm. Lu Ming destroyed it with a sweep of his spear. Next, Lu Ming encountered attacks from flaming birds from time to time. However, these flaming birds weren't very strong. The strongest was only at the peak of the origin realm. There were no other subimmortals, so they couldn't threaten Lu Ming. There should be a group of flaming birds living in this sea of liquid flames. There were many of them, but there shouldn't be many subimmortal flaming birds. There might even be only one. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been only one of them. After about half an hour, Lu Ming arrived at the bottom of the sea of flames. Lu Ming rushed to the bottom as if he had passed through a layer of film. In the next moment, Lu Ming arrived at an even wider space. This space was very strange. Looking up, it was a sea of flames, but it was suspended in midair. Not a single drop of liquid flame would fall. Looking down, it was also a sea of flames. However, the color was slightly different from the sea of flames above, giving off a more terrifying feeling. The space that Lu Ming was in was sandwiched between two seas of flames. One could imagine the environment. It was like being in a furnace, filled with terrifying heat. Even the space seemed to be scorching hot. Being in the middle of it, one was constantly being stewed by the high temperature. Lu Ming was sure that if a divine master came here, they would instantly be reduced to ashes. In fact, even ordinary origins wouldn't feel good if they entered this place. Pooh. Not far away, the sea of flames above trembled slightly, and many figures appeared. Like Lu Ming, they had passed through the sea of flames to reach this place. Among them, there were existences at the early stage of origin. After they arrived here, the protective power of origin vibrated and a layer of flames appeared around their bodies. It was actually burning their power of origin. Arg! One of them screamed, unable to bear it. His protective origin energy was burned through, and his body was set ablaze like a torch. He screamed and charged into the sea of flames above, fleeing without a trace. In fact, it wasn't just one person. Early Origin's existences indeed found it very difficult to bear the flames here. However, there were exceptions. For example, the Origin energy they cultivated leaned towards heat and flames. They were like fish in water here. Lu Ming glanced around. Without stopping, he randomly chose a direction and flew off. This space was the core region of the heart of the universe. The soul was hidden in this space, but its exact location was unknown. Whether one could find it depended on one's luck. Lu Ming had heard people talking in the crowd. The structure of the first heart of the universe was very similar to this one. According to his previous experience, this space would also nurture some treasures. This was the opportunity that most people wanted to obtain. After flying for a while, Lu Ming saw a protruding rock in the sea of flames below. The rock was fiery red like red jade. A divine herb. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a divine herb growing on the protruding rock, like a fire lotus. Chapter 51-59. A fire lotus grew on the protruding rock. A heavenly herb that could be produced in such an environment was definitely extraordinary. Lu Ming flew over and discovered that it was a source-level heavenly herb. Of course, it was only a regular source-level heavenly herb and not a peak one. Peak source-level heavenly herbs did not appear so easily. Lu Ming plucked it and continued forward. Behind him, Lu Ming would discover protruding rocks from time to time. Of course, not every protruding rock had a heavenly herb growing on it. In reality, he would only come across them once in a while. There were also people who competed with Lu Ming during this period of time, but they were all casually dealt with by Lu Ming. He basically left no traces when killing people in this place. He could toss them into the sea of fire after killing them, and not even a speck of dust would be left behind. Oh, what a large rock. It's like a mountain. Lu Ming suddenly saw a protruding rock in the sea of fire up ahead. However, the rock was just too large, like a mountain. Boom. Suddenly, a rumble rang out from the top of the mountain. There was a flash of light as several figures constantly clashed. Someone was fighting. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he approached the rocky peak silently. I was the one who discovered this pool of body-cleansing fluid first, one of them bellowed furiously. He was an old man who was at late reciprocity. So what if you discovered it? Only the strong can obtain it. If you don't have the ability, it means you have no fate with this pool of body-cleansing fluid. The other person sneered. He was a burly man who seemed to be in his 30s. He was also at late reciprocity. There was a young woman beside the burly man. Clearly, she was with the burly man. The two of them worked together and forced the old man into a disadvantageous position, forcing him to constantly retreat. The old man was furious, but there was nothing he could do. This was how cultivators were. Strength reigned supreme. Without strength, even if they came across treasures, they could only return empty-handed. Their conversation had been hushed in the beginning, so they did not spread out. They were afraid that someone would hear them. However, the old man's face became vicious at this moment. He suddenly roared out, "There's a pool of body-cleansing fluid here." His voice was like thunder, spreading far and wide. Late reciprocity existences could easily travel hundreds of millions of kilometers when they circulated their origin energy and roared out. Lu Ming heard it immediately. Body-cleansing fluid, the fluid that's said to be able to cleanse the body and evolve? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had not stayed in the Azure Divine Realm for so many years for nothing. He had read many books and records of many strange and precious treasures. The Great Desolate Alliance did not have any records of these rare treasures, but the Azure Divine Realm did not lack them. The body-cleansing liquid was an extremely precious and rare spiritual essence of heaven and earth. If a cultivator absorbed and refined it, their physical body would transform. If there was enough of it, it could even allow reciprocity cultivators to form a tribulation body earlier. The immortal tribulation had 9 stages. To the tutu. I'm taking the body-cleansing fluid. Lu Ming suddenly sped up and charged toward the rocky mountain. Lu Ming's body had reached the peak of the first layer, but it was stuck. He had encountered a bottleneck, and even in the immortal graveyard, he could not break through. But as long as he had enough body-cleansing fluid, his body could evolve again and reach the second layer. That way, his battle prowess would be even stronger, and it would be easier for him to undergo the immortal tribulation. He had learned a lot about the immortal tribulation from the old man. The stronger the origin energy, the higher the level, the more terrifying the immortal tribulation would be. Although the benefits would be greater after overcoming it, everything would be over if he failed. Only when he was strong enough could he overcome the immortal tribulation. His body was very important. Damn it! The man and woman were furious when they heard the old man's roar. There were many experts here, and the roar would definitely attract other experts. Once a peak reciprocity expert came, they would not have a share. Kill him quickly, then take the body-cleansing fluid and leave this place. The woman yelled. She and the burly man attacked wildly, wanting to kill the old man as soon as possible and take the body-cleansing fluid. The old man's face was ferocious and crazy. He resisted with all his might and tried to stall for time. If he could not get it, the other party could not either. Bang! The old man was hit, and half of his body exploded. He almost died. The burly man and the woman wanted to kill the old man in one go, but their faces suddenly changed. They stopped and looked to the right. A young man had appeared on the right side at some point. The young man was tall and slender. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes shone like stars. He was Lu Ming. Seeing that someone had arrived, the old man quickly retreated and pulled away. He's only at late reciprocity. The burly man and the woman glanced at Lu Ming and discovered that Lu Ming was only at late reciprocity. They immediately let out a sigh of relief. The two of them were not afraid of Lu Ming. Kid, get lost. The body-cleansing fluid is not something you can touch. The burly man yelled coldly and then sent a message to the woman. He stopped Lu Ming and told the woman to quickly collect the body-cleansing fluid. The body-cleansing fluid is mine. Lu Ming spoke and took a step forward, about to rush to the peak of the mountain. You're courting death. The burly man roared and threw a punch at Lu Ming. This punch was an extremely powerful Genesis technique. He wanted to kill Lu Ming with one punch. A late reciprocity expert's Genesis technique was very powerful, but unfortunately, it was nothing in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out a large hand and grabbed at the air. A huge palm was formed, and the 5 fingers were like 5 spears, grabbing at the burly man and the woman. The terrifying power made the burly man and the woman's expressions change drastically. As soon as Lu Ming attacked, they felt a fatal danger and knew that they had encountered a terrifying enemy. The burly man roared and the woman let out a long howl before attacking as well, unleashing their strongest attacks. But in front of Lu Ming, it was not enough. With a grab of the hand, the two's attacks collapsed and a destructive power enveloped them. Spare us! The burly man and the woman cried out in fear and begged for mercy. But Lu Ming was unmoved. The burly man had clearly wanted to kill Lu Ming earlier, but now he was begging for mercy when he saw that he was no match for him. Was it so easy to be a cultivator? Bang! The hand mercilessly grabbed, and the burly man and the woman screamed as their bodies exploded. Their souls were wiped out. Nearby, the old man broke out in a cold sweat. He knew very well how powerful the man and woman were. They were much stronger than him, but they could not even withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. They were killed in a single move. Lu Ming was also at late reciprocity, the same as him, but the difference was just too great. Chapter 5160. Sir, the body-cleansing liquid is yours. I'll take my leave. The old man cupped his fists and hurriedly turned to leave. Looks like it won't be that easy to get the body-cleansing liquid. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and scanned the surroundings. People were rushing over from all directions at an astonishing speed. There was no lack of top experts among them. The old man's roar just now had traveled too far. As long as they weren't too far away, they all heard it and rushed over frantically. Everyone was tempted by the body-cleansing liquid. Even the powerful great cosmos didn't produce much of such a top-grade spiritual item. It could be said that it was very rare. It could only be nurtured in the endless chaos. However, the endless chaos was extremely dangerous and contained many unknowns. It was difficult for ordinary people to cross it, let alone enter to search for treasures. Treasures like the body-cleansing liquid were related to the immortal tribulation and their lives. It was more important than anything else. Lu Ming took a step forward and arrived at the top of the mountain. There was a small pond at the top of the mountain. The pond was filled with a fiery red liquid. This liquid wasn't liquid fire. It just looked like it. This was the body-cleansing liquid. It emitted a rich fragrance. Lu Ming felt that all the pores on his body were about to open automatically to absorb this fragrance. Lu Ming took out a jade bottle and circulated his power of origin, activating the jade bottle. Instantly, a suction force was generated toward the body-washing liquid. The body-washing liquid turned into wisps of ribbon-like liquid and was absorbed into the jade bottle. Lu Ming was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the entire pond of body-cleansing liquid was sucked into the jade bottle by Lu Ming. At this moment, the first wave of people finally arrived. There were about a dozen people dressed in the same way. All of them were wearing striped long robes. Their eyes were terrifying as they stared at Lu Ming. Kid, the body-cleansing liquid is not something you can touch. You're courting death. One of the burly men stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Ming with his big hand. He was at the peak of reciprocity. The other party was very decisive. He knew that there were people coming from all directions, so he didn't waste any time and attacked as soon as he arrived. He wanted to kill Lu Ming, seize the body-cleansing liquid, and then retreat. The war god's spear appeared and swept out, directly blowing up the other party's hand. His opponent's eyes narrowed. He had never thought that Lu Ming, a late reciprocity cultivator, would actually possess the battle prowess to block his attack. Let's attack together. The burly man bellowed, and the others who came with him also attacked together. Among the dozen or so people, there were 4 peak reciprocity experts while the rest were late reciprocity experts. Early reciprocity or even mid-reciprocity cultivators would stay here for a very long time. Kill! Lu Ming shouted, his eyes cold. Since the other party was being overbearing, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. If he did not display his thunderous methods, how could he intimidate others? There would definitely be people who would continuously attack him. Activating a Genesis technique, Lu Ming grew to a height of 5 meters. Divine light swirled around his spear as it swept out. Bang bang bang. Their attacks were constantly dispersed. The war god's spear crushed through them, forcing them to retreat. Those who were only at late reciprocity paled and almost vomited blood. How is this possible? These people were extremely shocked. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at late reciprocity, yet he was able to suppress them all by himself. Although they were not creatures of this universe and had come to the primitive universe, they were somewhat suppressed, making it difficult for them to display their full battle prowess. But Lu Ming was not suppressed? They could sense that Lu Ming's aura was the same as the primitive universe. Lu Ming was a creature of the primitive universe. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, more and more figures appeared in the surroundings, surrounding the mountain peak. Naturally, Lu Ming was also surrounded. Kid, hand over the body-washing liquid and we'll spare your life. A treasure like the body-washing liquid is not something you can get your hands on. Cold yells rang out one after another as icy auras locked onto Lu Ming. There were people from the Yang world and also people from the Yin world. But at this moment, these people were all staring at Lu Ming with fiery eyes. There are so many of you, but there's only one body-washing liquid. Even if I hand it over, how will you split it? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He was not afraid at all. As the saying goes, the strong are bold. Now, as long as the sub-immortals did not appear, he was not afraid of anyone in the origin realm. Even if the experts of the great universe had all kinds of trump cards, did he not have any trump cards? Human King Broken Sword had not drunk blood for a long time. Lu Ming's words made the eyes of the surrounding people flicker. They sized up the others with murderous intent in their eyes. Lu Ming's method of sowing discord was too low level. How could they not know? Everyone present knew that Lu Ming was sowing discord, but even if they knew, what could they do? They desperately wanted the body-washing liquid and wanted to take it for themselves. Since everyone thought so, then what Lu Ming said was very realistic. Who should he give it to? Everyone, please give face to the Yuan Rong Great Universe. I will remember this kindness. A burly man on one side spoke. The Yuan Rong Great Universe was considered powerful among the tens of thousands of universes in the Yang realm. Their overall strength was ranked in the upper echelons. Ordinary great universes in the Yang realm had to give them some face. But now, in the face of the body-washing liquid, no one was willing to give it up. Not to mention the creatures of the underworld. What's the big deal about the Yuan Rong Great Universe? Get lost. Someone from the underworld shouted coldly, not giving face at all. Both sides surrounded Lu Ming. For a moment, no one made a move, forming a stalemate. No one dared to make the first move. Even if they killed Lu Ming and obtained the body-washing liquid, they would still be attacked by others. Lu Ming shook his head in disappointment. He originally wanted to let the parties kill each other so that he could save some energy, but he didn't expect these people to not make a move. Then he could only make a move. Since you guys aren't making a move, then get lost. Lu Ming shouted and stepped in one direction. His speed was extremely shocking. With a step, he approached the living beings in that direction. Boom! The war god's spear pressed down. Do it, kill him. Kill this kid first, then fight for the body-washing liquid with our own ability. A few shouts sounded, and the people in that direction attacked. In an instant, at least 3 peak origin experts attacked together. 3 terrifying attacks attacked Lu Ming's vital points at the same time, wanting to kill Lu Ming. However, the war god's spear carried a vast destructive energy. When it pressed down, the 3 attacks instantly collapsed. The war god's spear didn't stop, and destructive energy rushed out. The 3 peak origin experts groaned, and their bodies shook violently. They retreated and spat out blood. The people in the other directions were also shocked. 3 peak origin experts attacked together, but they were actually repelled by Lu Ming in one move, and they were injured. This kind of combat strength was a little shocking. This person is a monster. Let's attack together and kill him first. Yes, let's attack together. The experts in the other directions also roared. Chapter 5161. There were at least a dozen peak origin source experts in the surroundings who wanted to attack together to deal with Lu Ming. I can't be bothered to play with you. A pair of wings appeared on Lu Ming's back. With a flap, he charged out of the encirclement and into the distance. If he really wanted to fight, it wouldn't be difficult for Lu Ming to kill the dozen peak origin source experts and the other experts. In fact, killing these peak origin source experts was even easier than killing the master of the Heavenly Palace. After all, the master of the Heavenly Palace was born in the primeval universe and had gradually adapted to the laws and order of the primeval universe. Although he was still suppressed, the suppression wasn't too great. Similar to the heavenly human race, the 8 forbidden races were also in the same situation. These creatures from the outerverse had just entered the primeval universe and were suppressed by the primeval universe. Their strength had been greatly reduced, making it easier to kill them. However, killing these people was meaningless. Lu Ming's goal was to obtain the body-washing elixir and find a place where no one was around to refine it. Boom! Lu Ming hadn't flown far when a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and slammed a palm towards Lu Ming. The palm force was so terrifying that the void was completely destroyed. Lu Ming could only see a hazy palm enveloped in primal chaos as it blasted towards him. Without thinking, Lu Ming also slammed his palm out. Lu Ming was currently in the state of a Genesis technique, so a casual attack was still very powerful. With a terrifying roar, circles of destructive energy burst out from the 2 palms and swept out in all directions. Then, the 2 figures retreated. It's that guy. Lu Ming's gaze shifted. In front of him stood a white-haired, sage-like old man in Daoist robes. Wasn't that the old man from the Jade Clear Great Cosmos? Swish, swish, swish. Behind the sage-like old man, more than 20 figures rushed over. They were all experts from the Jade Clear Great Cosmos. It's the Jade Clear Great Cosmos. There's also Fenjiuzi. I heard that Fenjiuzi's battle strength is already close to an existence on the origin list. The faces of the people from the other universes changed. With the Jade Clear Great Cosmos and Fenjiuzi around, the body cleansing elixir most likely had nothing to do with them. Fenjiuzi's combat power was extremely shocking. He was famous even among the origins of the entire universe ocean. It was rumored that his battle prowess was close to the origin list. This was incredibly shocking. The reciprocity rankings included the strongest experts of the reciprocity realm in the entire world of the living. There were only 1,000 names listed on the list. In the vast world of the living, there were over 30,000 great universes and countless living beings. Among them, there were countless origin realm existences. It was impossible to count. The weaker universes were fine, but the stronger universes were filled with experts. There were far too many origin realm experts. For example, at the peak of the primitive universe in the previous epoch, immortals roamed freely. There were countless origin realm experts. In the vast world of the living, there were over 30,000 universes and countless reciprocity experts. Only 1,000 people could enter the rankings, which was more than enough to demonstrate the strength of these 1,000 people. On average, only 1 out of dozens of great cosmoses would appear. For Fenjiuzi to be close to the origin list, his battle prowess was imaginable. You have some strength. It's rare to have such battle prowess at the late stage of reciprocity. However, you're still not my opponent. Give me the body cleansing elixir. Fenjiuzi said. His eyes burned with passion. He was determined to get the body cleansing elixir. He had been at the peak of reciprocity for countless years, but he had never dared to undergo the immortal tribulation because he was not confident. Once he began to undergo the immortal tribulation, there would be no retreat. If he failed, he would die. The body cleansing elixir could transform the body. The stronger the body, the greater the chance of undergoing the immortal tribulation. Make your move. If you defeat me, I'll give you the body cleansing elixir. Lu Ming said. He held his spear with one hand and his battle intent surged. Lu Ming wanted to fight someone close to the origin list. He wanted to see if his battle prowess could compare to an existence on the origin list. Earlier, he had been ambushed by Fenjiuzi. In his haste, he had not used much strength. You still want to fight with me? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Fenjiuzi's eyes turned cold. With a swish, his body turned into a ray of green light and charged at Lu Ming. He threw a palm at Lu Ming. A green palm print that was as big as a mountain was extremely terrifying. It was even more powerful than when he ambushed Lu Ming. It could be seen that Fenjiuzi was injured. He was wearing a glove that was as thin as a cicada's wing. He should have a top source-level divine weapon that could increase the power of the palm print. Buzz. Lu Ming waved his war god spear and swept it out, colliding with the palm print. Bang. The force swept out, but this time, Lu Ming was prepared. The power of his attack soared, and the green palm print directly collapsed. Fenjiuzi's body shook violently as he retreated. Lu Ming, on the other hand, did not move at all. Battle prowess close to the origin list is just SOSO. Lu Ming said indifferently. You, Fenjiuzi's face turned ugly, but he was very shocked. He was only at the late stage of origin, but he could actually force him back. Such battle prowess was top-notch even in the vast Yang realm. However, it was impossible for him to give up just like that. Kill. Fenjiuzi roared, and an even stronger aura surged out of his body. On the surface of his body, a scarlet light seeped out. It's the tribulation light. This guy has also reached the level of one tribulation body. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Boom. Fenjiuzi charged toward Lu Ming again. He waved his palms continuously and the void exploded. Many terrifying palm prints shrouded Lu Ming. At the same time, a pagoda rushed out of Fenjiuzi's forehead. The pagoda was green, and streaks of green light fell from the top of the pagoda like a waterfall, suppressing Lu Ming. This is more interesting. Lu Ming roared and waved his spear to meet the attack. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Fenjiuzi had exchanged dozens of blows. Then, with a loud bang, the green pagoda was blown away, and cracks appeared on it. Fenjiuzi retreated violently, coughing up blood. His face was pale, and a bloody hole appeared in his chest. It was obviously pierced by the war god's spear. The people around gasped in disbelief. Lu Ming could actually defeat Fenjiuzi. Such battle prowess was simply terrifying. Is this the battle prowess close to the origin list? Lu Ming whispered, and he had a rough idea. To be honest, Fenjiuzi was very strong. He was many times stronger than the master of the Heavenly Palace. Ordinary peak origin experts were not enough in front of Fenjiuzi. In the battle just now, Lu Ming had already felt that Fenjiuzi's origin power should be at the intermediate level, but it had reached the peak of the intermediate level. Moreover, Fenjiuzi's physical body was also exceptionally powerful. Just like Lu Ming, he had a one tribulation body. Moreover, his genesis techniques were also very profound. They had been comprehended to a very deep level, and their power was very astonishing. With his peak origin cultivation on the surface, he was not much weaker than Lu Ming. But Lu Ming's genesis techniques were ultimately stronger. Moreover, Lu Ming was not suppressed, so it was relatively easy for him to win. Chapter 5162. Of course, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat Fenjiuzi in the Outerverse. The vast cosmic sea is indeed filled with experts. He's only close to the origin list, yet he already has such battle prowess. I wonder how strong the experts on the origin list are. Lu Ming whispered, looking forward to it. He wouldn't belittle himself, and he still had the belief that he was invincible. This was because he was still far from reaching the peak of the origin realm. Whether it was his cultivation, genesis arts, or genesis roots, he still had a lot of room for improvement. Set up a joint attack formation and kill him. Fenjiuzi suddenly shouted with a ferocious look in his eyes. So what if he couldn't defeat Lu Ming? He had to get the body-washing liquid. Suddenly, figures flickered behind Fenjiuzi as they began to set up a joint attack formation. I won't keep you company. Lu Ming's wings flapped as he quickly retreated. The Jade Clear Great Cosmos was one of the top 10 great cosmoses in the Yang realm. Lu Ming didn't want to offend them. At the same time, their joint attack formation was also very powerful. Even Lu Ming didn't want to face a joint attack formation set up by 18 peak origin experts. Lu Ming was extremely fast, and these people couldn't stop him at all. With a few flashes, he disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Fenjiuzi roared in anger. A pool of body-washing liquid had disappeared in front of him just like that. He was so angry that his liver hurt. However, Lu Ming was too fast, and he couldn't catch up at all. Lu Ming flew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he flew hundreds of thousands of miles away. He then chose a place with no one and plunged into the sea of flames. He wanted to refine the body-washing liquid in the sea of flames. The battle with Fenjiuzi had given him a rough understanding of his own battle prowess. Although he was very confident and wouldn't belittle himself, he still felt a huge pressure. After all, Fenjiuzi hadn't entered the origin list yet. How strong would the true experts on the origin list be? Also, how terrifying would those in the top 100 or even the top 10 be? Lu Ming had to constantly improve. Lu Ming's goal was to be the strongest in every realm. He opened the jade bottle and revealed the body-cleansing liquid inside. A fragrant smell wafted out, but it was blocked by the liquid fire outside. "Qiu, protect me," Lu Ming said. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Qiu flew out and stood guard around Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a deep breath. The body-washing liquid in the jade bottle turned into a stream of water and was sucked into Lu Ming's mouth. With a gulp, the blood flowed down his throat and into his stomach. Lu Ming immediately felt a warm current spread throughout his body, seeping into every cell in his body. His cells greedily absorbed this energy. Crack crack, Lu Ming's body began to wriggle. Strange sounds could be heard, and wisps of black smoke seeped out of Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's fleshly body was transforming. And Lu Ming kept swallowing the body-cleansing liquid. Half a day later, Lu Ming had completely refined the body-cleansing liquid. Lu Ming's fleshly body had also completed its transformation. His body was slender, and his muscles were well-proportioned, as if he was filled with great power. With a little force, the light of tribulation would spread out from the surface of his body. However, the light of tribulation was no longer red, but orange. Second tribulation body. Lu Ming's fleshly body had made another breakthrough, reaching the second tribulation body. At the late origin realm, his fleshly body was comparable to that of a person who had undergone 2 immortal tribulations. This was absolutely shocking. The breakthrough of his fleshly body allowed Lu Ming's strength to increase again. "Let's go!" Lu Ming rushed out of the sea of flames and headed in a direction with Qiu. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. In the past few days, Lu Ming did not encounter any more spiritual items like the body-cleansing liquid, but he did obtain a lot of divine herbs. Even the top source-level divine herbs were obtained by Lu Ming. Unfortunately, what Lu Ming wanted the most was treasures that could strengthen his fleshly body, soul, and origin roots. However, such treasures were too precious. Even in the heart of the universe, there were not many of them. And there were too many creatures that entered the heart of the universe, so it was too difficult to gain anything. A few flaming birds pounced out of the sea of flames above and attacked Lu Ming. Qiu flew out and dealt with the flaming birds in a few moves. There are more and more flaming birds in this direction. Strange, there must be a problem, Lu Ming pondered. When Lu Ming came to the vicinity, he discovered that the number of flaming birds here was astonishing. From time to time, flaming birds would pounce out. It was as if he had come to a flaming bird nest. With so many flaming birds guarding here, there must be something unusual ahead. "Let's go take a look," Lu Ming muttered. He was now bold because of his skills. Unless he encountered a sub-immortal, he was fearless. If he couldn't defeat them, he could still retreat. Lu Ming continued to move forward, but the resistance he encountered was getting stronger and stronger. Flaming birds kept pouncing out of the sea of flames to attack Lu Ming. However, the strongest were only at the peak of origin. It wasn't difficult for Lu Ming and Qiu to break through. Not long after, Lu Ming had crossed tens of thousands of miles. That is, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a ball of flames in the sky ahead. It was hovering in the air and burning fiercely like a sun. The flame was very big, with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters. Even from far away, Lu Ming could feel the scorching temperature. This is the soul of the heart of the universe. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had heard a lot of things when he was in the crowd. The soul of the first piece of the heart of the universe looked like this. It was like a huge ball of flames that emitted an astonishingly high temperature. I didn't expect to be the first to encounter a soul. Could it be that this fragment of the heart of the universe is fated with me? Lu Ming muttered. Lu Ming, this is the soul. It said that if you fuse with this soul, you can control the fragment of the heart of the universe. Do you want to take it? Qiu asked. Lu Ming looked hesitant. He was struggling in his heart. It would be a lie if he didn't want to be tempted by the treasure in front of him. However, Lu Ming quickly made a decision and shook his head. Forget it. Even if I take it, I can't keep it. Even if he fused with the soul, many experts would have to set up a powerful array to shrink the fragment of the heart of the universe and refine it into a spatial treasure. Not to mention that he didn't know how to do it. Even if he did, he couldn't keep it. There were hundreds of experts from the great cosmos outside, and there would definitely be more coming. He would definitely be hunted down by these experts. When a bunch of experts on the origin list came, it would be very difficult for Lu Ming to defeat them. Not to mention, there were less than 100 years before the origin tribulation would be over. At that time, when a sub-immortal descended, Lu Ming wouldn't be able to keep the fragment of the heart of the universe no matter what. If he took it, it would instead cause a fatal disaster. There was no choice. After all, he didn't have a backer or the support of a powerful universe. Are we going to miss it just like that? Qiu was also a little unwilling. Chapter 5163. Qiu was very unwilling. They were the first to find the soul. Could it be that they could only watch helplessly? It's not to the extent of missing it completely. It said that the soul contains rich soul matter. We can absorb this soul matter without fusing with the soul. Lu Ming said. The soul matter in the soul was a rare spiritual essence of the world. It could temper the soul and transform it. Its value was immeasurable. When one's cultivation approached the peak of reciprocity, the next step was the immortal tribulation. After passing the immortal tribulation, one would be able to transcend the universe and become an immortal. Immortals were a completely different level of life. But the immortal tribulation was a bottomless abyss in front of all cultivators. Since ancient times, who knew how many outstanding geniuses had died? To pass the immortal tribulation, the physical body, soul, and origin roots were the most important. None of the three could be left behind. If one was left behind, the immortal tribulation would not be passed. Therefore, after reaching the peak of reciprocity, even sub-immortal existences would do their best to find ways to improve their physical body, soul, and origin roots. In the vast cosmic sea, there were indeed rare spiritual essences of the world that could transform the three. Relatively speaking, spiritual essences of the world that could improve the physical body were easier to find. Treasures that could improve the soul were rarer and harder to come by. And the rarest and scarcest of all were treasures that could improve the origin roots. The soul matter in the heart of the universe was a treasure that could improve the soul. How could Lu Ming miss out on it? Even if he could not take away the heart of the universe, he had to absorb the soul matter in it. Let's go! Lu Ming and Qiu charged towards the soul. Buzz. The soul seemed to have intelligence and vibrated slightly. A terrifyingly powerful pressure was emitted from it and rushed towards Lu Ming. Break! Lu Ming roared and used a Genesis technique. His palm was like a blade as it slashed down and split the pressure apart. Qiu also transformed into the human king's broken sword. Its sword light was like a waterfall, breaking through everything and slashing apart the pressure. One person and one ball continued to advance. Powerful pressure constantly rushed out of the soul. If it was an ordinary reciprocity, or even an ordinary peak reciprocity, it would be very difficult to resist this pressure. But in the end, he was unable to stop Lu Ming and Qiu. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Ming and Xiaoqiu approached the heart and soul. They took a step forward and charged into the heart of the heart and soul. Their hearts and souls were like the sun. After they entered, they couldn't see anything from the outside. Speaking of which, it was rather strange. When he was outside, it was incredibly hot. The temperature that his soul gave off was shockingly high, requiring him to circulate his origin energy at all times to resist. However, when it entered his heart and soul, it was cool and refreshing. He couldn't feel any heat at all. Furthermore, there were traces of a black substance floating in the depths of his soul. These black substances were like black ribbons. They emitted a fluorescent light and even had a refreshing fragrance that made one's soul feel refreshed and refreshed. This was soul matter. Qiuqiu, you should absorb some too. Lu Ming Qiuqiu. Although Qiuqiu's physique was special and could evolve by devouring metallic materials and divine weapons, absorbing more soul matter was always beneficial. All right. Qiuqiu opened its mouth and sucked, swallowing a wisp of soul matter. Lu Ming also opened his mouth and sucked in a wisp of soul matter. Then he sat down cross-legged and began to refine it. At this time, Lu Ming's soul had completely gathered inside his origin root. When the soul matter entered Lu Ming's body, it rushed to the origin root and entered his soul. It intertwined with his soul and continuously tempered it. Lu Ming felt his soul strengthening bit by bit. Although he could borrow the wills of the experts in the immortal graveyard to temper his soul, the speed was far from this fast. 2 hours later, a wisp of soul matter was completely refined. Lu Ming felt that his soul had strengthened by about 20%. It had only been 2 hours, but he had already gained so much. The speed was astonishing. Lu Ming opened his mouth and sucked in a wisp of soul matter. Time flew by and 2 days passed very quickly. During these 2 days, Lu Ming had been refining the soul matter. Finally, his soul had also completed its transformation. It had transformed from a 1 tribulation soul to a 2 tribulation soul. Both his soul power and soul strength had increased greatly. However, there was still a lot of soul matter in his heart. Lu Ming had no intention of leaving. He planned to absorb all the soul matter before leaving. At this time, other living beings finally arrived outside his heart. Swish, 3 figures appeared not far away. The leader was a youth. If others were here, they would definitely recognize him. He was Su Liangfu of the Clear Spring Great Cosmos, a monstrous genius ranked 897 on the origin list. Behind Su Liangfu stood 2 old men. At a glance, one could tell that they were extremely powerful experts. Heart Soul. There are a lot of blazing birds guarding this area. It is indeed extraordinary. So the heart soul is here. Su Liangfu was overjoyed. Congratulations, young master. This fragment of the heart of the universe is fated with you. An old man said with a smile on his face. Su Liangfu, you are too naive. Do you think you can get your hands on the fragment of the heart of the universe? A sneer came from another direction. Then there was a flash of light and 5 figures appeared. One of them was also a youth. Behind him were 4 burly men and an elder. Jia Qing, it's you. Su Liangfu's face changed. Jia Qing was also a monstrous genius. Like him, he was also on the origin list of the Yang realm. Moreover, he was ranked a few dozen places higher than him, at 865. Su Liangfu, if you want to get the heart soul, let's see who's stronger. Jia Qing was very strong. He was ranked a few dozen places higher than Su Liangfu. He was confident that he could suppress Su Liangfu. Don't think that you are stronger than me just because you are ranked a few places higher than me. The origin list hasn't been updated for 1,000 years. Su Liangfu said coldly. The meaning behind his words was simple. If the origin list was updated now, he could suppress Jia Qing. If it is updated, my ranking won't be just a few dozen places higher than yours. It won't be that simple. Jia Qing sneered in response. As they spoke, both of their auras rose to the peak. Their auras collided in the void, creating rumbling explosions. Both sides knew that if they didn't completely defeat their opponent, they wouldn't be able to get the heart soul. However, before the 2 sides fought, their eyes suddenly flashed, and they looked in the same direction at the same time. 5 figures rushed over, bringing with them a cold aura. 5 experts from the underworld. They were 5 black panthers. To be precise, they were creatures that looked very similar to panthers. Their bodies were pitch black, and they stood not far away. With a flash of light, the 5 black panthers transformed into their human forms. The one at the front was an extremely tall and sturdy young man. Behind him were also 4 old men. So the heart soul is here. You are my people. You can get lost now. The Black Panther youth grinned and glanced coldly at Su Liangfu and Jia Qing as if he was looking at 2 trash. What big words? Su Liangfu replied coldly. Chapter 5164. Join forces to kill him first? Jia Qing glanced at Su Liangfu. When encountering someone from the underworld, their problems could be put aside for now. It wouldn't be too late to fight for the soul after dealing with the underworld experts. Do it. Su Liangfu's reply was very direct. As soon as his voice fell, he attacked like a bolt of lightning, pouncing at the Black Panther youth. At the same time, Jia Qing also attacked from the other side. The 4 old men behind the Black Panther youth wanted to attack, but they were stopped by the Black Panther youth. Don't attack. Let me deal with them. The Black Panther youth transmitted his voice to the 4 old men. At the same time, his body had already pounced forward. A cold aura burst out, causing the scorching temperature to drop significantly. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 figures collided and rapidly exchanged blows. In an instant, they had exchanged more than a dozen moves. After a series of explosions, the 3 figures separated and retreated separately. Is this the so-called origin list experts of the Yang realm? So mediocre. The Black Panther youth sneered. The Yang realm's origin list was the strongest group of origin realm experts in the Yang realm. The underworld would naturally collect relevant information about them. The Black Panther youth easily recognized Jia Qing and Su Liangfu. Su Liangfu and Jia Qing's expressions were somewhat unsightly. They didn't expect that the 2 of them together couldn't take down the other party. The other party's combat strength was shockingly strong. If they were placed on the Yang realm's origin list, their ranking would be far higher than theirs. Again! Su Liangfu shouted. His body was covered in scarlet light as he pushed his combat strength to the peak and charged at the Black Panther youth again. On the other side, Jia Qing also pushed his combat strength to the peak and charged over. Come! The Black Panther youth sneered. His cold aura seemed to want to seal the sea of flames. With a roar, he reverted to his original form and pounced. The 3 young monsters continued to exchange blows. The experts they brought were also facing each other, cautiously watching the battlefield to avoid any accidents. Just as the 3 experts were fighting, more and more people came over. Some were alone, while others were in groups of 2 or 3. However, there were no young people. They were all old men, old women, or middle-aged men. The Black Panther youth, Su Liangfu, and Jia Qing couldn't help but stop fighting. They faced each other, but they also cautiously watched the others. Those who could reach this place were no weaklings. In fact, there were even some who were ranked on the origins list of the mortal realm. 2 elders Xinchuan, these 2 old fellows also came. Su Liangfu and Jia Qing looked at the 2 red-robed old men with solemn expressions. Xinchuan was also a powerhouse on the origin list of the Yang realm. The origin ranking was not just a ranking of young prodigies. It was a ranking based on the battle prowess of reciprocity experts. As long as one was strong enough, regardless of age, one could enter the origin board. In fact, there were not many young prodigies on the origin board. There were definitely no more than 300 of them. The others were all old powerhouses of the older generation, not belonging to the younger generation. The lifespan of reciprocity experts was basically endless. They lived as long as the universe. Many old people at the peak of reciprocity did not dare to attempt the Immortal's tribulation. They did not dare to begin the Immortal's tribulation, so they remained at peak reciprocity for a very long time. Some people had been stuck in this realm for far too long. Even if their talent was lacking in the beginning, after a long period of cultivation and accumulation, their battle prowess was extremely terrifying. For example, If one slowly comprehended Genesis arts and spent a long time, their comprehension of Genesis arts would reach an astonishing level. There were also some people who, after a long period of time, would always obtain some opportunities to improve their Genesis roots, body, and soul. In short, it was really difficult for some old people who had been stuck at peak reciprocity for countless years to fathom their true battle prowess. After all, they had lived for too long. Sometimes, time could slowly make up for some of the deficiencies in talent. Two elders Xinchuan were such people. Their ranking on the origin board of the Yang realm was not much worse than Su Liangfu and Jia Qing. In addition to the Yang realm, there were also many people from the Yin realm. There was no such thing as an origin board in the Yin realm, but there was no doubt that there was no lack of experts who were equivalent to the origin board. The situation suddenly became complicated. Everyone present glanced at the heart-soul from time to time, wanting to get it in their hands. This was especially true for those of the older generation. What they desired the most was the soul substance in the heart-soul. This was a priceless spiritual essence that could not be bought even if they wanted to. The reason why they had been stuck at peak reciprocity and did not dare to undergo the immortal tribulation was that they were not confident, or rather, they were afraid of death. Once they began to undergo the immortal tribulation, there was no turning back. They had to go all the way. Either they became an immortal or they died. For example, after one had undergone the first immortal tribulation, if one did not have the confidence to undergo the second immortal tribulation, it was impossible to stay at the level of the first immortal tribulation. If one did not undergo the immortal tribulation for too long, the immortal tribulation would automatically find one. Therefore, too many people were stuck at peak reciprocity. The two of us don't want the heart-soul. We only want the soul substance in the heart-soul, said one of two elders Xinchuan. Impossible. You won't get anything. The Black Panther youth said. How could the young geniuses give up the soul substance? The young geniuses were all ambitious. To put it bluntly, they looked down on these old guys who were stuck at peak reciprocity and did not dare to undergo the immortal tribulation. How could they become immortals if they were so cowardly? They pressed forward with indomitable will, but they also needed the assistance of various spiritual essences. In that case, we'll rely on our own abilities. One of two elders Xinchuan said with a cold face. Suddenly, an old man from the netherworld suddenly moved. He turned into a black light and rushed toward the heart-soul. How dare you! Su Liangfu shouted coldly and immediately stopped him. The stalemate was broken. A slight move would affect the whole situation. As soon as they moved, it immediately caused the others to move as well. Two elders Xinchuan joined forces and rushed toward the heart-soul, but they were stopped by the Black Panther youth. Jia Qing and the other experts were also engaged in a fierce battle. A chaotic battle broke out around the heart-soul. There's a fight outside. Inside the heart-soul, Lu Ming and Qiuqiu looked at each other. Then, the two of them opened their mouths and swallowed the soul substance with all their might, quickly refining it. They wanted to refine all the soul substance here before the others entered the heart-soul. They could not leave a trace of such good things to others. The man and the ball desperately refined the soul substance. The people outside were also desperately trying. Someone was pierced through. His body was torn apart and he died on the spot. It was one of the 4 experts brought by Jia Qing. He was killed by a sinister old man from the netherworld. This sinister old man also had the battle strength of an origin list expert. The 4 subordinates brought by Jia Qing were all peak reciprocity existences. Even among peak reciprocity existences, they were considered experts. However, there was still a huge gap between them and the existences on the origin list. The battle became more and more tragic. From time to time, people would die. Chapter 5165. The battle outside the heart-soul was getting more and more intense. It was extremely tragic, and people would fall from time to time. Those who could come here were all experts, at least at the peak of the origin realm. Most of them were considered experts at the peak of the origin realm. In order to fight for the heart-soul and the heart of the universe fragment, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. True immortal Dharma seal. Finally, Su Liangfu couldn't hold back anymore. He used his ultimate move and used the true immortal Dharma seal. As soon as the true immortal Dharma seal was used, a hazy figure condensed and pointed with a finger. On the side of the underworld, an old man comparable to an origin realm expert was sent flying like a sack. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and almost died. If he hadn't retreated in time and had a life-saving trump card, he would have been killed. Do you think you're the only one with a true immortal Dharma seal? The Black Panther youth shouted coldly and also used a talisman. It was also a true immortal Dharma seal. On the other side, Jia Qing also used a true immortal Dharma seal. The 3 true immortal Dharma seals emitted dazzling light and floated in the void. They were filled with terrifying pressure and collided with destructive power. The others, such as the 2 elders of Xinchuan, were shocked. They retreated frantically, not daring to stay nearby. They didn't have a true immortal Dharma seal. Although the 2 elders of Xinchuan and the others had battle strength comparable to the origin realm experts, and their ranking was not lower than Su Liangfu and Jia Qing's, their potential was far worse than Su Liangfu and the others. In the future, they might be trapped at the peak of the origin realm for the rest of their lives. Even if they had the courage to start the immortal tribulation, the chances of them passing the immortal tribulation and becoming an immortal were very slim. However, monstrous geniuses like Su Liangfu and Jia Qing had a great chance of passing the immortal tribulation and becoming an immortal. They could be said to be future immortals. Therefore, the true immortals behind them didn't hesitate to give them true immortal Dharma seals. The true immortal Dharma seals were to protect them. Old men like the 2 elders of Xinchuan who had almost exhausted their potential did not have the qualifications. Boom! The rumbling sounds were like thunder. The true immortal Dharma seals resisted each other. For a moment, they were in a stalemate. However, the 3 of them only exchanged over 10 moves before stopping. It's not a good idea for the 3 of us to fight like this. At that time, it will only benefit those old fellows. The young man with the black leopard swept his cold gaze across the surroundings. That's right. Why don't we deal with these old fellows first? Su Liangfu added. Even a true immortal dermic seal could not be used indefinitely. The true immortal imprint on it would eventually be exhausted after a long period of use. Furthermore, the exhaustion of a true immortal's imprint would have a certain impact on the true immortal behind it. Thus, true immortal magical seals would generally not be used rashly unless faced with a life and death situation. For example, Su Liangfu had been attacked by a subimmortal desolate beast previously, or he had used the perfected immortal dermic seal to fight for the heart of the universe fragment. Otherwise, if he used the true immortal dermic seal for no reason and exhausted it, it would affect the true immortal and incur the displeasure of the true immortal. The consequences would be dire. Although they had the potential to become immortals, as long as they did not become immortals, their status would be worlds apart from that of true immortals. As long as he did not become an immortal, he would always be an ant. Around them, the faces of those old fellows turned solemn. They could not help but retreat once again. In the face of the genuine immortal Dharma seal, only death awaited them. What a pity! I originally wanted to wait for both of you to be injured before coming out to take advantage of the situation. But now, it seems like I can only take action personally. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. Following that, a figure appeared not far away with a flash of light. This person was dressed in a Daoist robe and had a tall and sturdy figure. He was a young Daoist. "Danning, it's you!" Jia Qing and Su Liangfu exclaimed at the same time. The expression of the Black Panther youth changed drastically. Dan Ing was a peerless genius of the Yang Realm's Jade Clear Great Cosmos. His ranking on the origin board was much higher than Su Liangfu, Jia Qing, and the others. He was ranked 499. He was several hundred ranks higher than Jia Qing and Su Liangfu. To be able to rank in the top 500 of the origin board, one's combat strength was even more terrifying and unfathomable. Most importantly, Danning had an elder brother who was even more monstrous. He was ranked in the top 100 of the origin board and was known as the #1 origin realm expert of the Jade Clear Great Cosmos. To be able to rank in the top 100 of the origin board was enough to rank in the top 30 among the younger generation of origins. This was extremely terrifying. One had to know that the Jade Clear Great Cosmos was only ranked 10th among the tens of thousands of great cosmoses in the Yang realm. There were 9 more powerful great cosmoses above them with even more geniuses. This was especially so for the number 1 great cosmos in the Yang realm. It was an incomparably powerful and eternal great cosmos, the Firmament Great Cosmos. The Firmament race of the Firmament Great Cosmos was a supreme race. Throughout history, most of the most terrifying geniuses in the Yang realm had come from this race and occupied most of the top spots. Dan Ying's elder brother was able to squeeze into the top 30, which showed how terrifying he was. The Black Panther youth, Su Liangfu, and Jia Qing's eyes constantly flickered as they looked around, as if they were afraid that Dan Ying's elder brother would suddenly jump out. There's no need to look. My elder brother is not here. I alone am enough to deal with all of you. Dan Ying stepped forward as if he was not afraid of the 3 immortal seals above his head. Do the 2 of you want to compete with me? Dan Ying glanced at Su Liangfu and Jia Qing. Su Liangfu and Jia Qing's expressions kept changing. They were a little unwilling to give up their souls and the heart of the universe. However, they knew Dan Ying better. They were all geniuses in the Yang realm and had naturally fought with Dan Ying before. There was a huge gap between them and Dan Ying in a battle of the same level. Even if they joined forces, they might not be Dan Ying's match. As for using the immortal seals, that would be courting death. The Jade Clear Great Cosmos was the 10th great cosmos in the Yang realm. Immortals roamed freely and there were more than 1 or 2 kings of the immortal Dao. He definitely had an immortal seal. Moreover, it was a seal given by an extremely powerful immortal. It was not something they could compare with. Competing with an immortal seal was purely asking for a beating. I withdraw. Su Liangfu shook his head and stepped back. It was clear that he did not want to participate in the competition. Since Brother Dan is here, then this heart of the universe naturally belongs to Brother Dan. Jia Qing also squeezed out an ugly smile and stepped back. After stepping back, the 2 of them hurriedly put away the immortal seals. The longer they used it, the more they would consume. They were heartbroken. Only the Black Panther youth was left at the scene. Dan Ying looked at the Black Panther youth and said, "You don't plan to withdraw?" Withdraw? Ha, what a joke. Dan Ying, who is ranked 499 in the Yang Realm's Origins list, I would like to experience it. The Black Panther youth licked his lips with a ferocious look in his eyes. If you want to fight, I'll fulfill your wish. However, put away the immortal seals. It's meaningless to use them in a battle between you and me. Dan Ying said. Chapter 5166. The young man waved his hand and withdrew the true immortal defense. Geniuses at their level did not lack true immortal Dharma seals. When they fought, using true immortal Dharma seals would only result in a stalemate and waste their true immortal Dharma seals. In the end, they still had to rely on their own battle strength to determine the winner. The young man roared, and his body swelled, turning into a 10-meter-tall leopard covered in black armor. He then pounced at Dan Ying like a bolt of black lightning. Facing Dan Ying, the young man did not dare to be careless and pushed his battle strength to the limit. Clang. With a sword hum, a long azure sword appeared in Dan Ying's hand. Streaks of azure sword light slashed out and slashed at the young man. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out. The 2 figures fought and exchanged dozens of moves in an instant. This guy is so strong. He can fight with Dan Ying for so long. Jia Qing whispered. Obviously, the young man's battle strength had surprised them. However, for Dan Ying to be able to rank in the top 500 of the Yang Realm's origin list, his battle prowess was not just for show. Not only had he comprehended an extremely powerful Genesis technique, he had also comprehended it to an extremely profound level. Gradually, the young man was no match for Dan Ying. Dozens of moves later, blood splattered as 2 leopard legs flew out. The young man leaped back and turned into a bolt of black lightning, quickly disappearing into the distance. Dan Ying, I'll remember today's debt. The young man roared. When his voice sounded, his figure was already far away. Dan Ying snorted coldly, but he did not chase after him. The most important thing now was to refine the soul. The longer this dragged on, the more complicated the situation would become. This time, many experts had entered the primitive universe. Many of the existences on the origin list had come. A large number of experts had also come from the netherworld. He did not dare to say that he was invincible in the origin realm. Who knew if there were stronger existences? In the primitive universe, he had to refine the soul first to avoid any unexpected problems. After glancing around, Dan Ing stepped forward and charged towards the sun-like soul. In the surroundings, the others were envious, but they did not compete with Dan Ing. They knew that they were not his match. They could only look at Dan Ing enviously as he walked into the soul. Who are you? However, just as Dan Ing entered the heart soul, they heard Dan Ying's angry roar. Then, Dan Ying's figure flashed and reappeared outside the soul. He stared at the soul with a burning flame in his eyes. What's going on? Su Liangfu, Jia Qing, and the others were confused. Could it be that before them, someone had already entered the heart and soul? He had already begun to refine his soul? They began to gloat. They couldn't get it, but they were happy to see Dan Ing suffer. Who is it? Come out. Dan Ing stared at Exen Hun and roared again. Then, the crowd saw a figure walking out of their souls step by step. In the end, it was a young man with a tall and straight figure. This person was naturally Lu Ming. At this time, Lu Ming had almost completely refined the soul matter in his soul. Dan Ing glanced at Lu Ming and discovered that Lu Ming was only at late reciprocity. His gaze became even colder. The person who had entered the heart soul first was only at late reciprocity. In the surroundings, Su Liangfu, Jia Qing, and the others studied Lu Ming curiously. No one present knew Lu Ming. Lu Ming had been in seclusion in the Immortal graveyard for several hundred years. These people had only entered the primitive universe recently. Moreover, Lu Ming came from the primitive universe, so they didn't care about the remaining creatures of the primitive universe. What kind of existence could an incomplete universe give birth to? Everyone, please continue. I haven't refined the heart of the universe. Lu Ming shrugged and planned to leave. His original goal wasn't to refine the heart soul, but to refine the soul matter. Now that the soul matter had been refined, he could leave. However, Dan Ing clearly didn't plan on letting Lu Ming leave. Clang. With a sword hum, a cyan sword light slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flashed, dodging the sword light. He looked coldly at Dan Ing and said, "Brother, what is the meaning of this? You've refined the soul matter in the heart soul and you still want to leave?" Dan Ing said coldly. His eyes flickered with terrifying killing intent. Earlier, when he had entered the heart soul, he had already discovered that the soul matter inside had been completely refined. His heart was bleeding. Soul matter was extremely precious and priceless. It could transform one's soul. Originally, it should have belonged to him. But now, it had been refined by Lu Ming. This person deserved to die. This person had refined the soul matter? Jia Qing, Su Liangfu, Elder Shen Chuan, and the others looked at Lu Ming. Envy flashed through their eyes, but it was immediately replaced by pity. A mere late reciprocity cultivator had actually refined the soul matter and taken something he shouldn't have. They could imagine how miserable his fate would be. Dan Ing wasn't someone easy to deal with. He was known for his ruthlessness. Otherwise, they wouldn't have retreated without a fight. Dan Ing was backed by the Jade Clear Great Cosmos. If he wanted to take revenge, it would be very troublesome. It's already good enough that I left the heart soul to you. What else do you want? Lu Ming replied. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, he wasn't afraid of it. Nonsense. You don't have the right to touch the soul matter. That Dan Ing shouted coldly and directly attacked. His sword light flashed. In an instant, 9 cyan sword lights slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He swept out with his war god spear and destroyed the 9 sword lights. Dan Ying's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming's battle prowess had exceeded his expectations. Although he hadn't used his full strength, it was more than enough to kill a late reciprocity cultivator. Even regular peak reciprocity cultivators couldn't block it. However, it had been defeated by Lu Ming in a single move. He knew that he had underestimated Lu Ming. No one who could reach this place was weak. Even late reciprocity experts were extremely powerful. You have some ability, but it's far from enough. You must die today. Dan Ing shouted coldly. He had used his true strength and used a Genesis technique. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dan Ing seemed to have fused with his sword, turning into a dazzling sword light that shot towards Lu Ming. I'd like to see how strong the top 500 on the origin list are. Lu Ming was fearless. He circulated his Genesis technique and met the attack head-on. Boom! The two of them exchanged a blow in the air. Their energy overflowed and swept out in all directions. Even the liquid flames above and below them exploded. The two figures swayed slightly and began fighting again. Sword light and spear light were faster than lightning. They constantly flickered and clashed. In an instant, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Who is this person? What powerful battle prowess! Su Liangfu, Jia Qing and the others gasped. They hadn't taken Lu Ming seriously before, but now they were all shocked. Chapter 5167. Su Liangfu, Jia Qing, Elder Shinchuan, and the others were all shocked. Lu Ming could exchange dozens of blows with Dan Ing without being defeated. This kind of combat strength was really amazing. Not to mention that Lu Ming was only at the late-stage origin realm. Judging from his aura, he seems to be of the same origin as the primitive universe. He is from the primitive universe. This broken universe can actually give birth to such a person. It's incredible. As expected of the primitive universe. It was ranked 11th in the world of the living. Even if it is broken, it is still extraordinary. It is said that if the primitive universe was not broken, it would have rushed into the top 10 of the world of the living. Some old guys were discussing. At this time, Lu Ming and Dan Ing had exchanged hundreds of blows. The two of them were getting more and more intense. Sword Lotus of One Thought. Dan Ing shouted coldly. His every movement was filled with boundless divine light. Around his body, green lotuses appeared one after another. Each lotus was the embodiment of a Genesis art and the fusion of endless sword chi. Its killing power was shocking. These lotuses rushed towards Lu Ming together. Endless sword chi was about to drown Lu Ming. Sky-breaking form. Lu Ming held the spear with both hands and turned into a spear light. It seemed eternal and immortal. It broke through the endless sword chi. Then, with a palm strike, a continent was formed and suppressed Dan Ing. At Lu Ming's current level, the power of the sky-breaking form and the primitive universe form had reached a terrifying level. These two secret arts were created by Lu Ming. They could be said to be the foundation of comprehending Genesis arts. Before he could comprehend his own Genesis arts, Lu Ming had comprehended these two killer moves based on what he had learned. These two killer moves were also very suitable for Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming had deduced them to an unimaginable level. A continent appeared. Mountains and rivers were clearly visible. The great Tao laws were intertwined on it, like a real world, and it suppressed Dan Ing. Dan Ing felt the danger. He roared to the sky, and a shocking sword light shot out from his mouth and slashed towards the continent. Boom! The great desolate continent shook violently, but it did not immediately slash apart. Instead, it continued to press down. As for Lu Ming himself, he seized the opportunity and launched a flurry of attacks. Bang! In the end, Dan Ing was one step behind and was struck by the war god's spear. He was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. A large chunk of his top-grade source-grade armor had caved in. Hiss! The surrounding people gasped in shock. Dan Ing had actually lost the upper hand, and his opponent was a late reciprocity expert. This was rather unbelievable. Dan Ing was not an ordinary person. He was a top-notch genius. Even in the vast universe ocean, he had an extremely high reputation. Damn it, kill! Dan Ing bellowed, bristling with anger. He was determined to kill Lu Ming. He waved his hand, and a talisman flew out. Its aura was shocking. Immortal Dharma seal. The true immortal seal shone, and a figure condensed. The figure was hazy, but it gave off an irresistible pressure. The imprint of a true immortal was unstoppable. This is the so-called genius. You can't beat me, so you use the immortal seal. What a shame, Lu Ming mocked, but he did not dare to be negligent at all. His figure retreated rapidly. Kill! Danning bellowed. The blurry figure threw out a palm strike. It was just a casual palm, but it seemed to have overturned the universe and reversed time. Lu Ming's body could not move at all, as if he had fallen into the abyss of hell. Fortunately, Lu Ming had already taken out the Human King's broken sword when Dan Ying threw out the Immortal seal. At this moment, the Human King's broken sword seemed to have been stimulated by something and began to tremble violently. Clang! The sound of the sword resounded through the 9 heavens, and then it flew out automatically, emitting endless brilliance, and slashed at the hazy figure. With a loud bang, the hand of the hazy figure was blocked. A crack appeared, and the figure retracted. "How dare you!" The hazy figure seemed to be angry. With a loud roar, his figure seemed to have become clearer. His eyes were like 2 sword lights, tearing the universe space apart. Then he reached out again, wanting to grab the broken sword of the Human King. The broken sword of the Human King was not afraid. It seemed that the power in the sword had been stimulated and awakened. The sword body rapidly expanded and faced the attack. The 2 terrifying auras collided in midair, both wanting to kill and destroy the other, but for a moment, they could not do so. It seemed to be in a stalemate. "Immortal weapon, you actually have a broken immortal weapon," Dan Ying shouted, feeling extremely surprised. "Now, your immortal seal is useless." Lu Ming responded indifferently. He stepped out and took the initiative to attack Dan Ying. "Kill, Sword Lotus in one thought." Dan Ying shouted and attacked Lu Ming. The 2 of them fought again. Both of them did their best. This time, it was more intense than before. After dozens of moves, Dan Ying was hit again, coughing up blood and retreating. The top source-grade armor was almost pierced through. "Ah!" Dan Ying roared, feeling extremely sullen. This was because he felt that there was a powerful force suppressing his body from the outside, making it difficult for him to use his full strength. He could not push his combat power to the peak and was repeatedly suppressed by Lu Ming. He knew very well that this was because he was an outerverse creature and was suppressed by the primitive universe. He was very sullen. If he had not been suppressed, he would not have been at a disadvantage. "Good again," Lu Ming shouted, his body glowing. In the fierce battle, his body seemed to have shrunk a little. Although it was only a little and was difficult for others to see, Lu Ming himself felt it very clearly. He knew that his Genesis arts had improved a little. Since leaving the Immortal graveyard, this was the first time Lu Ming had used his full strength. Previously, he had not needed to use his full strength against the Master of the Heavenly Palace or other experts. From this aspect, it could be seen that Dan Ying was really strong. With a peak reciprocity cultivation, needless to say, his weapons were all top source grade, his roots were also high grade, and his Genesis arts were very powerful. The top 500 on the origin list were not just for show. They were really strong. There were more than 30,000 universes in the Yang realm. How many geniuses and origin realm existences were there? It was impossible to count. Moreover, 70% of them were older generation figures. It was not easy to be ranked in the top 500. Every one of them was a peerless monster. On the surface, Dan Ying was stronger than Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's actual combat ability was obviously stronger, and the power of his Genesis arts was also stronger. Another point was that his opponent was suppressed by the primitive universe. Therefore, Lu Ming was able to gain the upper hand. After dozens of moves, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand and continuously hit Dan Ying. Cracked. The top-notch source-level armor on Dan Ying's body cracked. The destructive force from Lu Ming's attack penetrated the armor and Dan Ying's body was almost destroyed. He retreated frantically, narrowly avoiding the fate of having his origin roots severely damaged. "Kid, I will remember you. If I am not suppressed, I will not lose. Next time, I will kill you." Dan Ying roared and turned to run. Chapter 5168. Dan Ying turned and ran. The true immortal seal wrapped around Dan Ying at an astonishing speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming did not give chase. Dan Ying's strength was not much different from his. If Dan Ying wanted to escape, he might not be able to make him stay. Moreover, If Dan Ying was really forced into a desperate situation and fought with his life on the line, the outcome would be uncertain. Such a person had the backing of the Jade Clear Great Cosmos. Who knew if he had any powerful life-saving trump cards? Soon, Dan Ying disappeared from the area. The eyes of Su Liangfu, Jia Qing, and the others began to flicker again. Dan Ying had left, and Lu Ming did not seem to have any intention of refining the heart of the universe. Otherwise, he would have made a move earlier instead of waiting until now. Wouldn't that mean they had a chance? Lu Ming glanced around, then chose another direction and sped away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Boom! Lu Ming did not fly far before he heard a violent explosion behind him. Obviously, the others had started fighting as soon as he left. What a pity! Lu Ming shook his head. If he wanted to fuse with the heart of the universe, he definitely had a chance. However, even if he fused with it, he would not be able to keep it. There was no need to. Let these people fight for it. In any case, he had gained a lot from refining the soul matter. Soon, Lu Ming left the area and continued to explore. He wanted to find other treasures that could temper the body and soul, especially treasures that were useful to the origin roots. Unfortunately, Lu Ming did not find anything in the next few days. Treasures that were useful to the body, soul, and even origin roots were extremely rare. Even in the heart of the universe, there were not many of them. It was too difficult to find anything with so many people coming in. Lu Ming was able to obtain the body-washing liquid and refine the soul matter, which were great gains. Rumble. On this day, heaven and earth trembled. The endless liquid fire in the sea of flames actually flowed and gathered in one direction. Someone is fusing with the heart of the universe. Someone has succeeded in the initial stage of fusing with the heart of the universe. We can't stay here anymore. Let's go. Many people rushed upwards. Once someone fused with the heart of the universe, they would be able to control the heart of the universe and be able to mobilize the internal energy to expel other creatures that invaded the heart of the universe. If they continued to stay, they might be attacked. Damn it! Someone released a low roar, feeling extremely unwilling. Let's find out what kind of soul it is. It won't be that easy to obtain a fragment of the universe core. There were others who spoke coldly, still unwilling to give up. Even if he temporarily fused with his heart and soul, he might not be able to obtain the fragment of the heart of the universe. As long as the fragment of the heart of the universe was still here and hadn't been taken away, the others would have a chance. But for the time being, they still had to evacuate. One by one, figures dashed upward. Lu Ming also blended into the crowd and left the fragment of the heart of the universe. Who on earth fused with the heart and soul? Many people were discussing this matter. Lu Ming blended into the crowd and listened to other people's discussions. It's Dan Ying. I heard that Dan Ying fused with his heart and soul. Someone said in a low voice, giving the answer. What? It's Dan Ying? I heard that Dan Ying was defeated in the beginning of the fight for the heart-soul. How could he fuse with the heart-soul later on? Someone was curious. Lu Ming was also very curious. This was really beyond his expectations. Didn't Dan Ying run away after being beaten by him? Could it be that he didn't run far, and after he left, he went back to kill him? I heard that his elder brother, Xianxia, has arrived. Xianxia personally protected him and let Dan Ying fuse with his heart and soul. Someone said, "What? Xianxia is here?" The others sucked in a cold breath. Xianxia is protecting Dan Ying? Doesn't Xianxia want the fragment of the heart of the universe? Someone was puzzled. Xianxia is one of the top 100 people on the origin list of the Yang realm. Among the younger generation, he can be ranked in the top 30. This kind of person is too talented and very confident. He believes that he doesn't need the heart of the universe to become an immortal or even the king of immortals. Therefore, it's normal for him to give the fragment of the heart of the universe to Dan Ying. Someone said, "Indeed." Many people nodded. Someone like Xianxia was too strong and unparalleled. His talent was shockingly high and there was no doubt that he would become an immortal in the future. Even if he became the king of immortals, the probability was very high. With Xianxia taking action, this fragment of the heart of the universe will definitely fall into Dan Ying's hands. No one else can compete with him. Xianxia, damn it. Some experts who were still unwilling to give up on the fragment of the heart of the universe growled after hearing Xianxia's name. Their eyes were filled with deep fear and helplessness. Xianxia was too strong. In the era where there were no sub-immortals, Xianxia was almost invincible. It wasn't that there were no experts stronger than him, but they didn't come to the primitive universe at all. Among the temporary origin realm experts, Xianxia was the strongest. With his protection, how could the others compete? More importantly, Xianxia was backed by the Jade Clear Great Cosmos. Sure enough, a few days later, Xianxia appeared with a large number of experts from the Jade Clear Great Cosmos and began to set up a formation around the heart of the universe. He planned to refine the fragment of the heart of the universe into a spatial treasure that could be carried around. Otherwise, such a large fragment of the heart of the universe wouldn't be able to be taken away. If they couldn't take it away, there would be variables. However, it was impossible to take it out of the primitive universe for the time being. Unless the possessor completely refined the fragment of the heart of the universe and completely controlled it, they would encounter resistance from the entire universe. Therefore, even if these people temporarily controlled the fragment of the heart of the universe, they could only stay in the primitive universe. Xianxia was the protector, and he was backed by the Jade Clear Great Cosmos. The other powerful Great Cosmoses didn't compete with him. For example, the people from the Sacred Light Great Cosmos and the others left one after another. Lu Ming stood in the air and silently watched for a while before leaving in a flash. Why is the aura of the world of the halo so similar to the continent in the primitive ring and the Ashen Azure Divine Realm? Could the Ashen Azure Divine Realm and the primitive ring be fragments of the heart of the universe? Lu Ming pondered. Legend had it that the heart of the universe of the primitive universe had been broken into 5 pieces. Now, 2 pieces had appeared, and the whereabouts of the other 3 pieces were unknown. It wasn't impossible if the primitive ring and the Ashen Azure Divine Realm were the remaining fragments of the heart of the universe. However, if the primitive ring was a fragment of the heart of the universe, who had refined it into a spatial treasure? Was it Han Ming? Given Han Ming's strength, it was completely possible. Now, quasi-immortals hadn't made a move yet, but those great cosmoses could already refine fragments of the heart of the universe into spatial treasures. Han Ming's cultivation was definitely at the quasi-immortal level at his peak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight against the heavenly human race and destroy a heavenly palace. However, why had Han Ming given the primitive ring to Lu Ming back then? Lu Ming couldn't figure it out. He could only ask Han Ming in the future when he had the chance. He didn't know where Han Ming had run off to. Ever since he had escaped, there had been no trace of him. Let's return to the Ashen Azure Divine Realm and ask the primogenitors. Lu Ming muttered. Chapter 5169. The primogenitors of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm had long since arranged for people to evacuate, and they were constantly strengthening the seal. They definitely knew something. Why would they do that? If the Ashen Azure Divine Realm was a fragment of the cosmic core, then it would make sense. The primogenitors knew that the Almighty of the Outerverse would deduce that the Ashen Azure Divine Realm would be in trouble sooner or later, so they had arranged for people to evacuate. Of course, this was all just a guess, and the primogenitors still needed to consult for the specifics. Lu Ming stepped onto the ancient transportation path and left the eastern region of the universe, arriving at the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Lu Ming, you came at the right time. The primogenitors were looking for you, and they said that they would inform you when they saw you. Not long after Lu Ming returned, he met a few Origin Realm elders. All right, I'll be right there, Lu Ming said. He was looking for the primogenitors, but they were also looking for him for something. When Lu Ming arrived at the resting place of the primogenitors, he discovered that there were already others present. There were a dozen elders sitting in various corners of the hall, seemingly waiting for him. When they saw Lu Ming, they smiled and nodded at Lu Ming. Lu Ming followed suit and sat down cross-legged. More people arrived one after another, but they were all experts of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Lu Ming secretly sensed that most of them were peak or late-stage Origin Realm cultivators. In the end, there were more than 30 people gathered here. Suddenly, the two altars in the hall lit up, and two figures appeared. They were the two primogenitors that Lu Ming had seen before. "Greetings, primogenitors." Everyone in the hall stood up and bowed. "Almost all of you are here." The white-haired old woman swept her gaze across the crowd. "This time, we gathered you here to talk about the fragment of the cosmic core." The other primogenitor said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence, he also wanted to ask about the fragment of the cosmic core. "You must be wondering why we arranged for people to be evacuated." The white-haired old woman asked. "Please enlighten us, primogenitor." Everyone bowed. They were indeed curious as to why the primogenitors had arranged for the people of the Azure Divine Realm to leave. Could it be to avoid danger? But how could other places be safer than the Azure Divine Realm? There was a powerful seal in the Azure Divine Realm. "There's no need to hide it from you now. Actually, our Azure Divine Realm itself is a fragment of the universe core," the white-haired old woman said. "What?" The others cried out in surprise, revealing an extremely shocked expression. Even though Lu Ming had already guessed this, his heart still skipped a beat. The Azure Divine Realm was indeed a fragment of the heart of the universe. As for the Great Desolate Ring, Lu Ming already had an answer in his heart. After a while, everyone quieted down. When the primordial universe was destroyed, the cosmic core was split into 5 pieces. 2 of them have already been discovered by the Outerverse, and I believe that the piece in the Eastern universe will soon belong to someone. Later on, the Outerverse powerhouses will definitely think of ways to deduce the whereabouts of the remaining 3 pieces. The white-haired old woman said. In fact, the piece of the cosmic core in the Eastern universe already belonged to Danning, but the news would not be transmitted back so quickly. After all, Lu Ming had returned by the ancient transmission array, which was much faster than the others. Even if the others had powerful treasures, it would take at least a few years to return from the Eastern universe to the Western universe. On the field, the people of the Azure Divine Realm looked very solemn. They finally understood why the primogenitors had arranged for people to be evacuated. The Azure Divine Realm was actually a fragment of the cosmic core. In the future, once it was deduced by the Outerverse powerhouses, it would definitely become a place for many universes to fight over. And the people of the Azure Divine Realm would definitely be wiped out. Even if the Azure Divine Realm had a powerful seal, it might not be able to withstand so many powerful great universes outside. Once the seal was broken, it would be a disaster. Primogenitor, once the 5 pieces of the cosmic core are obtained by the Outerverse, what will happen? Someone asked. The cosmic core is the foundation of a universe and the core of the laws and order. Once it is obtained by the Outerverse and brought out of the primitive universe will enter the degenerate age and become a place where no one can cultivate at all. Even cultivators like us who have made some achievements will have our cultivation regressed, but it is hard to say to what extent. The male primogenitor sighed. Everyone present looked very gloomy. Once that happened, the primitive universe would really cease to exist. If no one could cultivate, then what future would there be? At least one of the 5 pieces of the cosmic core must be preserved to maintain the operation of the universe and form an environment for cultivation. Although it is impossible to produce immortals, at least under the immortal Dao, there will be an endless stream of them. But if even one piece of the cosmic core cannot be preserved, then the primitive universe will really be finished. The white-haired old woman also sighed. Primogenitor, if the cosmic core cannot be preserved, can we take our people out of the primitive universe and go to other great universes? Someone asked. It is too difficult to travel across universes, and the price to pay is also very high. Perhaps a few people can do it, but with so many of our people, it is impossible to travel across universes and go to other great universes together. Moreover, other great universes may not accept us. The male primogenitor explained. Why do we have to go to other great universes? In my opinion, we should just risk our lives to protect the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. As long as the Ashen Azure Divine Realm is preserved, we will not enter the degenerate age. That's right. The Ashen Azure Divine Realm is our home. We must not lose it. Many people spoke with a determined look in their eyes, as if they were facing death. Good, the morale is commendable. The few of us also have the same plan. We are powerless to fight for the other cosmic core fragments, but we must protect the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. The Ashen Azure Divine Realm has a powerful seal. During this period, we have been strengthening several of the entrances. As long as we are united, we may be able to protect it. The white-haired old woman said. We swear to live and die with the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Everyone present roared. Protecting the Ashen Azure Divine Realm was the same as protecting the primitive universe and preserving an environment for cultivation in the future. It was for themselves, their descendants, and the entire race. Good. The male primogenitor nodded in approval. The Ashen Azure Divine Realm is shrouded by a powerful seal. Moreover, it is currently in the period of the Great Origin Calamity, which severely interferes with the heavenly secrets. Even the powerhouses of the outerverse will find it difficult to deduce anything. Therefore, we still have a few decades to prepare. Take advantage of this time to strengthen the seal and the entrances. In addition, those who should be moved should continue to move. If we can't protect it, we can at least leave some descendants for the human race. The white-haired old woman said. Everyone obeyed. Chapter 5170. They had to be prepared for the worst. After all, they might have to face the attacks of countless great universes. Even with a powerful seal, they might not be able to protect themselves. They had to evacuate everyone they could. It would be best if they could evacuate everyone below the origin realm. Primogenitor, will there be immortals from the outerverse coming to fight for the universe core fragment? Lu Ming asked with cupped fists. According to the primogenitors, the origin tribulation had interfered with the heavenly secrets. Coupled with the powerful seal in the Azure Divine Realm, the outerverse powerhouses shouldn't be able to deduce it in a short time. However, once the origin tribulation was over, it would be difficult to hide it. It would most likely be deduced. At that time, without the origin tribulation, how many experts would come? Would there be immortals? No. Now that the antediluvian universe has shattered and the universe core has shattered, true immortals won't come because they are too strong. The shattered universe can't withstand their energy. Once they move, the entire universe might explode and destroy it. If the great universe is completely destroyed, even immortals won't be able to withstand it and will be destroyed along with the universe. Therefore, under normal circumstances, immortals won't dare to come. Even if they come, they won't be able to use their true immortal strength. The white-haired old woman explained. They can't use their immortal strength? Back then, wasn't the battle between the human king and DK with the human king's body immortal level strength? Lu Ming was puzzled. People like the little human king and DK were absolutely unimaginably powerful. Even among the immortal realm, they were extremely powerful. Back then, they were clearly fighting with their lives on the line. The white-haired old woman shook her head and said, their condition is very poor. They are far from their peak. Although the battle was intense, they could only use the strength of a 9th tribulation subimmortal at most. It was difficult for them to use immortal strength. I see. Lu Ming nodded. Teek's soul had been divided into 5 and sealed for countless years. It was already not bad that it hadn't been destroyed. How much power could he use? As for the junior human king, he was not much worse off. All that was left of him was a skeleton, sitting on a broken battleship, wandering in the ruins of the universe. His condition was too bad. Although he was not dead, he did not have much power left. There was also the sovereign personage physical body. That went without saying. It was just a physical body. Splitting it into 5 parts to suppress Teek consumed too much energy. In that great battle, he didn't even use his immortal level battle prowess. It was just that Lu Ming's cultivation was too low, and the difference between them was too great, so he couldn't feel it. At first, he thought that it was a battle between immortals, but now it seemed that it wasn't at the level of immortals. If he was already so fearsome even before reaching immortal tier, how strong would a true immortal tier cultivator be? If the outerverse immortals can't enter, then wouldn't the primogenitors be able to easily suppress the invaders? Some people were overjoyed. After all, the primogenitors of the Azure Immortal realm were all immortals. No! The white-haired old woman shook her head and sighed deeply. There's nothing to hide now. The shattering of the heart of the universe has a huge impact on immortals. Our foundation is the heart of the universe, so after the shattering of the heart of the universe, our cultivation has been falling. We have already fallen below the immortal level. What? The primogenitor's cultivation had fallen below the immortal level? Everyone in the Azure Immortal realm turned pale in disbelief. There's nothing we can do about it. The shattering of the heart of the universe may not have a huge impact on those below the immortal level, but it has a huge impact on those at the immortal level. This is the fate of those who remain in the Eldritch universe. Unless they leave the Eldritch universe soon after the shattering of the heart of the universe and enter other great universes, they can slowly adapt to other great universes to preserve their cultivation. That's why some of the people in the Eldritch universe who didn't die in the battle left the Eldritch universe. The white-haired old man explained. Primogenitor, is there no way to recover? Someone asked in a trembling voice. Unless the complete heart of the universe is reassembled and the Eldritch universe is completely revived. Then, our cultivation will slowly recover and we will return to the path of immortality. The white-haired old woman said. Everyone's face turned ugly. Now that they couldn't even keep a piece of the heart of the universe, it was completely impossible to reassemble the complete heart of the universe. Primogenitor, will the immortal Dao figures in the Forbidden Lands also fall in cultivation? Someone asked. No, our cultivation will fall because we have been cultivating in the Eldritch universe and our foundation is connected to the Eldritch universe. As for the Forbidden Lands, they aren't creatures of the Eldritch universe and naturally won't be affected by the shattering of the heart of the universe. But don't worry, even if their immortal Dao figures didn't fall in cultivation, they wouldn't dare to use their immortal level power. The white-haired old woman said. I didn't expect it to be like this. Lu Ming's face turned ugly as thoughts flashed through his mind. It was said that the quasi-immortal tribe also had immortals, but now it seemed that they weren't real immortals. Because the quasi-immortal tribe was also a creature of the Eldritch universe, the primogenitor of the quasi-immortal tribe was most likely the same as the primogenitor of the Azure Immortal realm. Primogenitor, our Eldritch universe is a member of the Yang world. Will the great universes of the Yang world help and protect us? Will they just watch the Eldritch universe completely decline and be destroyed? Someone couldn't help but ask. Maybe they will before the heart of the universe shattered, but definitely not now. After the heart of the universe shattered, the Eldritch universe has been kicked out of the Yang court, so naturally, they won't be protected. The white-haired old woman said. Yang court? Many people were puzzled, including Lu Ming. It was the first time he heard of this term. Many of you may not have heard of Yang court, so I'll explain it to you in detail. Simply put, Yang court is an alliance of the great universes of the Yang world. In the beginning, it was a huge alliance led by the top 10 great universes to deal with the invasion of the Yin world. The other great universes assisted by forming a huge alliance. In this way, the resources of the Yang world could be consolidated and the strongest prodigies could be cultivated. It could also mobilize the power of the great universes of the Yang world to fight against the Yin world. The court master of Yang court is the patriarch of the Eldritch race, and the top experts of the other great universes are the deputy court masters. They issued a series of laws, and all the great universes that joined Yang court must act according to the laws. Of course, they would also receive the protection of Yang court. In this way, the power of the great universes of the Yang world could be combined into one force, and their combat power would greatly increase. You should know that before the establishment of Yang court, the great universes were in a state of disunity. Not to mention joining forces, they would often kill each other in order to compete for resources. How could they fight against the Yin world? The Yin world would seize the opportunity to destroy them one by one, and many great universes would be destroyed. After the establishment of Yang court, it changed. Chapter 5171. After the white-haired old woman's explanation, everyone had a general impression of Yang court. Yang court was an alliance of the universes in the world of the living. It integrated resources and power to fight against the netherworld to avoid a state of disunity. At the same time, a series of laws were set. All the universes that joined Yang Court had to abide by these laws. At the same time, they would also be protected by Yang Court. Yang Court had a court lord, who was the leader of the Elysian race. There were several vice court lords, who were all the top experts in the world of the living. In addition to the court lords and vice court lords, there were also some elders who held great power in Yang Court. However, not every great cosmos could join the Sun Court. If one wanted to join the Sun Court, they had to meet certain conditions. The most important condition was that there must be an immortal in the universe. Only great cosmoses that had given birth to immortals and had immortal Dao experts presiding over them could join Yang Court, share its resources, and receive its protection. And those universes without an immortal could only rely on other powerful universes to avoid being invaded by the netherworld. In the past, the primitive universe was an important member of Yang Court. We were very powerful and had several peerless experts who served as elders in Yang Court. But now, the heart of the universe has shattered and the universe is in ruins. Immortals like us who stayed behind have also fallen in cultivation. According to the laws of Yang Court, we are automatically removed from Yang Court and no longer receive its protection. The white-haired old woman sighed deeply. Her voice was full of helplessness. The Elysian universe used to be so glorious that it dominated the universe ocean. In the world of the living, only the 10 universes could suppress the Elysian universe. At that time, countless people believed that the Elysian universe would be able to reach the top 10 in the world of the living if given some more time. It was a pity that such a powerful great universe had collapsed overnight. Then, how can we enter Yang Court again? Someone asked. A new immortal will be born, the white-haired old woman said. The white-haired old woman said, according to the laws of the Yang Court, a brand new immortal will automatically enter the Yang Court and become a member of the Yang Court. However, the white-haired old woman didn't continue. Everyone was silent. They all knew what the white-haired old woman meant. It was almost impossible for a new immortal to be born in the current situation. If one wanted to become an immortal, the heart of the universe must be complete. One had to use the heart of the universe as a foundation in order to become an immortal. But now, the cosmic core had been shattered, and the outer verse had become much more powerful. Of the 5 cosmic core fragments, 2 had already fallen into the hands of others. It was almost impossible to reassemble the cosmic core. This formed a vicious cycle. Without a complete heart of the universe, it was impossible to give birth to immortals. Without immortals, one could not join Yang Court and obtain protection. The primitive universe would continue to decline. Of course, some of the top geniuses could leave the antediluvian universe and head to the outerverse to become immortals. However, that immortal ascension was based on the outerverse, not the antediluvian. Everyone fell silent and felt a deep sense of helplessness and powerlessness. This was the sorrow of the weak. In the end, he was still too weak. All right, I've said what I need to say. You all understand the cause and effect. Now, prepare well. No matter what, we must protect the Azure Divine Realm, the heart of the universe. Only then will the primitive universe have a chance of survival, a glimmer of hope. The white-haired old woman said. After saying that, the white-haired old woman looked at Lu Ming and said, if it really doesn't work, we old fellows will think of a way to send a few top geniuses out of the primitive universe to the outerverse. Lu Ming, you are one of them. If you can become an immortal in the future, try your best to find a way to take back the heart of the universe. This way, our primitive universe will also have hope. Senior, Lu Ming was silent, not knowing what to say. He knew that this was the last resort of the ancestors, and it was also the worst plan. Once all the cosmic core fragments fell into the hands of the living beings of the universe, the primitive universe would enter an era of decline. It would be impossible to cultivate, and it would be inevitable that it would decline completely. They sent a few geniuses away to leave a spark of hope. If someone could become an immortal in the outerverse, even if they were not an orthodox immortal of the primitive universe and could not be recognized by Yang Court, as long as that person had the intention, they could help the primitive universe and take back the cosmic core fragments. Although it was difficult, it was still a way. And now, the person in the primitive universe who was most likely to do this was Lu Ming. Lu Ming left with a heavy heart and returned to his residence. Qiuqiu, do you think the continent in the Chaos Ring looks like a fragment of the cosmic core? Lu Ming took out the Chaos Ring and looked at it carefully as he asked Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu had often entered the Chaos Ring and was very familiar with its aura. Yes, I'm sure that the continent in the Chaos Ring is a fragment of the cosmic core. Qiuqiu said. Then it seems to be true. Lu Ming said. He had already made a judgment in his heart, and he only asked Qiuqiu to confirm it. Lu Ming, what do you plan to do? Qiuqiu asked. Find a dangerous and hidden place to hide. The Chaos Ring can't be left in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Lu Ming said. If the Chaos Ring was left in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, if the realm was lost, it would be wiped out, and both cosmic cores would be lost. However, if Lu Ming carried it with him, it would be very dangerous. Once the Almighty of the Outerverse deduced it, he would not be able to keep it. Where do you want to hide? Qiuqiu asked. Of course, the more dangerous it is, the better. Even if the Almighty of the Outerverse deduces the exact coordinates, they will have to pay a price if they want to obtain it. But I'm worried that if I leave the Ashen Azure Divine Realm now, the Almighty of the Outerverse will deduce my location. The Ashen Azure Divine Realm had a seal. Although it could not completely isolate the realm from deductions, it could still be useful. However, if he left the Ashen Azure Divine Realm with the Chaos Ring, would the Almighty of the Outerverse quickly deduce his location without the seal? Once that happened, countless powerhouses from the Outerverse would swarm over. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he would not be able to protect himself. You can put it in my stomach. After I became an origin source, my body transformed, and my stomach became a space of its own. It can digest divine weapons and isolate the world. If you put it in my stomach, I'm confident that the Almighty of the Outerverse won't be able to deduce it before the great calamity of origin is over. Qiuqiu said. Really? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Of course it's true. Ever since I became an origin source, my body transformed, and a lot of information inexplicably gushed out from my body. There's no mistake about it. It's even more effective than the seal of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. However, the Almighty of the Outerverse are unfathomable and too strong. After the great calamity of origin is over, I'm not confident that I can isolate them from deductions. Of course, if my strength reaches the level of a subimmortal, it might not be impossible. Qiuqiu said. Chapter 5172. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised by Qiuqiu's words, and his eyes lit up. This way, even if he left the Azure Divine Realm, he wouldn't be afraid of being divined in a short period of time. Moreover, according to Qiuqiu, even if the origin calamity was over, it should be divined after the Azure Divine Realm. In that case, Lu Ming wouldn't be in a hurry to send the Chaos Ring to a dangerous place. Qiuqiu, after you become a subimmortal, can you really completely isolate yourself from the heavens and stop the divinations? Lu Ming asked. I'm not completely confident, but if I can't become a subimmortal with 1 or 2 tribulations, I should be able to become a subimmortal with 4 or 5 tribulations. Qiuqiu muttered. The main reason was that he didn't know what realm those mighty figures in the Outerverse had reached. The gap was too big and it was difficult to grasp. Qiuqiu, these source-grade weapons are all for you. Reach the subimmortal realm as soon as possible. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a large number of source-grade weapons appeared. Although Qiuqiu wasn't confident, he still decided to give it a try and let Qiuqiu break through to the subimmortal realm as soon as possible. Even if it couldn't be completely isolated, it would be good to delay it for a while. There might be a turning point. No, source-grade weapons are already very difficult for me to evolve. They have to be at least subimmortal weapons. Qiuqiu shook its head. Lu Ming was speechless. Where could he find a subimmortal weapon? In the end, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and took out the Human King's broken sword. Unexpectedly, Qiuqiu shook its head even more vigorously. No, I was already extremely lucky to be able to devour a wisp of essence from the Human King's broken sword last time, and it was the result of the sword being merciful. If I swallow it again, the human king's broken sword will definitely be angry and I will die without a complete corpse. Then we can only go to those ruins to look for sub-immortal weapons. Let's leave the Azure Divine Realm and go to those ancient ruins to try our luck. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming didn't plan to stay in the Azure Divine Realm. There were less than 100 years before the origin calamity was completely over. This period of time was very important to Lu Ming. Given Lu Ming's current combat power, he could be considered one of the few who were at the peak of the primitive universe. To be able to exchange blows with him, one had to be at least in existence on the origin list. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to take advantage of this time to explore the major ruins and obtain as many resources as possible. Now that Xianxia needed a pseudo-immortal weapon, all the more they had to explore these ruins. Lu Ming had thought about asking for a quasi-immortal weapon from the people of the Azure Immortal Realm, but he rejected it. A quasi-immortal armament was too precious. The Azure Divine Realm had always been sealed, so it definitely lacked quasi-immortal armaments. Even if there were, there wouldn't be many. Most of them were in the hands of those sub-immortals. Moreover, a few pseudo-immortal weapons might not be able to make Xianxia evolve. He needed a large number of pseudo-immortal weapons in order for Xianxia to continue evolving. If Xianxia could really isolate heaven's secrets, he would be able to preserve a fragment of the heart of the universe. Lu Ming handed the Great Desolation Ring to Xianxia and Xianxia swallowed it. As expected, Lu Ming immediately lost his connection with the Great Desolation Ring. The man and the ball left the Azure Divine Realm and chose a direction to fly in. Lu Ming remembered that in this direction, not far away, there was a huge legacy site. This ruin was occupied by many beings of the Outerverse. They wanted to break the restriction array of the ruin and seize the remaining treasures inside. However, this ruin was very dangerous. The restriction array was very powerful. It should have been left behind by a powerful orthodoxy from the previous era. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived at this ruin. This was a majestic mountain that was even larger than a planet. It floated in the void. There were many beings around the mountain. Many of them surrounded the mountain and observed it. They were clearly masters proficient in array formations and were researching how to break the array. Lu Ming activated the demonic monarch rune. Instantly, the mountain changed in Lu Ming's eyes. Dense runes appeared on the surface of the mountain. These runes interweaved into a huge and terrifying array formation. One could imagine that these array formations were definitely very powerful in their heyday. Even after countless years, they still retained their powerful might. During this time, many beings of the various Outerverse had already died to these array formations. Lu Ming activated the demonic monarch rune with all his strength, trying to find a flaw. There are very few flaws, but it's worth a try. In the end, Lu Ming charged towards the mountain with Xianxia. Who's there? We've already taken over this place. Leave immediately. Someone shouted. Scram! Lu Ming could not be bothered with the nonsense and attacked forcefully. Currently, there were not many people in the Origin Realm who could defeat Lu Ming. Lu Ming attacked and broke through the encirclement, charging into the mountain. The mountain is covered in restrictions and arrays. Charging in is just courting death. Someone shouted coldly. This mountain was indeed very dangerous. Even with Lu Ming's demonic monarch rune, it was still dangerous. Half a day later, Lu Ming charged out of the mountain. He was covered in blood and had many wounds on his body. If it were not for his powerful vitality, he would have been heavily injured even if he did not die. Even so, he was still heavily injured. Most importantly, he did not go into the depths of the mountain. There were even more terrifying arrays in the depths of the mountain. What a pity, Lu Ming sighed. This trip was filled with danger, but he did not obtain any useful treasures. Let alone a powerful quasi-immortal weapon, he did not even obtain many source-grade divine weapons. Not all ruins had treasures left behind. When the primitive universe was invaded, the experts of the underworld had killed their way in. Many treasures had been taken away by the experts of the underworld. Some ruins had been completely plundered by the experts of the underworld. Only a small number of treasures had been left behind. Lu Ming left with some disappointment and went to look for other ruins. In the following year, Lu Ming explored several ruins. He almost died a few times, but he gained very little. He only obtained a quasi-immortal weapon, and it was a broken one. He gave it to Qiu to eat. The main reason was that he was not strong enough. There were definitely more treasures in the depths of the ruins with a broken quasi-immortal weapon. Unfortunately, he could not enter. In order to obtain that broken quasi-immortal weapon, he almost died and was almost destroyed by the arrays. If it were not for the Demon King Mark and the Human King's broken sword, he would not have been able to walk out. The restrictions of the Grand Supreme Immortal Capital have suddenly weakened rapidly today. It seems to be about to collapse. What? Such a thing happened? The Grand Supreme Immortal Dynasty is a top orthodoxy of the primitive universe. The Grand Supreme Immortal Capital left behind is definitely not to be underestimated. There have always been powerful restrictions before. Why would it suddenly weaken? Lu Ming heard many people discussing around a ruin. No array can be indestructible. With the passage of time, it will weaken. The restrictions of the Grand Supreme Immortal Capital have probably reached a critical point. It's normal for them to collapse automatically. This is a ruin left behind by a top orthodoxy. There might be many treasures inside. Let's go and take a look. Quick, it'll be too late if we're late. A large number of living beings headed towards the Grand Supreme Immortal Capital. Now, a ruin without any formations was an opportunity for reciprocity cultivators. Once the origin tribulation was over and the quasi-immortals descended, they would not have a share. Chapter 5173. The Taishang Immortal Dynasty, the terrifying dynasty that's as famous as the Qingyang Immortal Dynasty? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the last era, there were many terrifying orthodoxies in the human race. The Qingyang Immortal Dynasty and the Taishang Immortal Dynasty were among the top orthodoxies. Such orthodoxies had unfathomable foundations. Legend had it that there was more than one immortal Dao figure overseeing them. As for the Taishang Immortal Capital, as the name implied, it was the capital of the Taishang Immortal Dynasty. Now, not only had it appeared in the world, but the formation on it was about to collapse. Lu Ming was also very tempted. Such an opportunity could not be missed. If there were still treasures left in the Taishang Immortal Capital, with his battle strength, he would definitely be able to gain something. Just as others had said, this was a great opportunity for the Origin Realm because once the Origin Tribulation was over, the sub-immortals of the various universes would definitely swarm in. At that time, the Origin Realm would have nothing to do. Lu Ming no longer hesitated and rushed toward the Taishang Immortal Capital. When Lu Ming arrived at the area where the Taishang Immortal Capital was located, he found that there was already a sea of people there. The number of people there was not much less than when he fought for the core of the universe fragment. Most of the living beings were looking in one direction. Lu Ming also looked in the same direction. The void in front of him was constantly distorted and hazy. In the hazy void, he could see the shadow of a huge city. The huge city was very huge, but it was also very hazy and could not be seen clearly. Lu Ming mixed in the crowd and understood that this was because the formation of the Taishang Immortal Capital had not completely collapsed. Originally, the Taishang Immortal Capital was sealed in the depths of the void, and no one outside could find any clues. Now, because the formation was about to collapse, the Taishang Immortal Capital had appeared. However, it had not completely appeared, so he could not enter yet. Once he approached, he would be attacked by the formation that had not completely collapsed. What's the relationship between the Taishang Immortal Capital and the Taishang Immortal City? Lu Ming pondered. Back then, a Taishang Immortal City appeared in the universe and attracted the attention of the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace. Experts from both sides entered to compete for opportunities. Later on, Lu Ming suppressed everyone and defeated Yi Qiuxian for the first time, obtaining first place. It was also at that time that Lu Ming condensed his origin seed. Moreover, in the Grand Supreme Immortal City, he had used the art of severing 3 corpses to cultivate his future self. His future self had been cultivating in the Grand Supreme Immortal City and had followed the Grand Supreme Immortal City into the depths of the universe ruins. Both the Grand Supreme Immortal City and the Grand Supreme Immortal City had the word Grand Supreme. Lu Ming didn't think that it was a coincidence, and most likely had some internal connection. Speaking of which, it has already been over 10,000 years. Why hasn't his future self appeared yet? Maybe, during this trip to the Supreme Immortal Capital, I will be able to see his future self. Lu Ming pondered. This was a feeling he had in his heart. When he thought of his future self, he thought of his past self. His past self had always been in the purple copper coffin, and the purple copper coffin was still guarded by him somewhere in the Chaos Ring. Ever since the Great Origin Calamity descended, the purple copper coffin had been densely sealed, and there was no sign of it being unsealed. It seemed like the seal on the purple copper coffin would only be completely unsealed after the Great Origin Calamity was completely over. He wondered how his past self was doing in the purple copper coffin. Moreover, Lu Ming was also very curious about what was in the purple copper coffin. He would probably only know all of this after his past self came out. The restriction array of the Grand Supreme Immortal City was collapsing on its own. During this process, there was no way to enter, and they could only wait. A large number of living beings surrounded and waited quietly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. There were more and more living beings in this area, and there were experts from other great cosmoses rushing over at all times. Rumble. In the direction of the Grand Supreme Immortal City, there was a violent rumble and a resplendent burst of light. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They knew that it was the final juncture. Those rays of light were the light emitted by countless runes, but this was also the last ray of light. Then, those runes began to dim before dispersing. A huge ancient city was clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. The ancient city was really huge, like a continent. The city walls were hundreds of millions of miles high. Ordinary living beings were like dust in front of it. Of course, after reaching the origin realm, the size of a living being was not important. It was all illusory. This was because many living beings could change their size. With a thought, they could become even bigger than a planet. All living beings would choose the most comfortable size. They would not blindly seek to be big. A dilapidated city. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. When the Grand Supreme Immortal City was clearly revealed, he could clearly see that this ancient city was dilapidated and incomplete. In some places, the city walls were broken, and there was a huge hole that looked like a palm print. In some places, there were sword marks that had been slashed by sword light. Clearly, a terrifying battle had taken place here. The so-called Immortal Grand Supreme Immortal City had been destroyed. Let's go! The formation completely collapsed, and countless figures rushed toward the Grand Supreme Immortal City. Lu Ming observed with the Demon King rune and indeed did not see any runes or formations. He did not discover any danger, so he followed the crowd and rushed toward the Grand Supreme Immortal City. The Grand Supreme Immortal City was too huge. Although they had a lot of people, they were still like dust in the sea compared to the Grand Supreme Immortal City. Everyone spread out and rushed in different directions. Lu Ming also chose a direction and rushed there. The interior of the Grand Supreme Immortal City was like a world. There were towering mountains and rivers, but they had all dried up. There were also various ancient buildings, but many of them had collapsed or been destroyed. Lu Ming's figure flickered constantly. He spread out his spirit sense and constantly scanned, trying to find any treasures that might have been left behind. There are corpses there. Lu Ming discovered that in a huge dilapidated hall, there were several corpses lying on the ground. Lu Ming took a step and entered the hall. These corpses were dressed in ancient clothes, but they had not decayed. They were just shriveled like mummies. Obviously, they were all left behind from the last era. Some of them are filled with a cold aura. They are creatures of the Yin world. Lu Ming judged. Some of the corpses were of the human race, obviously from the Grand Supreme Immortal Dynasty, but some were creatures of the Yin world. Obviously, the experts of the Yin world invaded the Grand Supreme Immortal Dynasty and a great battle broke out. This was somewhat similar to the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. There was also a great battle between the Yin world and the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, leaving behind a large number of corpses. However, the corpses here did not mutate. Source-level divine weapons. Lu Ming glanced around and found that there were a few source-level divine weapons left here. Some were damaged and some were intact. Lu Ming waved his hand and put them away. Then he scanned with his spirit sense. After finding nothing else, he soared into the sky and planned to leave. But Lu Ming's muscles suddenly tensed up, and his hair stood on end. A bone-piercing chill rose from his heart. A terrifying sense of danger suddenly appeared. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming's figure suddenly plunged downward. A beam of cold light flew over Lu Ming's head. Chapter 5174. A beam of light flew over Lu Ming's head and he managed to avoid it by the skin of his teeth. It was an arrow made of energy. Its power was terrifying. Not far away, there was a blood-curdling scream. Lu Ming saw a late-stage reciprocity powerhouse being shot by an arrow, his body and soul destroyed. It's that arrow tower. Lu Ming successfully captured the source of the arrow. In the distance, there was an ancient arrow tower on a mountain peak. It was made of bronze and covered in rust. There was even a large piece of it on one side. Lu Ming had seen this arrow tower before. He thought that it was useless and had been destroyed. He did not expect that it could still be used to attack. This arrow tower was obviously built by the Grand Supreme Immortal Capital to deal with enemies. If someone attacked the Grand Supreme Immortal Capital, they would be attacked. At its peak, it was absolutely terrifying. Even if it was half destroyed, it could still easily kill a quintessence expert. Even Lu Ming felt a strong sense of danger. Lu Ming had no doubt that an intact arrow tower could probably kill a subimmortal. Swish! An arrow shot towards Lu Ming. There was more than one arrow tower. In fact, there was a row of arrow towers in this area. They were all glowing at this moment, and arrows were constantly shooting out. Lu Ming used a Genesis technique, and a pair of wings appeared on his back. He flapped them rapidly and dodged the arrow. However, just because he could dodge it did not mean that others could. People constantly screamed as they were shot by the arrows. Whether they were mid-stage reciprocity, late-stage reciprocity, or peak reciprocity, as long as they were shot, their bodies would explode and their souls would be destroyed without exception. No one expected that there would be such a terrifying danger after the formation had collapsed. The ruins left behind by such a powerful Dao orthodoxy were indeed full of danger. Go around these arrow towers. These arrow towers are half destroyed after all. The speed at which they condense energy is very slow. If there's a gap, fly over. Furious roars sounded one after another. A large number of figures flew in all directions. However, there were still people who were shot by the arrows and died on the spot. Of course, even more creatures rushed past the arrow towers and disappeared into the depths of the Grand Supreme Immortal Capital. Lu Ming dodged 5 or 6 arrows as well as the arrow towers. Everyone dispersed and disappeared into the vast Supreme Immortal City. Lu Ming flew in one direction, searching for treasures. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything too valuable. Although he had found a few source-grade divine weapons, they were of no use to Lu Ming at the moment. There was no point in giving it to Qiuqiu. As for a quasi-immortal weapon, he did not even see one. After all, the value of a pseudo-immortal weapon was incomparable to that of a source-grade divine weapon. Not all top-tier source-grade divine weapons could follow their masters through the immortal tribulation and become quasi-immortal weapons. As a matter of fact, only a very small number of quasi-immortal soldiers could follow their masters through the immortal tribulation and become quasi-immortal soldiers. Most of the top-tier soul-grade divine weapons didn't have a solid foundation, or the materials used to forge them weren't good enough. They would be completely destroyed during the immortal tribulation. To be able to pass the immortal tribulation, the most important thing was the materials. They had to be top-grade materials, peerless treasures. As a result, pseudo-immortal armaments were very rare. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had searched the Supreme Immortal City for several days, but he didn't find a single pseudo-immortal weapon. And in the past few days, Lu Ming went deeper and deeper into the Supreme Immortal City, entering the deepest part of the city. Apart from the arrow towers that he had encountered at the beginning, there were no other dangers. Yes, there's a huge mountain there. Lu Ming looked into the distance. In front of him, There was a huge mountain at an unknown distance. It was huge and towered into the depths of the sky. It was still very far away from Lu Ming. The strange thing was that he couldn't see it when he was outside the supreme immortal city. This huge mountain was definitely far taller than the city walls. Logically speaking, he should be able to see it from outside the ancient city, but in fact, he couldn't see anything before. He could see that there was a layer of light around the huge mountain that shrouded it. Ahead should be the central area of the supreme immortal city. There's actually a huge mountain. It's definitely not simple, and there seems to be a rune formation shrouding it. It's definitely not simple. Let's go take a look. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he approached the huge mountain. Not long after, Lu Ming finally got close to the huge mountain. The huge mountain was shrouded in a layer of light. Around the huge mountain, there were 8 ancient cities in total. This was considered a city within a city. However, the 8 ancient cities had all collapsed and were in a dilapidated state. Yes, a corpse. Lu Ming saw a corpse in one of the cities, which immediately attracted Lu Ming's attention. This was because there was only one corpse in the surrounding cities, which was particularly eye-catching. It was a man of the human race. He was tall and sturdy, wearing a suit of battle armor and holding a broken saber. He was half kneeling on the ground, using half of the saber to support his body. There was a blood mark between his eyebrows, and there were wisps of black chi spreading out from it. There was also a big hole in his abdomen. This was a fatal blow that completely destroyed this person's root and soul. This person's body didn't decay, but he was indeed dead. Not far from this person, there was a huge head. It wasn't a body of flesh and blood, but made of bronze. It was very huge, like a mountain. A metal life form? Or the head of a puppet? Lu Ming's mind was racing. This bronze head didn't emit the aura of the Yin world, so it should also be from the Taishang immortal city. It was very likely to be an extremely powerful puppet. However, what attracted Lu Ming's attention the most was the broken saber in the figure's hand. A pseudo-immortal weapon, it's definitely a pseudo-immortal weapon. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The broken saber emitted an extremely shocking aura that far surpassed that of a top source-level divine weapon. It was definitely a pseudo-immortal weapon. Moreover, among pseudo-immortal weapons, its level was considered high, and it had at least gone through several immortal tribulations. I want to eat, Chiu Chiu was a little impatient. Chiu Chiu, your luck is here. Lu Ming smiled and rushed toward the figure. Boom. Suddenly, a violent force appeared above Lu Ming's head, and a black and golden palm as big as a mountain covered Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body seemed to be locked by an air current. Explode! Lu Ming shouted in a low voice. He circulated the forbidden power and blasted the air current away. He waved his fist and threw a punch upward. The fist force collided with the black and golden palm, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Lu Ming's body swayed, and he floated backward. The black and golden palm also retracted. You can actually take my palm. Interesting. An old voice sounded, and a figure appeared in the sky. It was an old man with a humanoid appearance. Strangely, his skin was black gold in color, as if it was made of black metal. With his hands behind his back, he stood in the air and looked down with a faint smile on his face. Judging from his aura, he should be from the Yang realm. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He could feel a terrifying threat from this person. This person could threaten him. Chapter 5175. Brat, I want this broken blade. Leave, I won't kill you. The old man said indifferently. If you want this broken blade, we'll have to see if you have the ability. Lu Ming grasped the air and the battle god's spear appeared. His battle intent surged as the light from the spear soared into the sky. Although he was the first to discover the broken blade, Lu Ming knew very well that the competition for treasures ultimately depended on one's strength. It didn't matter who discovered it first. Hence, there was no need to say anything. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The old man's eyes turned cold, revealing intense killing intent as he directly attacked. Boom! He struck out with his palm, which rapidly grew in size until it turned into a huge black gold palm that slammed towards Lu Ming. This time, the old man was clearly serious. The power of this palm was even more terrifying than before. However, Lu Ming wasn't slow either. The moment the old man attacked, Lu Ming also attacked. He unleashed his full battle strength and executed a Genesis technique, thrusting out with his spear. Boom! The battle god's spear and the black palm collided, erupting with an earth-shaking boom. But in the next moment, Lu Ming felt an earth-shattering power rush towards him. The battle god's spear violently trembled before bending into an arc buzz. Next, Lu Ming's figure rapidly retreated. His face paled as a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. What terrifying power! Lu Ming was shocked. This gave him a very strong sense of danger. Hence, Lu Ming had used almost all his strength in his previous attack, but he still wasn't defeated. He was blown away by the earth-shattering power and suffered a slight injury. As for the old man, he was completely fine. There was only a shallow imprint on his palm. Looking at the shallow imprint on his palm, the old man's face turned even colder. He had used 80% of his strength just now, but he still hadn't killed Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming had even left a shallow imprint on his palm. It had been a long time since he had encountered a person at the late reciprocity stage. However, since he had offended him, he had to kill him. Boom! The black-skinned old man's aura was fully released. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding void to explode. The black gold light on his body became even more intense. His muscles bulged and he seemed to have grown stronger. He pierced through the void and appeared not far away from Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. Both of his palms blasted out continuously. The berserk palm energy, along with an immeasurable amount of energy, crushed towards Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming also roared. His long hair fluttered as he pushed his battle prowess to the limit. His spear was like a dragon as he resisted with all his strength. He did not take out the human king's broken sword, nor did he ask Qiu for help. This old man's battle strength was extremely shocking. He was far above Dan Ing, who was ranked 499 on the origin list. His ranking on the origin list was definitely higher, so he could use him to temper himself. If Lu Ming wanted to improve his Genesis techniques, he would have to continuously engage in great battles and comprehend their mysteries through life and death battles. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged more than a dozen blows. In the end, Lu Ming was no match for the old man and his body was sent flying. He had been struck by a palm. Even a piece of his top origin grade battle armor had been shattered, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. However, Lu Ming's life force was extremely strong, and he was recovering at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming, you don't seem to be able to hold on much longer. Do you need my help? Qiu transmitted to Lu Ming. No need. This old man is extremely strong. Even if you join forces with me, we may not be his match. If you want to attack, you have to catch him off guard and give him a heavy blow. Let me use him to temper my Genesis techniques. Lu Ming responded. At the same time, he circulated his forbidden origin power, causing his injuries to rapidly recover. The black-skinned old man's expression was cold and indifferent, as cold as a blade. He closed in once again, about to unleash a killing blow. Rumble! It was at this moment that something unexpected happened. The void trembled. A loud roar shook the world. The bronze head was a puppet's head. It had been lying there all this time without the slightest hint of life. However, it suddenly flew up and opened its mouth. A terrifying devouring force enveloped Lu Ming and the black-skinned old man. The devouring force was too terrifying, even more exaggerated than a black hole. Enveloped by the devouring force, Lu Ming and the black-skinned old man were involuntarily drawn into the bronze puppet's mouth. Not good. Lu Ming and the black-skinned old man's expressions changed drastically. They stopped fighting and tried their best to break free, but it was to no avail. With two swishing sounds, Lu Ming and the black-skinned old man were swallowed into the bronze head's mouth. Lu Ming didn't even have time to take out the human king broken sword. In the next instant they entered a huge space. From top to bottom, left to right, the walls were all bronze. It was obvious that this was the interior of the bronze puppet's head. Moreover, in this space, a type of black flame was constantly appearing. At this moment, it was gathering madly toward Lu Ming and the black-skinned elder. Sizzle! The power of the black flames was extremely shocking. The two of them used their origin force to protect themselves, but their origin force was actually sizzling. It was trying to refine them. Brat will settle this score later. The black-skinned old man glanced coldly at Lu Ming, then rushed back and slammed his palm on the bronze wall. Boom! A violent explosion rang out and the bronze wall shook violently, but there was no mark on it. The black-skinned old man continued to attack, striking the same spot with more than 10 palms, but it was still useless. The bronze wall didn't budge. This bronze wall was the bronze puppet's head, and it was incomparably hard. Lu Ming also made his move, rushing upwards and attacking with the war god's spear. However, it was still useless. The war god's spear continuously stabbed the same spot, but there wasn't even a mark on the bronze wall. What a tough wall. Seems like I can only use the human king broken sword. But before that, let's kill that old man first. Lu Ming glanced at the black-skinned old man, and with a thought, the human king broken sword appeared. The black-skinned old man had been paying attention to Lu Ming's situation. When he saw the human king broken sword, his pupils shrank sharply because he felt a fatal danger. At this moment, Lu Ming had already made his move. He activated the array on the sword hilt and slashed out a terrifying sword light. Lu Ming was confident that this sword light could kill a subimmortal. The black-skinned old man didn't hesitate and threw out a piece of metal. The metal turned black gold and emitted a terrifying fluctuation. With a clang, it actually blocked the sword light. Buzz. Then, the metal seemed to have been stimulated by something and shook violently. An incomparably shocking and eternal aura erupted. At the same time, the metal fragment rapidly expanded like a mountain and crashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. The power of this metal fragment was too shocking. He definitely couldn't block it. If he was hit, his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Fortunately, at this moment, the human king broken sword was also activated. The power in the sword body erupted and slashed towards the metal fragment. Chapter 5176. Clang. The two collided, and violent energy swept out in all directions. Lu Ming and the dark-skinned old man's expressions changed drastically. They retreated frantically, but they were still hit by the terrifying energy. Their bodies involuntarily flew back and crashed into the bronze wall, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Both of them were heavily injured, and the human king's broken sword and the metal fragment were in a stalemate. They continued to fight in the air, and neither could do anything to the other. Immortal weapon fragment. Immortal weapon fragment. Lu Ming and the dark-skinned old man spoke at the same time. Their expressions were solemn. Clearly, they did not expect the other party to have such a powerful weapon. It's just a metal fragment, but it can actually fight against the human king's broken sword. Lu Ming muttered. Although the human king's broken sword had no one to activate and was only awakening on its own, and in the past, it had been suppressing teak and had consumed too much energy. But the other party was only a metal fragment, and it could actually fight against the human king's broken sword. This was enough to show how extraordinary this metal fragment was. It was definitely a fragment of an immortal weapon, and a very powerful one at that. Kid, let's break out of here first. It won't be too late to fight after we get out. The dark-skinned old man said. At the same time, let's stop. Lu Ming spoke. Then, the two of them controlled the human king's broken sword and the immortal weapon fragment at the same time. Although they could not actively activate the energy within the immortal weapon fragment, they could still barely control it. The human king's broken sword and the metal fragment flew back at the same time, landing in the hands of Lu Ming and the dark-skinned old man. Buzz. The dark-skinned old man activated the metal fragment and smashed it against the bronze wall. Although he could not unleash the full power of the metal fragment and could only unleash a trace of its power, it was still very terrifying. It was easy for him to kill a subimmortal. However, this metal fragment still could not break the bronze wall. In fact, it could only leave a trace of mark on the bronze wall. Damn it. The dark-skinned old man's face was gloomy. Lu Ming's heart also sank. The other party could not break the bronze wall even with the metal fragment. Would he be able to break it with the human king's broken sword? No matter what, he had to give it a try. Lu Ming activated the mortal monarch broken sword and slashed at the bronze wall. Unfortunately, it couldn't break through and only left a small mark on the surface. It's useless. With our strength, even if we possess damaged immortal armaments, we will not be able to utilize much of their power. We will not be able to breach this bronze wall at all. When this bronze puppet was in perfect condition, it was definitely equivalent to a 4 tribulation sub-immortal. Even if it was half destroyed, its material is still extraordinary. The dark-skinned old man said. Clearly, his knowledge far surpassed Lu Ming's. Lu Ming was silent. Could it be that they were trapped here just like that? Lu Ming, let me try and see if I can bite it open. The ball was on the fairway. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Bronze puppets were still metal, so Xiao could give it a try. Xiao flew out and opened its mouth full of fangs, biting at the wall. However, dense runes appeared on the metal wall and bounced Xiao away. Xiao tried several times but to no avail. It seems that there is only one way to get out. The dark-skinned old man said. What? Lu Ming asked. The dark-skinned old man sneered. His eyes suddenly became incomparably ferocious and murderous. As long as I kill you and sacrifice you, this kind of puppet will naturally open a passage. Before he finished speaking, the dark-skinned old man directly took out the metal fragment and charged at Lu Ming. The metal fragment emitted boundless power and suppressed Lu Ming like a huge seal. Lu Ming was already prepared. How could he be at ease when facing this dark-skinned old man? He kept an eye on the other party. As soon as the old man attacked, he also attacked. He held the mortal monarch broken sword and slashed out. Clang. The two sides clashed and were evenly matched. Then, the mortal monarch broken sword and the metal fragment recovered on their own and flew into the air in a stalemate. Kill! The dark-skinned old man roared and charged at Lu Ming, slapping out with both palms. Lu Ming also unleashed all his combat power to fight it. But this time, in order to survive, the dark-skinned old man raised his combat strength to the extreme. Every move was incomparably shocking. Lu Ming was forced to retreat. He was completely no match for him. Black gold jade hand. The dark-skinned old man trembled. The clothes on his body exploded, revealing a strong upper body. His body was black gold like metal. Especially his hands, there was a trace of jade color in the black gold. They were simply indestructible. The war god's spear exploded as if it couldn't bear it anymore. Lu Ming was careless and was hit by a palm. The top source-grade armor was penetrated. He was sent flying and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. With a thought, another armor appeared and covered his whole body. It was also a top source-grade armor. Lu Ming had killed a large number of enemies along the way. He had more than a dozen top source-grade armors on him. If one was broken, he would wear another one. These armors had all been refined in advance. With his cultivation base, he could directly wear them and exert their greatest power. Kill! The dark-skinned old man pressed forward step by step, wanting to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Lu Ming continuously retreated, but his gaze was still resolute. He circulated his Genesis techniques with all his strength, using his opponent to temper his own Genesis techniques while waiting for an opportunity. This kid is so tenacious. The dark-skinned old man was also shocked. With his combat strength, ordinary existences on the origin list could easily kill him. But Lu Ming, who was only at the late origin stage, was actually so powerful. Once he was given time to break through to the peak of origin, would he not be able to contend with the monsters at the top of the origin list? After a few more moves, Lu Ming coughed up blood again and retreated. Die! The dark-skinned old man roared and launched his strongest attack. He wanted to seize the opportunity to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. His hands had completely turned the color of jade. They were extremely terrifying as they bombarded Lu Ming's vital points. Now Xiao kill. Lu Ming sent a message to Xiao. Xiao had been prepared for a long time. At this moment, it directly transformed into the human king sword and slashed at the dark-skinned old man. This was a sure kill attack. Lu Ming had not allowed Xiao to attack earlier because he wanted Xiao to launch a sure kill attack. Xiaoqiu had not attacked earlier and was only at the late origin stage. The dark-skinned old man had initially paid attention to Xiaoqiu, but in the end he did not pay much attention to Xiaoqiu. A late origin stage cultivator was not a threat to him unless they were as abnormal as Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming was such a pervert. How could he casually meet two of them? At this moment he turned pale with fright. He knew that he had underestimated Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu's attack made him feel like he was in fatal danger. Retreat! Retreat! But it was too late. Plop! The sword light that Xiaoqiu had transformed into was too fast. It directly struck the dark-skinned old man's forehead from head to toe. Block it! The dark-skinned old man roared. His body glowed as he resisted with all his strength. Chapter 5177. The dark-skinned old man resisted with his full strength. His body swelled as black light filled the surroundings, but it was already too late. In his haste, he was unable to make it in time, nor was he able to use too much power. He was unable to block Xiaoqiu's full-powered strike. Spurt! The dark-skinned old man was struck. Starting from his forehead, he was directly cleaved in half. No, there's no origin root or soul. Lu Ming's face sank. Although Xiaoqiu had cleaved open the dark-skinned old man's body, Lu Ming did not sense any pulses of soul from the body, nor did he see any origin root. It was fake. Boom! Lu Ming suddenly swung his spear and shot towards a certain spot to his left. Space exploded and chaos permeated the surroundings. A figure appeared there and struck the war god's spear with a palm, blocking Lu Ming's strike. It was the dark-skinned old man. He was actually unscathed. Fortunately, I can create a metal substitute at any time, or I really would have suffered a great loss earlier. So the metallic life form beside you is so powerful. You've been holding back the entire time because you wanted to set me up. The dark-skinned old man's voice was cold. It was filled with heavy killing intent as well as a sliver of anger. It really had been far too dangerous earlier. Xiaoqiu's terrifying battle prowess had completely exceeded his expectations. If it were not for his life-saving secret technique, the metal substitute, which allowed him to create a metal substitute at a crucial moment to block a fatal strike for him, he really would have died earlier. Xiaoqiu's strike that had been charged up definitely could have killed him. As a result, he was very furious. He had remained at peak reciprocity for 1,000 years already. During such a long period of time, he had reached an extremely terrifying level in every aspect. He could easily kill regular peak reciprocity experts. However, Lu Ming was only at late reciprocity, yet he possessed such great battle prowess. This made him extremely displeased. What a pity, Xiaoqiu said as it hovered beside Lu Ming. It felt very regretful that it had failed to kill the dark-skinned old man this time. So what if you have a helper? Let's kill him together. The dark-skinned old man recovered very quickly. His killing intent was cold as his presence surged. He charged towards Lu Ming again. He was confident enough. Even with Xiaoqiu's help, he could still win. See if I can't chop you to death. Lu Ming and Xiaoqiu faced the dark-skinned elder head-on. Now that Xiaoqiu had transformed into the human king's broken sword, its attack power was astonishing and not much weaker than Lu Ming's all-out attack. That said, it must be said that the dark-skinned old man was truly terrifying. Lu Ming and Xiaoqiu were able to put up a good fight in the beginning when they joined forces, but after a dozen or so moves, they were actually suppressed again and fell into a slight disadvantage. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. Bang! Xiaoqiu was hit by the palm and its body was sent flying. However, Xiaoqiu's defense was extremely powerful. Even after being struck, it did not suffer any heavy injuries. Very soon, it charged back and fought with all its strength. While Xiaoqiu was attacking with all his might, Lu Ming finally found an opportunity to strike the dark-skinned elder. However, the dark-skinned elder also struck Lu Ming with a backhand palm. The two of them quickly retreated, each spitting out a mouthful of blood. He's actually fine. Lu Ming looked at the black-skinned elder and realized that the black-skinned elder was only slightly injured after being struck by the spear. This guy was simply an old monster. Fortunately, Lu Ming's vitality was strong enough and was quickly recovering. Lu Ming, I can't maintain my human king's broken sword state for too long. We have to end this quickly. Xiao transmitted its voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming also wanted to say that he also wanted to end this quickly, but this old monster was simply too terrifying. They were at a disadvantage even after joining forces, so how could they end this quickly? Now, they could only go all out. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had exchanged more than 100 moves. The battle was extremely tragic. This was a battle of life and death. Both sides pushed their combat strength to the peak without holding back at all, wanting to finish off the other party. However, there was no clear victor. Although the dark-skinned elder was slightly better, Lu Ming and Xiao were not to be trifled with either. Each of them had a ball, which was also abnormal. Needless to say, Xiao's powerful defense was its advantage. It had devoured a large number of divine weapons, and many of them were defensive divine weapons. Its defense was simply abnormal. Unless it was an existence much stronger than Xiao, it was impossible to break through its defense. As for Lu Ming, he relied on his terrifying vitality to hold on. This way, although the dark-skinned elder had the upper hand, he could not kill Lu Ming and Xiao. However, Lu Ming and Xiao could not do anything to the dark-skinned elder either. This was truly an old monster. Relying on the long years, he had improved all aspects to a terrifying level. Boom! Both sides exchanged another move and retreated separately. The sword that Xiao had transformed into buzzed. He could not hold on any longer. Constantly transforming into the human king's sword state had consumed too much of his energy. Lu Ming had also consumed a lot of his energy. He did not have much of his forbidden origin energy left. However, the dark-skinned elder was not much better off. Such a life-risking battle had also consumed a lot of his energy. At this moment, the dark-skinned elder also did not have much of his origin energy left. Both sides stared at each other and did not attack for a while. The interior of the bronze head was not a safe place. Black flames constantly filled the air and surged towards them in an attempt to refine them. They had to constantly circulate their power to resist. If the battle continued and they used up all of their remaining origin energy, without the protection of their origin energy, they would really be refined by the flames. Hence, after a brief standoff, both sides decided to withdraw and pull apart the distance between them. They sat down cross-legged and stuffed divine pills into their mouths to recover. At the same time, Lu Ming gave Xiao several origin-grade divine weapons. Xiao swallowed them and rapidly recovered. Several hours later, the dark-skinned elder was the first to attack. He was exceptionally determined to kill Lu Ming. Only by killing Lu Ming and sacrificing Lu Ming would he be able to leave this place. Lu Ming was fearless as he faced Xiao head-on. This battle lasted another 100 moves, but neither side could do anything to the other. When their origin energy was severely depleted, they could only retreat and recover separately. My Genesis techniques seemed to have improved a little. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The continuous battles of life and death had pushed him to his limits every time. This was extremely helpful in comprehending one's own Genesis techniques. Lu Ming could clearly feel that he had improved. When he used his Genesis techniques with all his strength, his body shrank a little. Although it was only a little, how long had it been? It was countless times faster than slowly cultivating by himself. If this continues, I will be able to kill this old monster sooner or later. Lu Ming was very confident in himself. Although his opponent was also constantly fighting, it was absolutely impossible for him to improve so quickly. His opponent was already so old. His talent and potential had already reached the limit. If he could improve quickly in battle, how could he still be at the peak of the origin realm? He would have long rushed to the subimmortal realm. Chapter 5178. He was at his peak, possessing extraordinary comprehension and boundless potential. That was why he could constantly improve and advance in battle. It was almost impossible for an old fellow like his opponent who had exhausted all his potential. As time passed, the situation would only become more and more favorable to Lu Ming. Old fellow, I'll use you to temper my Genesis techniques, and then use them to kill you. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He planned to hide it for now. Even if his Genesis techniques improved, he wouldn't expose them. Even if he improved a little, he wouldn't be able to kill his opponent. On the contrary, it would attract his opponent's attention. When his opponent discovered that Lu Ming was constantly improving, he would be forced into a frenzy and go all out. He would slowly accumulate strength, and when his Genesis techniques improved enough, he would erupt in one go and catch his opponent off guard. Only then would he be able to crush his opponent. Not long after, both sides had more or less recovered. This time, the black-skinned elder didn't continue to attack. He seemed to know that even if he attacked, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Lu Ming. But how could Lu Ming give up after tasting the sweetness of victory? He took the initiative to attack. Die, old fellow. With the war god spear in hand, Lu Ming charged towards the black-skinned elder with Xiaoqiu. Brat, you're courting death. The black-skinned elder was enraged. He hadn't attacked, but Lu Ming had taken the initiative to attack. He was courting death. Both sides engaged in another great battle, but the result was still that neither side could do anything to the other. In the end, they stopped and each recovered. Just like that, they alternated between fighting and recovering. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. In these 50 years, both sides had fought countless battles. They couldn't turn enemies into friends because even if they joined forces, they couldn't break through the bronze wall. Only by killing each other and sacrificing them could they walk out. Between them, only one could leave alive. Over the past 50 years, Lu Ming's Genesis techniques had improved tremendously after countless battles. He could clearly feel that his Genesis techniques had improved. Lu Ming still didn't know how strong they were. He had never used his full strength in the past 50 years, so he didn't know how much his height would increase or how powerful his Genesis techniques would be. However, Lu Ming felt that he was no longer feeling any pressure when fighting the dark-skinned old man. His improvement was also slowing down. In the last few battles, he had barely improved at all. Now that I've unleashed my full strength, I should be able to suppress this old fellow. Coupled with Qiuqiu's cooperation, it shouldn't be a problem to heavily injure this old fellow if he's caught off guard. Lu Ming secretly assessed his own fighting strength. Although his battle prowess was not as great as the dark-skinned old man's, the difference was not too great. The old man could not completely suppress him. Now that his Genesis techniques had improved, his battle prowess had soared. If his opponent was caught off guard, they would definitely suffer greatly. Coupled with Qiuqiu, they definitely had a chance. At the same time, the dark-skinned old man was also sizing up Lu Ming, his eyes cold. I can't go on like this. I'll be stuck here forever with this brat. If I can't kill him, I won't be able to leave. Am I going to be trapped here forever? Absolutely not. It seems like I'll have to pay a price and ignite my origin root to kill this brat, the dark-skinned old man pondered. The price of burning an origin root was extremely high. Once it was burned, the origin root's grade would drop. He had gone through untold hardships and countless years, narrowly escaping death several times, and various coincidences to raise his origin root to a high-grade origin root. Only he knew how difficult it was. Once it was burned, it was very likely that his origin root would be destroyed and fall to a mid-grade or even a low-grade origin root. From then on, it would be difficult to raise it back even if he had heaven-defying spiritual essence. This was an unbearable loss. Not only would his battle prowess plummet, but he might also forever be stuck at the origin realm, never to have the chance to become an immortal. This was why he had not used this move before. He really did not want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. But if he was trapped here forever and could not leave, he would rather take a gamble. Let's wait a little longer. It's only been 50 years. Maybe something will happen after a while, the dark-skinned old man pondered. He was still unwilling to burn his origin root and completely cut off his chance to become an immortal. What did he come to the primitive universe for? It was to obtain opportunities to increase his foundation and increase his chances of passing the immortal tribulation. Wasn't his ultimate goal to become an immortal? He was really unwilling to cut off his path just like that. Wait a little longer, the dark-skinned old man warned himself. But Lu Ming did not want to wait any longer. Attack! Lu Ming roared and charged over with Qiuqiu, unleashing a storm of attacks on the dark-skinned old man. Kid, are you done yet? You can't kill me with your strength. You'd better wait here for an opportunity. The dark-skinned old man shouted coldly. Lu Ming could not be bothered to pay attention to him. He attacked with all his strength with Qiu. Spear and sword qi enveloped the old man. Boom! The battle between the two erupted once again. In the beginning, Lu Ming did not use his full strength. He still maintained his previous battle prowess to numb the old man. Several dozen moves later, the opportunity has come. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had finally found the opportunity he had been waiting for. The old man had revealed a huge flaw. The main reason was that the two sides had been fighting for too long. They knew each other's battle prowess, genesis techniques, attack methods, and so on like the back of their hands. Therefore, the dark-skinned old man had revealed a flaw. According to past experience, even if he revealed a flaw, nothing should happen. But now, Lu Ming needed such an opportunity. In an instant, the light on Lu Ming's body grew even brighter. His body rapidly changed, rapidly shrinking until he was only 4 meters tall. 5 meters before, 4 meters now. Although he had only shrunk by 1 meter, it was extremely difficult and his power had increased tremendously. The further one progressed, the harder it would be to improve. Correspondingly, once one improved, one's power would soar. Lu Ming's height was around 1.8 meters. 4 meters was not far from 1.8 meters. Boom! Lu Ming attacked with all his strength. His spear was like a dragon, surrounded by divine light. Its power was extremely terrifying. Clang! The war god's spear stabbed towards the dark-skinned old man at an astonishing speed. Impossible! The dark-skinned old man turned pale with fright. If Lu Ming was still the same as before, he could instantly fix this flaw and nothing major would happen. However, Lu Ming's strength had suddenly soared. It was already too late for him to stop him. In a battle between experts, even the slightest bit of difference was unacceptable. Pooh! The war god's spear accurately pierced the dark-skinned old man's waist, but it encountered a powerful resistance. It was the other party's source-grade divine weapon. Break for me! Lu Ming roared as terrifying power erupted. With a bang, the dark-skinned old man's top-tier source-grade battle armor was pierced through. The war god's spear pierced the dark-skinned old man's body. Berserk power erupted from his body. The dark-skinned old man roared like a wild beast. A large piece of metal exploded from his body. It was a metal substitute. As for himself, he frantically retreated. However, Lu Ming had already expected this move of his. Clang! Qiu vibrated. Sword qi shook the sky as it slashed down. Lu Ming brandished the war god's spear, enveloping the surrounding area in an attempt to crush everything. Chapter 5179. Lu Ming had long been on guard against the black-skinned elder creating a metal clone. Hence, his attacks were like a madman, enveloping the black-skinned elder's surroundings. Even if the black-skinned elder created a metal clone, his main body would not be able to escape. Sure enough, the black-skinned elder's metal clone exploded. Although he had retreated some distance, he did not manage to escape and was still under Lu Ming's assault. Although the black-skinned elder's ability to create a metal clone to die in his place was very mysterious, his body would still be affected after the metal clone was destroyed. Not only would it consume a huge amount of origin power, but his vital energy would also decline and require some time to replenish. Hence, he was unable to withstand Lu Ming and Qiu's frenzied attacks. Bang! His body still exploded. However, it was still a metal clone while his main body appeared nearby. To think that he can continuously create metal clones. What kind of secret technique is this? Or is it a talent? Lu Ming was also very surprised. However, he was already prepared for this. Hence, his attacks did not stop and continued to envelop the black-skinned elder. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. The black-skinned elder did not expect Lu Ming to be hiding his strength. Lu Ming's sudden eruption of power had suppressed him and made him lose the initiative. In the end, it was difficult for him to turn the tables around. If he had been prepared, it would have been impossible for Lu Ming to crush the black-skinned elder even if his genesis techniques had greatly improved. The black-skinned elder was already much stronger than Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming's genesis techniques had improved, it was still difficult to say who would emerge victorious in a head-on battle. With Qiuqiu, Lu Ming would definitely be able to suppress the black-skinned elder, but it would be impossible for it to be so one-sided. Hence, Lu Ming would never miss such an opportunity. Once the black-skinned elder recovered, it would be very difficult to kill him. This old man was extremely powerful and his life-saving ability was also top-notch. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The war god's spear continuously vibrated as terrifying spear after spear of light shot towards the black-skinned elder, destroying everything in its path. Qiuqiu also did its best. Its sword pierced through the air, destroying everything in its path. The two joined forces to kill the black-skinned elder. Bang! The dark-skinned old man's body exploded again. It was still a metal substitute. However, after using metal substitute 3 times in a row, the black-skinned old man was extremely weak. His face was pale and his aura was weak. His attacks were much weaker than before, and his battle prowess was greatly reduced. The dark-skinned old man let out a long howl. He regretted not burning his origin root to kill Lu Ming. In his current state, he couldn't even ignite his Genesis root even if he wanted to. He knew that things weren't looking good. Today, he was in danger. He used all his strength to activate the metal shard, wanting to use it to turn the tables. Unfortunately, the human king's broken sword blocked the metal shard, and the 2 broken weapons were still in a stalemate. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He knew that the old man could not take it anymore. Bang! The dark-skinned elder exploded for the 4th time. He still didn't die, but he became even weaker. His aura was extremely dispirited. Wait a minute, I have something to say, the dark-skinned old man roared. However, Lu Ming was unmoved. He stabbed the war god's spear continuously, and 9 bloody holes appeared on the dark-skinned old man's body. Most importantly, the dark-skinned old man's origin root was pierced. Dense cracks appeared on it, and it could explode at any time. At this time, Lu Ming stopped. Say it. Lu Ming stood with his spear and did not continue to attack. The other party no longer had the strength to fight back. His origin root was almost destroyed and could be considered half-crippled. You destroyed my origin root. The dark-skinned old man's face was pale. Although his origin root had exploded, it was full of cracks. In such a situation, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to repair it. It was almost destroyed. What do you have to say? Say it quickly. Also, tell me the sacrificial method you know. Lu Ming said. This was the main reason why Lu Ming didn't kill the other party immediately. The dark-skinned old man said that as long as one person was sacrificed, they could get out of here. However, Lu Ming didn't know the sacrificial method. Even if he killed the dark-skinned old man, what was the use if he didn't know the sacrificial method? Haha, so you don't know this method. Then let's die together. Die together with me. I won't tell you. The dark-skinned old man was stunned at first, then he laughed crazily as if he had gone mad. He knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to live. Even if he told Lu Ming the sacrificial method, someone had to die before it could be used. Lu Ming would definitely kill him. Since he still had to kill him, why tell Lu Ming? Lu Ming didn't know the sacrificial method. Being trapped here for the rest of his life would be worse than death. Thinking of this, the dark-skinned old man was very happy, as if he had vented his anger. I'll make you beg for death, Lu Ming said coldly. Come on, I've stayed at the peak of origin for 1,000 stellar years. What haven't I seen? Come if you have the guts. The dark-skinned old man roared crazily. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming said and stabbed the divine war spear, piercing the dark-skinned old man's origin root. With a bang, the origin root exploded, and the soul within it distorted continuously, rapidly dispersing under the destructive power. I've cultivated for more than 1,000 stellar years. I didn't expect to die in the hands of a junior like you. Become an immortal, I want to become an immortal, the dark-skinned old man murmured as the past of his life appeared in front of his eyes. He was also a peerless genius when he was young. He had reached the peak of reciprocity at such a young age. He was full of confidence and vigor. He wanted to overcome the 9 heavenly tribulations in one go and achieve immortality by knocking on the immortal gate. But not long after, he saw a senior genius who was even more talented than him die tragically under the deity tribulation. His body rotted and he wailed for 3 years. It was a horrible sight. It was like a basin of cold water poured on his head. A senior genius who was even more talented than him died tragically under the deity tribulation and wailed. The deity tribulation was too terrifying. Since then he had been traumatized and lost his courage. He stayed at the peak of origin and didn't dare to go through the deity tribulation. He stayed there for 1,000 stellar years. Now, he was about to die and his dream of becoming an immortal was gone. The power of destruction swept over, and his soul crumbled. He was completely dead. Lu Ming didn't show mercy and killed the dark-skinned old man. That old man had cultivated for 1,000 stellar years. He was simply an old monster. The history of the new era of the primitive universe was only a few hundred stellar years. Even in the primitive universe of the previous epoch, this guy was considered old. Such a person had experienced too much and was extremely determined. Since he had made up his mind not to say anything, he definitely wouldn't. Besides, such a person might have some terrifying means. If he found an opportunity to use them, he might be able to completely turn the situation around. If he didn't kill him, he would be on tenterhooks, so he might as well just kill him. Chapter 5180. Although he couldn't leave this place without knowing the sacrificial method after killing the dark-skinned old man, Lu Ming didn't believe that he wouldn't find an opportunity. If he kept waiting, there would always be an opportunity. At worst, he could just stay here and cultivate, improve his cultivation, and then undergo the immortal tribulation. After a few immortal tribulations, he didn't believe that he couldn't break this bronze wall. Then, Lu Ming looked at the metal fragment. This metal fragment was actually able to compete with the Human King's broken sword, which was really no small matter. The Human King's broken sword had consumed too much energy to seal teak, but it was still Human King Xianyuan's sword, and the damage wasn't serious. At least it could be seen that it was a broken sword. The hilt was intact, and only 1/5 of the sword was left. However, this metal fragment couldn't be seen as a fragment of a weapon. It was only the size of a palm, but it had such power. It was really terrifying. Lu Ming stretched out his hand, and a big hand formed and grabbed the metal fragment. The metal fragment didn't resist. After Lu Ming put away the Human King's broken sword, the metal fragment's terrifying aura was restrained, and it floated quietly in the air like an ordinary metal fragment. If Lu Ming hadn't seen this metal fragment awaken before, he wouldn't have been able to see anything unusual. Lu Ming grabbed the metal fragment and injected a taboo origin force, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and it didn't cause any waves. Then, Lu Ming continuously injected a few more strands of origin force, but they were all the same. This seems to be a fragment of a staff or a long weapon, Lu Ming guessed. The so-called long weapon was a long spear, a halberd, or something like that. However, Lu Ming couldn't tell what kind of weapon it was. Ball, can you refine this fragment? Lu Ming looked at Xiao. Needless to say, this metal fragment was definitely a fragment of an immortal weapon. If Ball could devour and refine it, its cultivation would definitely skyrocket. At that time, the Chaos Ring would be hidden in his body, and it might be able to isolate the heavens from the outerverse and prevent the outerverse powerhouses from deducing it. This would preserve a fragment of the universe core for the desolate universe. No, I can sense it. If I try to refine it, I'll definitely die. Xiao shook his head and looked at the metal shard with a grave expression. However, the solemn look on his face quickly disappeared, replaced by greed. If my cultivation base increases greatly, after overcoming a few immortal tribulations, I might be able to try refining it. Lu Ming shook his head in disappointment. But that was to be expected. Xiao could not refine the Human King's broken sword, so it naturally could not do anything to this metal fragment. Xiao, I'll leave this metal fragment in your space for now. You can refine it whenever you want. Lu Ming said. He already had the Human King's broken sword, so this fragment was of little use to him. Giving it to Xiao would instead have a greater effect. If Xiao could refine it in the future, its cultivation would skyrocket and it would obtain the power of some immortal weapon. That would be of even greater help to Lu Ming. All right. Xiao opened its mouth and swallowed the metal shard. He was only temporarily storing it in his space and not refining it, so there would be no danger. Then, Lu Ming looked at a bracelet on the dark-skinned old man's wrist. A storage bracelet. There were many kinds of storage treasures, such as storage rings, storage bracelets, storage bags, storage necklaces, storage hairpins, and so on. In the previous era, the primeval continent liked to use storage bags. Lu Ming discovered that the other great cosmoses had everything. There were all kinds of things. The dark-skinned old man used a storage bracelet. He reached out and grabbed the storage bracelet. Then, he broke the seal on it and looked at it. Even though he was mentally prepared, Lu Ming was still shocked. This old man's collection was too rich. There were all kinds of divine pills, divine medicines, and all kinds of weapons piled up like mountains. However, there were hundreds of source-level divine weapons, and more than a dozen top-level ones. This guy was indeed in existence who had lived for thousands of stellar years. He had lived for so long that his collection was abnormally rich. Lu Ming even saw a pseudo-immortal weapon, and it was complete. Xiao, you're in for a treat. This pseudo-immortal weapon is for you. Lu Ming directly gave the pseudo-immortal weapon to Xiao. A complete pseudo-immortal weapon was priceless, but Lu Ming didn't care. As long as Xiao could improve his cultivation, everything was worth it. I'll eat. Xiao's eyes lit up as it swallowed it in one gulp. Then, it turned into a bracelet and was worn on Lu Ming's wrist. It's a pity that there are no spirit essences useful for the body, spirit, or Genesis roots, Lu Ming mumbled to himself, then shook his head and smiled. He was too greedy. Even if the dark-skinned old man had such treasures, he would have used them long ago to improve his foundation and foundation. After casually checking, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and began to refine the divine pills to recover. In the following days, Lu Ming stayed in the Bronze Head, cultivating and comprehending Genesis techniques. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, 80 years had passed. It had been 100 years since Lu Ming entered. It's been 100 years. According to the time, the origin tribulation should have passed. Lu Ming whispered, his face full of worry. Now that the origin tribulation had passed, the outerverse sub-immortals would definitely descend in large numbers. What was the situation in the primitive universe now? Had the Tsongqing divine realm been deduced by the almighty figures of the outerverse? Had the war already reached the heavens? Lu Ming had a lot on his mind, but he couldn't go out and could only wait here. Xiao's cultivation had also encountered a bottleneck. He had just broken through to the late-stage origin realm, so it wouldn't be easy for him to continue improving. Moreover, a complete pseudo-immortal weapon wasn't that easy to refine. After passing the immortal tribulation, there would be tribulation light on it. If he wanted to refine it, he had to destroy the tribulation light. Xiao's cultivation was still at the late-stage origin realm. Lu Ming wanted Xiao to break through to the subimmortal realm in a short period of time, but it was obviously unrealistic. The higher the cultivation, the more difficult it was to cultivate. No matter how abnormal Xiao's talent was, it couldn't continue improving without limit. Rumble. Clang clang. Suddenly, the surrounding bronze walls shook violently, and the sound of sharp blades slashing could be heard. At the same time, the bronze walls around Lu Ming were rolling. Could it be that the bronze head is fighting with someone? Lu Ming guessed. Although he was inside the bronze head, he could still feel that the bronze puppet was rolling and flying. In the past 100 years, this bronze head hadn't moved at all. Clang clang. The violent rumbling became more and more intense. Crack. Suddenly, one of the bronze walls caved in and a crack appeared. A terrifying force swept in from the outside. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he quickly dodged. However, the space inside the bronze head was limited, and Lu Ming was still swept by the force. Lu Ming smashed heavily into the bronze wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. What a terrifying force. Chapter 5181. It was just a wisp of energy that seeped in from the crack in the bronze wall, but he couldn't withstand it and suffered minor injuries. The strength of the person who attacked could be imagined. Lu Ming had sensed this aura from the quasi-immortal desolate beasts in the heart of the universe fragment and also from a quasi-immortal weapon. Although it was impossible for it to be completely the same, there were similarities. Quasi-immortal. These two words appeared in Lu Ming's heart. Counting the time, more than 10 years had passed since the origin source calamity. A quasi-immortal existence from the outerverse had probably arrived long ago. Lu Ming guessed that an outerverse quasi-immortal existence had killed his way to the Grand Supreme Immortal capital and fought with the Bronze Head, creating a crack in it. Immediately, Lu Ming didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He restrained his aura and remained motionless. He was afraid of being sensed by the quasi-immortal outside. Who knew if the quasi-immortal outside discovered that there was someone inside the Bronze Head and would attack him? He definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Lu Ming knew very well how hard the Bronze Head was. Previously, when he took out the Human King's broken sword, he could only leave a shallow mark on it. Lu Ming estimated that the attack power of the Human King's broken sword was comparable to a First Tribulation quasi-immortal or even higher. However, the quasi-immortal outside could actually cut through the Bronze Head. His realm was definitely frighteningly high. He was at least a Second Tribulation quasi-immortal. Even if Lu Ming had the Human King's broken sword, he definitely wouldn't be a match for him or be able to block it. The Human King's broken sword wouldn't awaken so easily. From past experience, it would only awaken when it encountered a power of the same level. For example, the true immortal dermic seal or other immortal weapon fragments. Boom. There was another boom. Lu Ming judged that the Bronze Head should have smashed into the ground. Then, the black flames around Lu Ming quickly rushed out of the crack. After that, there was no more movement. The battle is over? Lu Ming guessed that the Bronze Head was completely destroyed. Otherwise, why would the black flames around it dissipate? However, Lu Ming didn't dare leave immediately. He continued to stay inside the Bronze Head. After waiting for 3 days, there was no movement outside. Lu Ming turned into a beam of light and flew out of the crack. At his current level, such methods were just basic operations. Flying out of the bronze crack, Lu Ming immediately brimmed with origin energy as he prepared for battle. However, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, he found that there were no other living creatures in the surroundings. Underground, a huge bronze head had smashed into the ground. Its surface was full of bumps and hollows. Clearly, it had been destroyed. Lu Ming soared into the sky and stood high in the sky. He discovered that he was still in that ancient city. In front of him, in the depths of the Grand Supreme Immortal capital, that huge mountain was still there. On the surface of the huge mountain, that layer of light was still there. It's been so many years, but the restrictive formation on that huge mountain still hasn't been broken. Lu Ming muttered. The light screen on the surface of the giant mountain was the restriction formation. It was not much different from before. Obviously, it had not been broken. Boom, boom. Vaguely, one could hear rumbling sounds coming from the side of the giant mountain. There was also a dazzling flash of light. Someone was attacking the giant mountain. To be precise, they were attacking the light screen, and there was more than one person. Could it be that a sub-immortal powerhouse is attacking the light screen? Should I go and take a look? Lu Ming pondered. In the end, Lu Ming decided to go and take a look. He wouldn't get close and would just observe from afar. Lu Ming restrained his aura to the extreme and sped along the ground. Soon, Lu Ming approached the giant mountain. From afar, he could see balls of light floating around the giant mountain. Those balls of light were all living beings. However, the aura they emitted was too terrifying. Each ball of light was like the fusion of billions of stars. It was earth-shattering. Even though he was very far away, Lu Ming felt an incomparably huge pressure as if he couldn't breathe. Sub-immortals, they were all sub-immortals. There were at least dozens of sub-immortals around the giant mountain. Every one of them was enveloped by the power of origin and the light of tribulation. Their appearances couldn't be seen clearly, only their approximate size. Boom, boom, boom. These sub-immortals were constantly attacking, trying to break the light screen around the giant mountain. However, such destructive means only caused the light screen to tremble and not break. After so many years, the array formation here can still maintain such power. It's definitely not simple inside. A deep voice sounded. It came from a sub-immortal. This is the core of the Grand Supreme Immortal Capital. I can vaguely sense the aura of the Immortal Dao. Could it be that an Immortal Dao figure died inside? Another sub-immortal said. The other sub-immortal's eyes were burning. Everyone, let's go all out. If we don't go all out, who knows how long it will take to exhaust the energy of this formation and break this seal. If we take too long, I'm afraid even more people will come here. There was a sub-immortal Dao. Then, even more dazzling rays of light blasted toward the light screen. These sub-immortals from different great cosmoses were working together to break the restriction as soon as possible and obtain the treasures inside. An immortal died in the giant mountain? Could it be that an immortal's molt will be left behind? Lu Ming had a thought. His heart was also burning, but then he shook his head. With so many sub-immortals here, no matter how great the opportunity was, it had nothing to do with him. Lu Ming planned to leave. With so many sub-immortals here, it was obvious that the other places in the Grand Supreme Immortal Capital had long been plundered. For example, there was a corpse beside the bronze head holding a broken saber, which was a sub-immortal weapon. Back then he and the dark-skinned old man fought because of this. But now, the broken saber was gone. It was obvious that someone had taken it away. It was probably the same in other places. Lu Ming was worried about the safety of his parents, Xianxia, Autumn Moon, Lu Shenhuang, and the others. He was also worried about the Azure Divine Realm. He didn't know what the current situation was like, so he planned to go back and take a look as soon as possible. Lu Ming retreated silently. However, not long after, his heart stirred and he looked in a certain direction. He then revealed a trace of a smile. Future self. Lu Ming whispered. He sensed that his future self was rushing toward him. It had been more than 10,000 years since he severed his future self in the Grand Supreme Immortal City and left his future self to cultivate in the Grand Supreme Immortal City. Now, his future self had finally appeared. Not long after, a figure rushed over. It was a young man in armor. He was handsome and tall, identical to Lu Ming. Who else could it be but his future self? The future self arrived in front of Lu Ming. The two looked at each other and then nodded silently. Then, the future self turned into a ray of light and rushed into Lu Ming's present self. He sat cross-legged in front of the origin root, and his body was filled with a hazy light. A message was transmitted to the mind of Lu Ming's present self. Immediately, Lu Ming had a rough understanding of what his past self had experienced over the years. His future self had been cultivating in the Grand Supreme Immortal City all these years, and his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he had already reached the late stage of origin. Late stage of origin, the same as my current self. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 5182. Moreover, after his future self reached the origin realm, he took the Grand Supreme Immortal City for his own use. The Grand Supreme Immortal City became a spatial treasure and was stored in his sea of consciousness. This made Lu Ming overjoyed. The primordial ring was most likely a fragment of the heart of the universe. He might not be able to keep it in the future and would most likely lose it. It would be very inconvenient if he lost the spatial treasure. This was because treasures such as storage rings couldn't store living creatures in them. Now that he had the Grand Supreme Immortal City, there was no problem. Lu Ming remembered that the Grand Supreme Immortal City was divided into 3 levels. It was filled with dense primordial qi, corresponding to those below the God the Arch Realm, and the Divine Master Realm. A large amount of information echoed in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming learned that the cultivation of his future self focused on the soul. Of course, this was only relative. In fact, his future self's physical body was not weak, but his soul was relatively stronger than his present self's. Moreover, he had mastered soul attack and defense techniques. Great! Lu Ming was overjoyed. Now, although the soul of Lu Ming's present self was not weak, having reached the second tribulation, it lacked offensive and defensive techniques. His future self solved this problem. It could be said that if he joined forces with his future self, Lu Ming's combat strength would skyrocket. If he encountered that dark-skinned old man again, Lu Ming was confident that he could defeat him in a head-on battle. I wonder how my past self is doing? If my past self is not weaker than my future self, how strong will my combat strength be when my three selves are combined? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Lu Ming continued to digest the information from his future self. Lu Ming understood that the Grand Supreme Immortal City and the Grand Supreme Immortal Capital were indeed closely related. To be precise, the Grand Supreme Immortal City was actually an ancient city in the Grand Supreme Immortal Capital. At the end of the primordial era, it was sent flying out of the Grand Supreme Immortal Capital and had been wandering in the universe. Now that the Grand Supreme Immortal Capital had appeared, his future self controlled the Grand Supreme Immortal City. He had sensed something and followed it. A few years ago, his future self had arrived at the Grand Supreme Immortal Capital. However, many subimmortals had already arrived at the Grand Supreme Immortal Capital and surrounded the giant mountain. It was difficult for his future self to move. After his present self escaped from the bronze head, his future self immediately sensed it and came over to join his present self. There's a way to get inside the giant mountain. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His future self had not spent the past few years in the Grand Supreme Immortal Capital for nothing. He had already discovered that there were several metal veins around the giant mountain. As long as they followed the metal mine to the bottom of the huge mountain, they would be able to enter the huge mountain silently with the help of the Supreme Immortal City. However, he was surrounded by subimmortals. With his future self's means, even if he could move along the metal mine, he couldn't do it without being detected by the subimmortals. But now that he had Xiao, things were much easier. Ball could fuse with metal veins and silently travel through metal veins. Even a subimmortal would find it difficult to sense it. Let's do it. Lu Ming soon arrived at the location of a metal mine. His future self had already dug a cave here. Following the cave, there was indeed a metal mine below. This kind of metal could be refined into a main-grade divine weapon. However, Lu Ming and Ball were not interested in it now. Ball, I'll leave the rest to you. Lu Ming said. Don't worry, it's a piece of cake. Ball flew out and turned into a huge ball. Then, it wriggled and included Lu Ming. Then, it rushed into the metal mine. It was like a plate of water being poured into a river. They completely merged together and could not be separated. Xiao moved along the metal vein without making any noise. It was completely silent. Even if someone scanned with their spiritual consciousness, they would not be able to sense Ball. They would only sense that it was full of metal mines. Not long after, Ball brought Lu Ming to the end of the metal mine, which was the outside of the giant mountain. Not only was there a restriction array formation on the surface of the giant mountain, but there was also a restriction array formation underground. Otherwise, those subimmortals would have rushed in long ago. The bottom of the giant mountain was also enveloped by a light screen. Go! Near the source root, his future self's glabella shone, and a small ancient city flew out. It was the Grand Supreme Immortal City. Lu Ming grabbed the Grand Supreme Immortal City and approached the light screen. The light screen trembled slightly, and a gap silently appeared. It was indeed useful. The Grand Supreme Immortal City and the Grand Supreme Immortal were of the same origin. The restriction array formation of the giant mountain would not stop the Grand Supreme Immortal City. Lu Ming and Ball's figures swayed, and they entered the giant mountain through the gap. The gap in the light screen instantly closed and disappeared. Lu Ming took out a battle sword and started digging. After all, this side of the light screen was all rocks and not empty. The rocks here were very hard, but without the protection of the array formation, they could not stop Lu Ming. A large piece of rock was dug out, and a tunnel was formed. This was already the inner test of the array formation. Even if there was any movement with the array formation blocking it, the subimmortals outside would not be able to hear it. Lu Ming dug out a tunnel that led to the interior of the giant mountain. Half a day later, the mountain was dug through, and Lu Ming entered the giant mountain. The interior of the giant mountain was empty, and there was a huge space. That is, Lu Ming looked inside the giant mountain, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The interior of the giant mountain was filled with runes. In the center, there was an ancient bronze cauldron, and all the runes surrounded this bronze cauldron. This is an array formation from the last epoch. It seems to be a kind of refining array formation. The future self appeared beside the present self and observed carefully, frowning. Refining array formation? The present self was puzzled. However, he knew that the past self had obtained the inheritance of the Grand Supreme Immortal City and knew much more about the last epoch than him. Unfortunately, their memories could not be shared. The severing three corpses technique did not cultivate clones, but three complete individuals. They could cultivate separately and have their own thoughts. Yes, that big cauldron is the core of the array formation. It seems to be suppressing something. The refining array formation is refining the thing in the cauldron. The future self explained. Lu Ming's hair stood on end. He could not help thinking of Teak. After experiencing the matter of the sovereign personage's physical body, Xiao Chen was traumatized by such a situation. Could there be another old monster suppressed in the cauldron that had not been refined for so many years, waiting for an opportunity to break free? What is that? A crystal? Qiuqiu suddenly spoke, staring at a certain place. Lu Ming also discovered a crystal hovering in the air not far from the cauldron. The crystal was scarlet, looking like it was made of blood. However, there were strands of black in the scarlet color. The crystal gave off a faint light. Strands of scarlet threads extended out, seemingly connected to the array formation. What is this? A supreme treasure? Also, is there really a horrifying old monster in the cauldron that has not been refined? From the end of the Great Desolate Aeon until now, it has been at least several hundred stellar years. After such a long time, the existence in the cauldron should have been completely refined. The future self muttered, frowning in thought. Chapter 5183. In the end, they decided that their future selves would go over to investigate while their present selves and Qiuqiu would stay behind. The body of the future self glowed, enveloping dozens of layers of defense. Then, it stepped forward and stepped into the refining array. Buzz. The world spun and the stars moved. It was as if the entire world had changed. The moment the future self stepped into the refining array, whether it was the present self, the future self, or Qiuqiu, the scene in front of them changed. It was as if time had flowed backward and traveled back in time. The location was still here. However, the blood crystal changed and turned into a stalwart figure. He was covered in blood and had many wounds on his body. Refine! The stalwart figure shouted and his body emitted a dazzling light. In all directions, the refining array also emitted a dazzling light and merged with the stalwart figure, turning into waves of energy that surged into a large cauldron in front of him. Clang, clang. The large cauldron kept shaking and letting out loud sounds as if there was a terrifying murderer inside. Old Grand Supreme, you want to refine me? Dream on. I'm indestructible and eternal. A roar came from the large cauldron. No one can be indestructible and no living being can be eternal. Even the universe will be destroyed, let alone you. The stalwart figure said indifferently. Lu Ming was shocked. Grand Supreme? The stalwart figure was called Grand Supreme. Was he the founder of the Grand Supreme Celestial Dynasty? The founder of the Grand Supreme Celestial Dynasty was definitely a terrifying expert who was known as a king among the immortals. Without this strength, he wouldn't be able to create such a powerful sect like the Grand Supreme Celestial Dynasty. Lu Ming knew that this was the reappearance of the scene at the end of the prehistoric era. The Lord of the Grand Supreme Celestial Dynasty wanted to use the array and the cauldron to refine a powerful enemy. Don't even think about it. The existence in the large cauldron crazily tried to rush out, but the Lord of the Grand Supreme Celestial Dynasty burned himself and merged with the array and the cauldron, pushing the power of the two to the extreme and finally suppressed the existence in the cauldron. As time passed, the movement in the large cauldron became smaller and smaller until it completely disappeared. The Lord of the Grand Supreme Celestial Dynasty also turned into the Tao and disappeared, leaving only a blood crystal. Lu Ming finally knew where the blood crystal came from. This was something left behind by the Grand Supreme Celestial Dynasty and could be considered a mortal shell. However, there seemed to be very little energy left. It was even less than the slough he saw in the Purple Heaven Cave. The main reason was that the ruler of the Grand Supreme Immortal Dynasty had burned his essence, energy, and spirit in order to refine that powerful enemy. The losses were too great. Then the image dissipated and the surroundings returned to normal. Other than that, there were no other abnormalities. Seems like that existence in the cauldron has already been completely refined. If not, after so many years, the Grand Immortal Emperor would have long transformed into his Dao and left. If he didn't die, he would have long escaped. The future body Dao. Not bad. Lu Ming and Xiaoqiu nodded. The two of them also stepped out and entered the formation. There was nothing unusual. Perhaps our great opportunity has arrived. The eyes of his future self shone with a fiery light as he took a big step forward. He came to the front of the cauldron and reached out to push the lid. With a clang, the lid of the cauldron was pushed open. Immediately, a blood-red light spread out from the cauldron. At the same time, there was a terrifying pressure that seemed eternal. Vast and mighty life essence spread out from the cauldron. Lu Ming bathed in this life essence and felt all the hair on his body open up. He greedily absorbed the life essence and felt incomparably comfortable. Immortal blood. I didn't expect that there would really be immortal blood in this cauldron. The eyes of his future self became even more fiery. What's the use of immortal blood? Lu Ming's present self was surprised. Immediately, a message came from his future self and entered the mind of his present self. Lu Ming immediately knew the use of immortal blood. Immortal blood could be used to temper the body. Of course, it was limited to sub-immortal existences. Because their cultivation was insufficient, using immortal blood would cause them to explode. However, even a sub-immortal existence couldn't use immortal blood casually. It had to be refined by an immortal before it could be used. The blood of immortal Dao life forms was filled with a huge amount of life essence, but it was also filled with many terrifying and harmful substances. For example, immortal will, terrifying energy, and so on. To ordinary life forms, these were harmful substances. If the blood of an immortal Dao life form was not refined and purified, ordinary life forms would be killed if they approached it, let alone use it. A drop of blood of an immortal Dao life form could destroy the void and pierce through the universe. It was not just a saying. It was extremely terrifying. However, if the harmful substances in immortal blood were refined, it would become a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Sub-immortal existences could use immortal blood to temper their bodies and strengthen their bodies. After all, there were too few spirit essences of heaven and earth that could temper the body like the body-cleansing liquid. They were usually born in the chaos and were in short supply. In the vast universe ocean, there were too many life forms and too many experts. Even though it was difficult to become a sub-immortal, the number of sub-immortals in the tens of thousands of great cosmoses was still shocking. They all relied on spirit essences of heaven and earth to temper their bodies. Where would so many spirit essences of heaven and earth come from? Therefore, most sub-immortals used immortal blood to temper their bodies. However, immortal blood was not everywhere in the entire universe ocean, and it was very precious. After all, living immortal Dao life forms would not easily give out their blood. It was fine to give a little occasionally, but if they gave out their blood too often, their cultivation would also be affected. Most immortal blood came from immortal Dao life forms who had died in battle. Lu Ming's present body looked into the huge cauldron and could not help but be delighted. In the huge cauldron, the blood-red blood emitted a sparkling luster and looked very tempting. This blood seems to have been refined and is incomparably pure. There are no harmful substances left behind. Present body said, "Not bad. After all, it was refined by the Lord of the Grand Supreme Immortal Dynasty for so many years. Only the essence is left. However, this kind of immortal blood is too dense. Even if we start to transcend the immortal tribulation, we can't use it directly." Present body said. He had read some records in the Grand Supreme Immortal City. In the universe ocean, immortal blood could be used as a currency. After all, immortal crystals, immortal stones, and source-grade divine herbs were useless to sub-immortals. However, immortal blood was very useful. However, immortal blood was extraordinary after all. Its energy was too strong. Even if the harmful substances were refined, It could not be used directly. It had to be diluted with an immortal spring before it could be absorbed and refined. This is all the blood of an immortal. After diluting it, how much can there be? Lu Ming and Xiaoqiu's eyes were burning with passion. Then they began to collect it. Present Body took out 10 jade bottles covered in runes and divided the immortal blood in the huge cauldron into 10 portions. He put them into the 10 jade bottles and then put them into the Grand Supreme Immortal City. We can't let go of this huge cauldron either. Put it away, Lu Ming said. Chapter 5184. This cauldron could help refine a powerful immortal Dao being. It was definitely extraordinary. Even if he couldn't see anything unusual about it now, he couldn't miss it. The future self nodded and also put the cauldron into the Grand Supreme Immortal City. Regardless of whether it was the future self or the present self, they were both Lu Ming himself. It was the same no matter who put it away. Finally, they looked at the blood crystal. That might be the shed skin left behind by the Lord of the Grand Supreme Immortal Dynasty. It was definitely precious. Even if it wasn't as good as the immortal's blood, it wouldn't be too far off. Lu Ming was about to put away the immortal's shed skin when the blood crystal suddenly vibrated slightly. It turned into a ray of light and flew towards Lu Ming's present self. It entered Lu Ming's glabella and appeared in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. The expression of the present self changed. Could it be that the Lord of the Grand Supreme Immortal Dynasty hasn't completely fallen and his consciousness remains? Lu Ming's present self said. It's hard to say. Legend has it that some immortal Dao powerhouses left behind the immortal's shed skin and didn't completely fall. One day they can use the shed skin to be reborn. The future self said. There's actually such a thing. Lu Ming's present self was shocked. Yes, there are such records, but there don't seem to be many. Most of the immortal Dao powerhouses who left behind their shed skin really transformed into the Dao. It's impossible for them to be reborn. The future self said. After speaking, the future self turned into a ray of light and flew into the present self, reappearing near the source root. The future self guarded here and could help protect the source root. Even if it was ambushed, it could protect the source root from being destroyed. Lu Ming had a lot on his mind. Even if the Lord of the Grand Supreme Immortal Dynasty was an immortal Dao powerhouse of the primitive universe, the blood crystal left behind still made him feel a little uncomfortable when it flew into Lu Ming's body on its own. However, this was the immortal's shed skin after all. He still couldn't bear to give it up just like that. He could only study it in the future. This trip could be said to be a great harvest. Putting everything else aside, just the value of the 10 bottles of Immortal's blood was immeasurable. If those sub-immortals outside knew about it, they would probably go crazy with jealousy. Immortal blood had a fatal attraction to sub-immortals. It was no different from the body-cleansing elixir as it was related to the immortal tribulation. Lu Ming and Xiaoqiu scanned their surroundings but found nothing, so they planned to leave. They went back the way they came and left the giant mountain. Boom, boom, boom. Those sub-immortals were still attacking the light screen outside the huge mountain. Take your time. Lu Ming mumbled and silently left. Not long after, Lu Ming left the Grand Supreme Immortal Capital. As expected, the Great Tribulation of Quintessence has completely passed. After leaving the Grand Supreme Immortal City, Lu Ming could clearly feel that the pressure between heaven and earth had disappeared. There was nothing left. This meant that the 10,000 years of origin tribulation had passed. It also meant that an era of incomparable chaos had arrived. Lu Ming was very worried about Xianxia and the others, as well as the situation in Songqing Immortal Realm. He moved at full speed towards the area where Xianxia and the others were. Lu Ming tore through the void and traveled at an extremely fast speed. A few days later, he arrived at his destination. This was the transfer area of the Songqing Immortal Realm. It was very barren and remote. Lu Ming had been here a few times and was familiar with the place. Moreover, the guards knew Lu Ming and let him through when they saw Lu Ming. Soon, Lu Ming saw Xianxia, Autumn Moon, and the others. Seeing that everyone was fine, Lu Ming was relieved. Lu Ming, where did you go? I couldn't send a voice transmission jade token out. Xianxia complained when she saw Lu Ming. All these years, They had been extremely worried. Lu Ming seemed to have disappeared and there was no news at all. I was trapped. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly recounted his experiences over the years. Xianxia and the others also talked about the changes in the primitive universe over the years. 10 years ago, after the Great Tribulation of the Origins, the sub-immortals of the Outerverse descended. These people were like bandits, crazily attacking those ruins. In the past 10 years, almost all the ruins left in the primitive universe have been plundered by these sub-immortals. These bandits are shameless. The treasures left behind by the ancestors of our primitive universe are all gone. These bastards took advantage of them. The one who spoke was Dandan. When he thought of the countless treasures being taken away by the Outerverse, he was so angry that his eyes widened and he gnashed his teeth in jealousy. The others also sighed. At its peak, the primitive universe was ranked 11th in the Yang realm. It was extremely powerful and prosperous. Immortals roamed freely and there were countless treasures. However, at the end of the last era, the primitive continent was destroyed and a batch of treasures had been plundered by the people of the Netherworld. There were not many treasures left. Now, after being plundered like this, there was really nothing left. Although those ruins had powerful restriction arrays and some were full of danger, how could they stop the sub-immortals? Unless it was an immortal or a living being, it was just some ruins. After so many years, it was impossible to stop those sub-immortals. Moreover, there was more than one sub-immortal. Most of the ruins had been dug up. The remaining treasures had been plundered. However, the living beings of the primitive universe could only watch helplessly and were powerless to stop them. It was really sad. By the way, how's the Azure Divine Realm? Lu Ming asked. It's fine for the time being. Over the years, the mighty figures of the Outerverse seem to have not been able to deduce the whereabouts of the third core of the universe. Xianxia said. Lu Ming's heart relaxed slightly. It was good that the Azure Divine Realm was fine. At the same time, he was also puzzled. There were a total of 5 core of the universe fragments. 2 had been plundered. One was the Azure Divine Realm, and the other was the Chaos Ring. Because the Azure Divine Realm was sealed and the Chaos Ring was placed in Xiuqiu's stomach, it was isolated from deduction. That was why it had not been discovered over the years. Where was the 5th core of the universe fragment? Since it had not been deduced, it was probably in a special place. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Lu Ming still planned to leave this place and head to the Azure Divine Realm to take a look. However, just as Lu Ming left these continents, he was stopped. Lu Ming, wait a minute, a voice came from behind. Lu Ming turned around and saw a few figures flying over. They were all humans in the Azure Divine Realm. There were a total of 3 people. These 3 people looked very young, about 20 years old, but their cultivation was very high. They were all at the peak of origin. 2 men and 1 woman. I'm Lu Song. I'm Yao Yi. I'm Feng Qiushan. The 3 of them introduced themselves. Lu Ming greets the 3 of you. May I know why you stopped Lu Ming? Lu Ming cupped his fists. These 3 people looked young, but they could reach the peak of origin. They were most likely monstrous geniuses in the Azure Divine Realm. Of course, they were only young compared to other origins. Judging from their life aura, they should be close to a stellar year. Lu Ming, are you going to the Azure Divine Realm? Lu Song asked. That's right. Lu Ming nodded. It's better not to go. The Azure Divine Realm has been completely sealed. You can't enter or leave. Lu Song shook his head. Chapter 5185. Lu Song and the other 2 told him that the Azure Divine Realm had been completely sealed and no one could enter or leave. At the same time, the primogenitors had ordered them not to return. In the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm, most of the existences above the origin level stayed in the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm. They lived and died with the Ashen Cyan Divine Realm and guarded it. Only a small number of experts at the origin level and above had moved here. For example, Lu Song, Yao Yi, and Feng Qiushan were very talented. They were not very old and had great potential. They were considered to be the seeds of the Ashen Azure Immortal Realm. At the same time, they were not weak and could protect the clansmen of the Ashen Azure Immortal Realm who were not very strong. Lu Ming was helpless. It seemed that he couldn't return to the Azure Divine Realm for the time being. At the same time, he was also worried. 10 years had passed since the origin source tribulation. The powerhouses of the outerverse must be trying their best to deduce the remaining fragments of the universe core. Although the Chaos Ring was in Xiaoqiu's stomach and could isolate it from the heavens to a certain extent, there was no guarantee that it would be deduced at any time. I can't stay here for long. How should I deal with the Chaos Ring? Lu Ming frowned. If he continued to stay here and the Chaos Ring was deduced, it would only implicate others. It's a pity that Senior Fei Huang's avatar left after waking up. Otherwise, I could give the Chaos Ring to her. She definitely has more methods than I do. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. At this time, Lu Song and the other two's expressions suddenly changed. They took out their transmission jade talismans to check. Not good. There are powerhouses from the great universe heading to the Azure Divine Realm. The three exclaimed at the same time. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "What's going on?" Although we can't return to the Tsangqing Sacred Realm, we left a monitoring array in the void outside the Tsangqing Sacred Realm. We can observe the situation inside the Tsangqing Sacred Realm. We just saw a large number of elites from the Great Cosmos appear outside the Tsangqing Sacred Realm. Feng Qiushan quickly explained. "Let's go take a look," Lu Song said. Immediately, they quickly returned and arrived at a large hall. There was a huge mirror in the middle of the hall that reflected an image. At this moment, there were at least a few dozen people in the hall who had hurried over. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the mirror. The mirror reflected the void of the universe. Lu Ming could see that in the distance were the original entrances to the Azure Divine Realm. At this moment, a group of people appeared outside the entrance of the Azure Divine Realm. They're from the 10th-ranked Great Cosmos of the Underworld, the Nether River Great Cosmos. Lu Ming recognized him immediately. This was because Lu Ming had seen and dealt with some of them before. Of course, most of them were unfamiliar faces. "This is the Azure Divine Realm?" Someone in the Nether River Great Cosmos spoke. His voice was clearly heard. The Patriarch has already deduced that the Azure Immortal Realm is the third fragment of the universe core. Those fellows must have been prepared and sealed it completely. So what if it's sealed completely? How can it stop our footsteps? All we have to do is break it open and wipe out all the humans within. People from the Nether River Great Cosmos spoke one after another, their voices cold. At this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly turned his head and looked at Lu Ming and the others. To be more precise, he was looking at the area where the monitoring formation was located. The middle-aged man snorted coldly, his eyes emitting a dark light. With a bang, the image on the mirror disappeared. Obviously, the monitoring formation had been broken. Everyone's expression was extremely ugly. What was supposed to happen had finally happened. The people of the Outerverse had finally deduced that the Azure Immortal Realm was the fragment of the universe core. One could imagine that there would be a fierce battle in the Azure Immortal Realm. "Let's go and take a look," Lu Song said. He was obviously worried. "With our strength, we'll just be courting death if we go back." Someone sighed. Needless to say, there were definitely sub-immortal powerhouses in the Nether River Great Cosmos, and there would be quite a number of them. With their strength, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from a sub-immortal. "We're not going back to risk our lives. The main reason is that we're worried. We'll go back and check the situation. We'll hide in the distance and not get close," Lu Song said. "I agree. We'll hide in the distance and report the situation back at any time," Yao Yi also said. In the end, Lu Song and the other four were sent to the Azure Immortal Realm to observe the situation. "Everyone, I'll go with you," Lu Ming said. He had originally planned to leave this place. At the same time, he also wanted to know how the battle in the Azure Immortal Realm would end. Lu Song and the others nodded and didn't refuse. Everyone immediately set off. Now, the primitive universe was constantly recovering, and the laws and order were becoming more and more perfect. The environment had already undergone earth-shattering changes compared to the original universe ruins. Back then, the laws and order of the universe ruins were chaotic, and even wormholes were difficult to open. Even if they were opened in a short period of time, they wouldn't be able to stay for long. But now, not only were wormholes easy to open, but they were also stable and could last for a long time. Therefore, the current primitive universe was filled with wormholes, and traveling through them had become fast and easy. Lu Ming and the others flew for a distance and saw many wormholes. They took the wormholes and quickly rushed to the Azure Immortal Realm. Outside the Azure Immortal Realm, there were at least a few hundred experts from the Nether River Great Cosmos. Of course, most of them were Origin Realm existences, but there were also many subimmortal powerhouses. The Azure Immortal Realm turns out to be the remnants of the primitive universe human race. It turns out that you have occupied a piece of the heart of the universe. However, this is the end. Take the initiative to open the seal and hand over the fragment of the heart of the universe. We can spare your lives, a middle-aged man from the Nether River Great Cosmos said coldly as he looked at the entrance of the Azure Immortal Realm. His gaze seemed to penetrate the seal of the Azure Immortal Realm. However, his voice didn't reach the interior of the Azure Immortal Realm. It was blocked. Now, the Azure Immortal Realm was completely sealed, and no one could enter or leave. Even subimmortals couldn't enter or leave, let alone transmit their voices. However, they could read the shape of the lips. There were many people guarding the entrance of the Azure Immortal Realm. They could see through the seal and read the lips of the middle-aged man from the Nether River Great Cosmos. Do you really want to kill us all? If all the fragments of the heart of the universe are taken away, the primitive universe will be completely destroyed. No matter what, we have to protect a fragment of the heart of the universe. An elder in the Azure Immortal Realm spoke. Of course, his voice couldn't be transmitted, but the other party could see the shape of his lips. This elder was extremely old, and his face was filled with wrinkles. He was a subimmortal who had survived from the previous epoch. Leaving behind a fragment of the heart of the universe in a futile attempt to revive? What a joke! Since the primitive universe has been destroyed, it doesn't need to exist anymore. Since you are so stubborn, the human race doesn't need to exist anymore. It should be annihilated, the middle-aged man from the Nether River Great Cosmos said coldly. It was as if annihilating a race was a trivial matter in his eyes. You want to stop us with a mere seal? Just break it. Another expert from the Nether River Great Cosmos said. Chapter 5186. The Nether River Great Cosmos was very overbearing. They didn't want to waste any time and wanted to make a move right away. They didn't take the seal of the Azure Divine Realm seriously. They were subimmortals. What seal could stop them in a mere primordial universe? Many of the ruins left behind from the primordial era had powerful restriction array formations or various seals, but they were still broken by them in the end. Bang, bang, bang. A few figures stepped out and an extremely shocking aura erupted from their bodies. The void around them instantly crumbled like paper, forming a large patch of primordial chaos. Subimmortals. These people were all subimmortals. Their auras were shocking. However, just as these subimmortals were about to make a move, they suddenly stopped in their tracks and looked in a certain direction. Crash! The void in that direction suddenly cracked open and several figures appeared out of thin air. These figures were also extremely powerful. They were all experts. Sacred Light Great Cosmos. The eyes of the people from the Nether River Great Cosmos suddenly shrank. Sacred Light Great Cosmos, what are you doing here? The middle-aged man from the Nether River Great Cosmos said coldly. They had already sent people to seal off the surroundings. Their voices couldn't be transmitted out. The others shouldn't know what was happening here, nor should they know that the Azure Divine Realm was a fragment of the core of the universe. What's there to pretend now? Do you think only your patriarch can deduce that this is a fragment of the core of the universe? Someone from the Sacred Light Great Cosmos sneered. The people from the Nether River Great Cosmos had gloomy expressions. Clearly, the Almighties of the Sacred Light Great Cosmos had also deduced this. Originally, they had wanted to end the battle quickly and seize the fragment of the core of the universe before the other great cosmoses deduced that this place was a fragment of the core of the universe. They hadn't expected that the Sacred Light Great Cosmos wouldn't be any slower than them. They had just arrived and exchanged a few words, Yet the sacred light great cosmos had already arrived. In that case, let's rely on our own abilities. The middle-aged man from the Nether River Great Cosmos said. Since the sacred light great cosmos had already arrived, there was nothing much to say. In the end, they would have to rely on their own abilities to speak. Neither side would back down, so it was useless to say anything more. The auras of the experts from both sides erupted and clashed. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Humans of the Azure Divine Realm, listen up. We are from the Holy Light Great Cosmos, which is ranked 8th in the world of the living. I believe you have heard of it. An elder from the Sacred Light Great Cosmos spoke in the direction of the entrance of the Tsangqing Divine Realm. The universe core fragment is of great importance. It absolutely cannot fall into the hands of the underworld. Otherwise, it will only strengthen the underworld. Therefore, it is best that you take the initiative to hand over the universe core fragment to us for safekeeping. So King Shameless. Many people in the Tsangqing Divine Realm cursed. They were extremely indignant. The people of the Sacred Light Great Cosmos were really shameless. They could have just said that they wanted to seize the fragment of the universe core, but they actually said that they wanted to stop the underworld and prevent the fragment from falling into the hands of the underworld. She was really a prostitute who wanted to set up a monument for her chastity. Since we are all from the world of the living, why don't you protect us so that we won't be attacked by the people of the underworld and lose the fragment of the universe core? Someone in the Azure Divine Realm said. Many people from the Sacred Light Great Cosmos sneered. The descendants of the primordial world's human race are simply naive and laughable. He wanted them to take action and protect him, stop the in-world's experts? Are you stupid? Why would they do it if there were no benefits? The primordial world has long been kicked out of the Yang court. You don't qualify for our protection. This old man will say it one last time. Take the initiative to hand over the fragment of the universe core to us. Otherwise, if the fragment of the universe core falls into the hands of the underworld and increases their strength, you will be condemned by the world of the living. You won't be able to escape the blame even if your race is annihilated. The elder from the Sacred Light Great Cosmos said coldly. Many people in the Azure Divine Realm wanted to curse out loud. They were really shameless. Everyone says that the Sacred Light Great Cosmos is a hypocrite on the surface. Indeed, you live up to your reputation. An expert from the Nether River Great Cosmos sneered. Make your move, lest something unexpected happens. Someone from the Nether River Great Cosmos said. If they took action now, they would only compete with the people of the Sacred Light Great Cosmos. If they delayed any longer, there might be other great cosmoses coming and the competition would be even more intense. It would be even more troublesome to obtain the fragment of the universe core. Boom, 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 boom. A total of 4 experts from the Nether River Great Cosmos took action. They took a step forward with astonishing auras. With a flip of their hands, 4 long rivers flew out and rushed toward the entrance of the Azure Divine Realm. The combined attack of the 4 sub-immortals was earth-shattering. The 4 attacks landed on the entrance of the Tsangqing Immortal Realm, causing an earth-shattering explosion. The surrounding space exploded and turned into chaos. Terrifying spatial cracks formed and extended into the distance. No one knew how long they extended. However, the entrance of the Azure Divine Realm didn't break open. Only a slight ripple appeared. What a strong defense! The people from the Nether River Great Cosmos and the Sacred Light Great Cosmos were shocked. 4 sub-immortals had taken action, and all of them were at least 4 tribulation sub-immortals. However, they still couldn't break through the defense of the Azure Divine Realm. Break! The 4 sub-immortals from the Nether River Great Cosmos roared and unleashed their full strength. They pushed their combat strength to the peak and executed their strongest attack. The surrounding space exploded continuously like grass being torn apart. However, the seal of the Azure Divine Realm still couldn't be broken. Looks like you guys can't do it. Go and help them. The elder from the Sacred Light Great Cosmos instructed a few experts from the Sacred Light Great Cosmos. 4 experts from the Sacred Light Great Cosmos also stepped forward. The power of the sacred light origin source soared into the sky and transformed into 4 battle swords. Each sword was billions of miles long and slashed toward the entrance of the Azure Divine Realm. The combined might of the 8 experts was truly terrifying. However, they still couldn't open the entrance of the Azure Divine Realm. The Azure Divine Realm has been completely sealed. The entrance is no longer a simple array formation. It's the most primitive seal. In the distance, Lu Ming and the rest were watching from afar on a small fragment of land. At this moment, Lu Song spoke. They had just arrived through the wormhole. However, they didn't dare to approach and could only watch from afar. The Azure Divine Realm had been completely sealed and was in the state it was in before Mulin's had opened it. The sealing power was extremely powerful. It was obvious that he was going all out. Otherwise, the defensive array formation wouldn't be able to block the attack of the sub-immortals. "All of you back off. I'll take over," said the middle-aged man from the Nether River Great Cosmos. The 4 experts from the Nether River Great Cosmos immediately retreated. The 4 experts from the Sacred Light Great Cosmos also retreated. They knew that the middle-aged man from the Nether River Great Cosmos was extremely powerful. If they didn't retreat, they would be implicated. Boom. The middle-aged man from the Nether River Great Cosmos stepped forward and unleashed his aura. At that moment, the world lost its color. Chapter 5187. The middle-aged man from the Nether River Great Cosmos was too strong. His aura made the world lose its color and everything wither. Even though they were far away, Lu Ming and the others could still feel the terrifying pressure. Their faces were a little pale, as if they were facing a terrifying beast that they could hardly resist. This aura, Lu Ming was shocked. Lu Ming wasn't completely inexperienced. Back then, he had seen the human monarch's body and the battle between the little human monarch and Teak. He had personally experienced that kind of terror. However, the aura of the middle-aged man from the Nether River Great Cosmos made him feel like he had seen the battle between the little human monarch and Teak. He had learned from the primogenitors of the Ashen Azure Sacred Realm that the true immortal Dao power couldn't be revealed when the universe was shattered. The power that the human monarch and the human monarch had used to fight Teak was most likely close to the immortal Dao power. The middle-aged man from the Nether River Great Cosmos also gave off the same feeling. A power close to the immortal Dao. Could he be a 9th tribulation sub-immortal who had undergone 9 immortal tribulations? Boom. The middle-aged man from the Nether River Great Cosmos was called Wang Gu. He reached out with a huge hand and grabbed at the Ashen Azure Sacred Realm. His huge hand was so big that it almost enveloped the entire Ashen Azure Sacred Realm as he grabbed at it. The void exploded as destructive power swept across the sky. Everything seemed to cease to exist. The Ashen Azure Sacred Realm originally only had a few entrances that were visible to the naked eye. The remaining parts were hidden in the depths of the void and were difficult to see. However, the void on the surface of the Ashen Azure Sacred Realm was peeled off layer by layer like grass. In the end, the entire Ashen Azure Sacred Realm was exposed to everyone. It could be seen that the Ashen Azure Sacred Realm was a huge continent that was surrounded by a layer of light screen. This layer of light screen was the seal of the Ashen Azure Sacred Realm. The 5 fingers of Wang Gu's huge hand were like 5 mighty immortal spears that pierced the light screen. The light screen trembled continuously and rippled. At that moment, the entire continent of the Ashen Azure Sacred Realm was shaking violently. 9th Tribulation Sub-Immortal. I didn't expect that even a 9th Tribulation Sub-Immortal would take action. Aren't they afraid of damaging their foundation and never becoming an immortal? A sub-immortal old man in the Azure Divine Realm whispered. It was too difficult to advance step by step and overcome the immortal tribulations to become a 9th Tribulation Sub-Immortal. At this point, he was only 1 step away from the immortal Dao. Knocking on the immortal pass. As long as one could knock open the immortal gate, they would be able to prove their Dao and become an immortal, transcending above the universe. They would become a creature of another level, high up above, eternal and undying. Of course, the last step was very difficult. It could be said to be extremely difficult. It was even more dangerous than the immortal tribulation. The slightest mistake could cause all the previous efforts to go to waste. Therefore, most ninth tribulation subimmortals rarely came out. They were all in seclusion to cultivate and adjust their state so that they were always in peak condition. Knocking on the immortal pass was no small matter. If one's condition was not right or if one was injured, the impact would be great. In the past, many ninth tribulation subimmortals had failed because of this insignificant influence. This time, the Nether River Great Cosmos had really invested a lot in order to obtain the universe core fragment. Even a 9 tribulation subimmortal had been mobilized. Just because of the heart of the universe fragment? Or was there another reason? Open! Wang Gu shouted coldly when his attack failed. He attacked again. This time, he took out his subimmortal weapon and launched a shocking attack. This subimmortal weapon had accompanied him through the immortal tribulations and reached the level of a 9 tribulation subimmortal weapon. It was almost at the peak of acquired weapons. This was because true immortal weapons could not be forged at all. They were all born naturally. Immortal weapons were born when the great cosmos was formed or when the endless chaos was born. In history, no one had ever forged a true immortal weapon. A 9 tribulation subimmortal combined with a 9 tribulation subimmortal weapon to launch a powerful attack. The Ashen Scion godly realm shook violently. The light screen around the Ashen Scion godly realm also shook violently, as if it was about to be torn apart. However, this seal was really resilient. Although it seemed to be shaking violently, it did not break and resisted the attack. After failing to break the seal after 2 consecutive attacks, Wang Gu did not continue attacking. His face was gloomy. It seems like this seal is really formed by an immortal weapon. These human descendants are really willing to destroy an immortal weapon just like that. The old man from the sacred light great cosmos said, using an immortal weapon's immortal origin as a foundation to form a seal. Although the strength of the seal was very shocking, the immortal weapon was still destroyed. In order to break this seal, one must have power that is infinitely close to the immortal Dao. Otherwise, even if you and I work together, we definitely won't be able to break it. Wang Gu looked at the old man from the sacred light great cosmos. The old man from the sacred light great cosmos was in existence on the same level as him. He was also a 9 tribulation subimmortal. Could it be that the almighties of the Nether River Great Cosmos are not prepared? The old man from the sacred light great cosmos asked. We are prepared, but it is difficult for me to activate it alone. Let's work together. After saying that, a battle sword appeared in Wang Gu's hand. The battle sword was pitch black and emitted an astonishingly cold aura. The old man from the sacred light great cosmos was shocked. You guys are really willing to bring an immortal weapon. Aren't you afraid? It's a broken immortal weapon. That's fine. We can work together. Make your move. Wang Gu did not say anything else. A massive amount of power surged from his body and poured into the battle sword. The pitch-black battle sword trembled and an unimaginably terrifying power spread out. The immortal weapon had been awakened. The battle sword rapidly enlarged and turned into a towering sword that flew toward the Azure Sacred Realm. Behind Wang Gu, the experts from the Nether River Great Cosmos also made their move and poured their power into the immortal weapon. However, Wang Gu's body couldn't help but tremble and his face turned pale. Hurry up and do something. Wang Gu shouted at the people from the sacred light great cosmos. Even a broken immortal weapon couldn't be activated or awakened by a 9 tribulation subimmortal. Help them this time. The old man from the sacred light great cosmos shouted and led the experts from the sacred light great cosmos to make their move and pour their power into the immortal weapon. The aura emitted by the immortal weapon became even more terrifying. With a swoosh, it flew out and slashed at the light screen of the Azure Sacred Realm. Boom! It was as if heaven and earth had turned upside down. The sun and moon had lost their light and the entire universe was shaking. Crack! A strange sound came from the light screen of the Azure Sacred Realm. A crack appeared on the sturdy seal. You guys actually dare to use the immortal weapon and display the power of the immortal Dao. Aren't you afraid that the universe will be completely destroyed and you will be buried? An old man from the Azure Sacred Realm roared. The current primitive universe couldn't support the true power of the immortal Dao. If the true power of the immortal Dao erupted, The primitive universe would collapse and be completely destroyed. The power formed by the complete destruction of the universe was terrifying. Even true immortals and immortal Dao monarchs wouldn't be able to resist it and would be buried together. Chapter 5188. Without the core of the universe would be unstable. This was also the reason why no true immortals had come to the primitive universe. But now, Wang Gu and the others had used the immortal weapon and displayed the power of the immortal Dao, forcibly breaking the seal of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. How could the people of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm not be furious? A crack had been cut open in the seal of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm, so the sound could be heard clearly. It's just a broken immortal weapon, not a complete one. Its power is only infinitely close to the power of the immortal Dao. So what? Wang Gu sneered and continued to widen the crack in the seal of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. Rumble. Rumbling sounds could be heard in the vast universe. The laws of the universe seemed to be destroyed. Oh no, the primitive universe really can't take it anymore. Quickly put away the immortal weapon. The people of the sacred light great cosmos shouted. Wang Gu's expression changed drastically. Even if the broken immortal weapon was fully recovered, its power was too strong. The primitive universe seemed to be unable to take it anymore. Wang Gu didn't dare to continue, or the primitive universe would really be destroyed. He didn't care about the destruction of the primitive universe, but he was still in the primitive universe and would be destroyed along with it. He didn't want that to happen. Come back. Wang Gu shouted and tried his best to put away the broken immortal weapon. The seal had been broken, so there was no need to use the broken immortal weapon. With a buzz, the broken immortal sword turned into a ray of light and was put away by Wang Gu. The ripples in the universe disappeared. After all, it was just a broken immortal weapon and not a complete one. Moreover, it would only be used for a short while, so it wouldn't cause too much of an impact. Of course, it was hard to say if it was used continuously. When Wang Gu put away the broken immortal sword, the old man of the sacred light great cosmos shouted and reached out with both hands. Two huge hands formed and grabbed the two sides of the crack created by the broken immortal crystal. They pulled outwards, trying to widen the crack and completely tear the seal. Stop them. Repel them and the crack in the seal will automatically heal. The people of the Ashen Azure Divine Realm shouted. There were many people in the Ashen Azure Divine Realm. The total number of people was no less than 1,000. However, most of them were only at the origin realm. There were only a few sub-immortals. These were the elites of the Azure Divine Realm. They worked together to set up the formation. This was not a joint attack formation, but a top-tier source-grade formation. With a sub-immortal as the core and thousands of origin sources as the foundation, this was a top-notch origin formation. This was an ancient formation passed down from the last epoch. Its might was astonishing. Clearly, the Azure Divine Realm had made preparations long ago and set up a grand array in advance. The large array activated and turned into a primordial divine dragon that pounced forward. Its dragon roar shook the world as it extended its dragon claws and grabbed the two large hands formed by the elder from the sacred light great cosmos. The two large hands were shaking violently. A bunch of ants want to break through me? How naive. Open up. The elder from the sacred light great cosmos shouted coldly. He was a 9th tribulation sub-immortal and was really strong. With a shout, his power erupted, and his two hands became even more solid. They actually widened the crack in the seal. Today, the remnants of the primordial world's human race will be wiped out. Wang Gu put away the broken immortal weapon and caught his breath. He stretched out his hand, and two large hands formed and grabbed at the crack, wanting to completely tear the seal apart. A 9th tribulation sub-immortal was too strong. Even if the powerhouses of the Azure Divine Realm had set up a top-notch origin formation, they would not be able to stop him. The difference was too great. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying aura rushed out from the depths of the Azure Divine Realm. A withered hand stretched out and blasted toward the crack. Finally, it collided with Wang Gu's hand at the crack. Boom. It was as if two universes had collided. Heaven and earth rumbled as a terrifying power erupted. The ground of the Azure Divine Realm shook violently, and many places exploded. Mountains and rivers exploded, and rivers dried up. Fortunately, this was a fragment of the heart of the universe. If it had been a fragment of another continent, it would have been destroyed by this attack. Dense cracks appeared on Wang Gu's giant hand, and then it exploded. He staggered back, his face pale. True immortal? Wang Gu was bewildered. In the depths of the Azure Divine Realm, an old figure walked out step by step. Primogenitor. The people of the Azure Divine Realm exclaimed. If Lu Ming were here, he would definitely recognize that this was one of the primogenitors of the Azure Divine Realm. Juniors, don't push your luck, lest you get yourself killed, the primogenitor of the Azure Divine Realm said. The ancestor of the Azure Divine Realm spoke. He looked extremely old, but the aura he exuded right now was world-shaking, suppressing the ancient times. The heart of the universe of the primitive universe has already shattered. How can there be a true immortal? Even a true immortal would have fallen after the heart of the universe shattered. Now, he is no different from us. The old man from the sacred light great cosmos spoke with a deafening voice. Wang Gu was shocked and instantly recovered. In the exchange just now, he actually felt the aura of a true immortal from his opponent. He was shocked and lost his composure. Although they were already 9th tribulation subimmortals, they were only one step away from becoming a true immortal. However, their combat power was definitely worlds apart. It would not be difficult for a true immortal to kill them. It would only take a finger. However, after the old man from the sacred light great cosmos reminded him, he immediately reacted. The heart of the universe of the primitive universe had already shattered. The other party had not left and had been staying in the primitive universe, so his cultivation level had already fallen. Moreover, if the other party really had the combat power of a true immortal, he would have died from that move. Old man, even if you were a true immortal in the past, I will slaughter an immortal today. Wang Gu shouted coldly and stepped forward again, approaching the crack of the Azure Divine Realm. A nether river appeared and surrounded him. A 9th tribulation subimmortal weapon also appeared in his hand. Let's go out and fight. Otherwise, the aftershocks of our battle will help them break the seal. Another voice sounded from the depths of the Azure Divine Realm. A white-haired old woman appeared and stepped through the air. Another primogenitor appeared. Another crippled immortal. Wang Gu sneered sarcastically and called the two primogenitors crippled. The two primogenitors were unmoved. They turned into two beams of light and rushed toward the crack of the seal. The two beams of light were like two peerlessly sharp treasured swords. They slashed at the two hands of the old man from the sacred light great cosmos. With two loud bangs, the two hands exploded. The two primogenitors had already appeared outside the seal. The crack in the seal kept squirming and seemed to be slowly recovering. Don't give them time. Let the seal recover. Wang Gu shouted and took the initiative to attack one of the primogenitors. Boom! The two clashed for the second time. Wang Gu's body trembled violently as he retreated. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was completely at a disadvantage in a head-on clash.